Chapter 221. Do not bully. They prepared more seats than usual, but there were no empty seats available. It was the same during their customer, for there was an endless influx of customers, and it was packed full. To be blunt, the most likely targets would have been Mahiru or Kadawaki, but there were lots of customers even during their breaks. Perhaps it was due to the clothes. Young boys and girls were usually dressed in school uniforms, and it seemed the sight of them in service clothing were tantalizing to some. As for Amain, he merely felt that it was something he was not used to. For example, he never imagined Chaitos to wear clothes that were used to service others. She served the customers with a cheerful smile. Amain had a glance, and did not notice her being deft as befitting her clothes. However, her liveliness and approachable attitude were coupled with the short-made miniskirt, which seemed fine. Is there anything wrong with Chaitos-san? While Amain looked at Chaitos and marveled at her positivity, Mahiru quizzed so, having successfully stopped her embarrassment it seemed. It's nothing, I didn't feel anything when we're working, but when I look at it now, our classmates aren't exactly comfortable in these clothes. We should be at the point where we're used to it. Fufu, we do hardly wear such clothes after all. It's rare to see that many customers here too. They say we're all cute and handsome, but well, it does suit us all. There were students and visitors, and most of them might be active staff from elsewhere. One could hear them squealing away at who were the cute ones, who were the handsome ones. Their passion was understandable, but the staff members could only give wry smiles given how loud they were. Amain glanced aside at the toiling staff, and then towards Mahiru. She seemed to be exerting more strength in her eyelashes. What is it? Nothing, you do think they, the girls, are cute, no. Just normal. Amain had an inkling of what Mahiru wanted to say, so he smiled, and hid his lips behind the joints of his fingers. In terms of beauty and etiquette, I find them cute, but don't worry. You're the only one who makes me want to dote on for being cute. Again with such words. Looks like you want me to explain. You'll be jealous if I don't say this. This time, Amain whispered so softly that others could not hear. She frowned, pursed her lips, and bashfully lowered her eyes again. I feel like a fool for being restless. You can check as many times as you want. I will be embarrassed though. I'll dote on you again. You happy with that? Are you intending to kill me? That's hyperbole. It is not. You are always torturing my heart, it causes me much burden. You hate it. Not that I do, but please show some mercy. Mahiru's shoulders shriveled, and Amain's desire to tease her was piqued, but at the same time, he remembered that she might pout if he overdid. Some moderation would be fine. I'll see. So he answered, but she glared back at him unhappy. It seemed he was not trusted on me. I shall retaliate if you bully me next time. Interesting. I shall ignore you if you do so again. Mahiru turned her head aside, and she was so adorable that Amain chuckled. She then snatched his cookie unhappily, turning her head further aside. Chapter 222. Live performance. The festival was open until 4 p.m. It would be half an hour until the day ended. They would have to tally their sales revenue, report in, and prepare for the next day. Amain wanted to tour around once again before then, but they had visited the main attractions. Anywhere else you want to go to? Actually, we have visited many places. Shall we have a look at the gym stage? Stage? What's over there now? There were stage activities starting from the afternoon, and volunteers would perform various shows. He remembered there were skits and performances. He had a look at the pamphlet, and noticed the Light Music Club was having a live show. It's a live show. Are you interested? I do not really listen to music. Perhaps I should use this chance to. Well yeah, you don't really play BGM. Western music at most. Mahiru was aware of the current trends, but not music. In fact, she preferred the classical Western music to the trending Japanese music, out of personal likes. Even when there were some popular male idols who often appeared on TV, she could only match the faces and names. Since you want to go, let's do it. I'm rather curious myself. Yes. There are no shops they wish to visit, so Amain held Mahiru by the hand and led her to the gym to kill time. Most of the lights were switched off, and the remaining ones shone upon the stage. They could hear music outside, and it got a lot louder after they entered, which jolted them. Amain felt ticklish as he gently closed the door to avoid disturbing others, and quickly sat down at an empty space. He lifted his head and spotted the volunteer team singing on stage. There was one familiar face there, and Amain narrowed his eyes at that person. Standing before the microphone was the person he often saw since morning. Kadawaki? He never mentioned his performing. Amain knew that Kadawaki could sing, as they had been to karaoke a few times, but he never expected the latter to be on stage, or even heard rumors about it. The vibrant vigor to prepare for club, cultural festival and live performance on stage really astounded him. However, it was all the more surprising given that he hated to stand out. Kadawaki-san really can do everything. You of all people shouldn't be saying that, Mahiru. Mahiru seemed rather impressed, but she was capable of everything. Studies, sports, housework, few were as capable as her. There are things I am bad at too. Like swimming. I guess. You still couldn't swim at the end. I will be underestimating it if I feel that I can learn it in a day. I just cannot grasp it no matter how I tried. Sorry. Mahiru might seemed a little peeved to hear Amain say that she still could not do it, and she started flailing fists at his arm. He gave a wry smile and looked back at the stage again. He hated the attention, but it seemed he was used to it, for he showed no fear before the masses, and truly imposed himself on it. He even eagerly waved back at a few fans. Coincidentally, there was a space that did not obstruct his vision much. His face cringed a little once he met Amain in the eyes. It seemed he did not expect the latter to appear. We'll chat later. So Amain implied as he waved and approached. Kadawaki blinked and showed a different smile from before. That smile triggered squeals from the girls. Amain and Mahiru burst out laughing at this usual scene. Chapter 223. The first day of the cultural festival ends. After the live show, Kadawaki went to the wall and showed up before Amain and Mahiru. Amain snarked, and Kadawaki put on the tie as he had undone it for the concert, giving a troubled smile. They didn't plan for me to go up there, but the vocalist got an injured leg a week before. During the club activity, the doctor wouldn't allow, so I showed up. The live show required the performers to move their bodies, and an injured person could not do so. I see. How's the guy anyway? Fine. He's upset for not being able to go up there, and I feel a little sorry. From the looks of it though, he's rather happy with how the performance turned out. Well, I guess it can't be helped, didn't expect you to sing that well as a substitute. It's perfect. Really? That's good. Amain already knew that Kadawaki had great vocal skills during their karaoke sessions, but he never expected that. Kadawaki was not overwhelmed by the crowd, and even captivated them. Amain was amazed at Kadawaki's ability, having heard the girls shriek. It seemed Kadawaki had seen this too, for he scratched his cheek in embarrassment. It's still a little embarrassing to be seen by friends while doing this. Is it better for us not to see? And not that actually. I was a little relieved to see you two act normal. I feel more relaxed seeing those I'm familiar with. I really got to thank you two for this. Kadawaki said, looking awkward. The girls peeking on him discreetly started murmuring. Amain gave a wry smile in his heart, noting that Kadawaki was still the center of attention. Don't sweat it. So he joked back once he saw Kadawaki's awkward yet proud smile. Good work. Mahiru merely gave a calm smile and did not go beyond what Amain had said. It probably was to prevent any unnecessary envy. While everyone knew that Mahiru and Amain were dating, there would be a bad impression if she was too close to Kadawaki at such an open place. But it's a pity. It's not often that we get this every day. I really wanted Itsuki to see this. No thanks. He'll probably begrudge me for not telling him, or laugh at me. Just hang on then. It's your fault for keeping this a secret. What can I do when it's decided so suddenly? I don't have a choice. Stop it. Man. So Kadawaki joked. Amain made up his mind to mention this during the class meeting later. LOL nope. And his face relaxed as he patted Kadawaki on the shoulder. Everyone worked hard on the first day. Good work. Amain spent time with Mahiru and Kadawaki until the live performances ended and they returned back. The first day of the festival ended, and gathered there were the students on the prior shift, along with the rested. They probably had enough fun themselves, for they looked really happy. Itsuki the committee member praised them, and they voiced out their joy. Once the commotion subsided, he coughed a few times, bringing their attention back. Now then, a little roundup for tomorrow. Accounts team, please tally if our sales revenue match our orders and report to me. Put the money in the specified bag and hand it to me. I'll par it to the committee. Back-end team, prepare for tomorrow. Receptionists, clean the classroom. Once done, back-end, sort out what we need tomorrow. Okay, Tilda? Once they were assigned their work, the students obediently got down to business. Amain was in charge of cleaning, so he rolled his sleeves, filled a bucket of water, and hurried to get it done soon. He had no inkling of the concept of cleaning just a year old. Through Mahiru's guidance and experience, he was at average level, if not adept, or to be precise, he could at least keep a place neat and tidy. You're good. Kido noted in amazement once she saw Amain working alongside Mahiru. No, Mahiru's a lot better than me. She's somewhat my master, and I really didn't know anything about this at first. I didn't expect this, Fujimaya-kun. I thought you would be more disciplined. Amain-kun is reliable whenever he is not at home. Mahiru, who was removing and folding the dirted tablecloths, joked so as she looked towards them. Amain could only remain silent even as she hinted at how horrible he was at home. Facts were facts, but he really disliked being teased. Well, that's how it is for a guy living alone. But that was too much. I had no place to stand on when I entered. That's how it is. Really? Well, our Soken's not living alone, but his room is neat, you know? He said he keeps things packed up because I'm entering, and there's nothing under the bed. Don't look for those things. A girlfriend looking for those things would be a bone-chilling experience for any male. One had to hope that all girlfriends in the country would never try to rummage for such things. Amain felt nothing of it, for he did not have any even if anyone was to look, but most would always have some personal possessions they were hiding. I'm not finding something actually. I'm just wondering if it actually happens. Like those scenes in manga. You read too much manga. Yeah. Soken laughed at me and said that I got carried away. What about you, Fujimaya-kun? I got nothing, and I don't want to be suspected. Ahaha. Kido burst out laughing, and Amain started to pity Kaeno. Man, that was a tragedy. Mahiru in turn looked confused. What are you talking about? It seemed she did not hear fully as she was working. Amain tried his best to act natural given her curious look, and averted his eyes. Nothing really important. Fujimaya-kun, you mean you don't need them since you have Shina-san? Kido. Don't say anything weird now. Amain endured the overflowing embarrassment as he glared at the leering Kido. Kido's grin grew bigger, but ultimately, Mahiru grew increasingly skeptical. Amain had enough, held Mahiru's hand, and pulled her away from Kido. What were you talking about? Nothing at all. Your face seems to imply otherwise. As I said, nothing at all. Chapter 224. When are we changing how we address each other? Why are you wearing that? It was expected that they would bring their outfits home, given that they were responsible for what they loaned. Amain wondered why Mahiru was wearing it however, and narrowed his eyes. One could say he was stupefied to see the strange sight of a maid appearing before him at home. She said she wanted to head home earlier, and I expected her to plan something. They usually returned home together, and on this day, Mahiru had Amain do the shopping while she went home. He was mystified by it, but he never expected her to welcome him in maid outfit. Mahiru welcomed him home with the usual smile, dressed in the clothes he saw at school. I returned home to wash the clothes. It is not often that I get this chance, so I wore it. Well, I guess people usually wear a maid outfit once in their lives, or not at all. They usually would not wear this unless it was for cosplay purpose. He, however, never expected her to wear this, and was perturbed. For the time being, he removed his shoes, got changed, and went to the living room. Mahiru was waiting for him there, preparing to serve tea. Her gestures were no different from a real maid, if one did not look at the interior decors of the room, and Amain felt unbearable. So, how long are you going to remain dressed up like that? Until dinner is cooked. I have prepared the side dishes yesterday, so I have to do is to take them out of the fridge, or fry them. I see. Is this bad? Mahiru might be sensitive about how Amain looked bewildered, and lowered her eyebrows sadly as she observed him. Not that I don't like this. I just can't calm down. Really? I do feel motivated to take care of you in this. Take care, well, you're taking care all right. And you will not touch me unless we are both alone. Mahiru said with a smile, sat silently by the side, leaned on Amain's stiff shoulders, and latched upon his shoulder. What she meant was that Amain would never hug or hold her hand while she was wearing these clothes. Contact with maids usually are forbidden, right? It is fine, since you are the master of the house, Amain-kun. She stammered and eked out this bashful voice, looking really adorable. Amain really had the urge to hug, but he held back, and instead grabbed the hands latched upon his arm. He was not too interested in those clothes, but she was wearing such adorable clothes, giving such an adorable look, which was enough to knock his sanity off balance. You say that, but what will you do if I force myself onto you unreasonably? You are not being unreasonable, and not forcing yourself onto me. I want to devote my utmost to you. You've always been. It is not enough. I have gained lots and lots from you, and I wish to give you lots. It seemed that to Mahiru, Amain had given her lots, and one could imagine that she was referring to human relationships, love, warmth, and such. I gave her these not because I want her to owe me. I just want to do something for her. Amain did out of his own intense emotions, rather than for Mahiru's sake, and she really did not need to worry about it. After all, her smile was sufficient compensation, and he really hoped for her to not be bothered. But she would not accept this explanation. I'll gain lots of things from you in the future. I don't need that much now. Amain expressed that he would gain lots from Mahiru in the future. She widened her caramel-colored eyes, blinked, and seemed to understand what he meant by gain, for she immediately boiled over. Amain gently chuckled once he saw his cute girlfriend look up at him flusteredly, let go of his arm, and put her on his lap. Her face turned redder immediately, and her eyes swam about, the rigor she had from before gone elsewhere. He huffed his shoulders, quietly giggled to himself, and put his lips near the fiery cheek. That's why you should wait a while until you call me husband, right? Why, yes. Mahiru nodded hastily, and moved her white headdress aside. Without saying anything, Amain bit on her pink lips. Chapter 225. The parents join the fray. Amain's shift was in the afternoon, and he should be free in the morning. It's been a while since I returned to my alma mater. Still the same as before, it's all renovated, but the mood hasn't changed. Shuto stood before the entrance, smiling as he looked up at the campus, muttering to himself. It was summer the last time he met Amain. Next to him, Shihoko clung on firmly. We haven't been here since the opening ceremony. Showing a poised smile as she said so. They were as lovey-dovey as before. Amain was used to it, but the surrounding stress were fixed upon them. Amain really had the urge to pretend to be unrelated, but of course, Mahiru latched onto his arm, stopping him. Her caramel-colored eyes became warm, as though imploring for him to give up, and he was pressurized by this. Can we don't walk around together? Oh dear, you're saying this when we haven't met after a few months. You're a bad boy. We don't go around with our parents in this era. Of course no, Fa, I guess it's the common rebellious phase if you say you hate to be with your parents. Not that I hate it, it's that you two stand out too much. They already were. Bias aside, both of them looked rather young, and gave the vibe befitting a couple. It was uncommon to see an old couple being so passionate till this point. If their classmates saw it, they might end up teasing Maiden later, and if possible, he really did not want to be seen with his parents. Mahiru in turn was the opposite. Her parents never attended a school event, and it seemed she was delighted by Shihoko and Shuto's arrival, that she wanted to stroll around with them. Maiden would feel a little guilt to ignore her little wish, given that he knew of her background. He was willing to let her be happy, and endure so, but shameful things were shameful. What do you mean, stand out? You two are already standing out, no. Shihoko muttered as she looked at Maiden and Mahiru leaning onto each other, smiling away. Maiden had a vague feeling that the smile was an encouragement, joy, urging him to mow on, and his face cringed. But the parents stand out more if both parents and students are walking together. Well, you already stand out. Not much difference. Anyway, you two are already flirting, no. No we aren't, Fa whatever, you probably want to visit some mock-up shop. Better hurry up though, our shift starts at noon. You following along? I'm applying the brakes. Maybe not. You two might be the more flirty ones, you know? Right Shuto-san? Aha. Yes. Shuto gave a gentle smile, and Maiden sighed while putting his hand on his forehead. Shuto was unlike Shihoko in that he would never tease others, but he was hard to deal with as he never would oppose nor deny vehemently. Maiden would be deemed boorish if he continued to refuse, and in fact, he really could not refute. So, where do you want to go? Well, we'll only get to see you work in the afternoon? If we exclude that, it's a rare opportunity to be here. Maybe we can go to the arts and crafts shop? The pamphlet says that they're open. We'll bring you there. Is that all right? In any case, the best resolution was to satisfy his parents' demands as soon as possible. They would gain attention for nothing if they remained, so Maiden compromised, put his hand on the back of the giggling Mahiru, gently nudged her as a reminder, and entered the campus. Chapter 226. The Muscle Fetishist of the Crafts Club. Maiden's parents openly expressed their affection as they looked at the products of the Crafts Club. Kido the salesgirl jiggled away. Maiden did not really know which clubs his classmates belonged to. It seemed Kido was in this Crafts Club, and being the salesgirl. I thought you would be a sports club manager or something, Kido. Maiden subtly kept his distance from his parents, and looked at Kido, who was wearing an apron, probably handmade. Kido had openly proclaimed her love for muscles, so Maiden assumed that she would be a sports club manager or something, as there were boys there, and she would have opportunities to see muscles. He did not expect her to be in the Crafts Club. I can enjoy the sight of muscular guys, but I'll be doing so alone, and if actually join Ed1, Sokken will pout. Kano? He doesn't mind me watching those trained professionals on TV or in the photos, but he told me not to drool at other classmates. I don't think he's being jealous. He's more worried about your reputation. Nobody would want to see a cute girl staring dumbfoundedly at muscles, drooling away, let alone a girlfriend. Kido, however, seemed annoyed at Maiden's opinion, for she puffed her cheeks. How rude. Even I would choose who I will drool at. I won't space out at those with SOSO muscles. Kido put her hands on her hips and puffed her chest, not denying that she would drool. Actually, I joined the Crafts Club because Dad asked me to act more like a girl, and another important reason is that I want to personally make clothes for Sokken, and also measure him. Whoa, you're hardcore. Don't run away. Eshina-san too will definitely make clothes for you if you strip and let her measure. Don't give my Mahiru any weird fetish idea. Mahiru herself would feel really awkward. She was unwilling to see him bare his shoulders, and obviously would not want him to strip. Amain would have a headache if she ended up having a muscle fetish like Kido. Amain made no attempt to hide his bewilderment as he looked at a crestfallen-looking Kido. Mahiru, who had been accompanying Amain's parents, came over, looking perplexed. "What are you chatting so excitedly about?" "Hey, we're talking about you being happy if Fujimaya-kun strips." "How's that possible?" "Right, Mahiru?" "I suppose not." "What's with the weak denial?" Amain had assumed Mahiru would blush and deny fervently, but she seemed strangely hesitant, which shocked him. Because I told Shina-san about how amazing muscles are." "Don't do anything unnecessary. You don't have to teach Mahiru anything strange. I'm saying how good muscles are. Don't take human beauty as some strange knowledge. It's the final result of training the body. You describing it as that is rude, you know." Yes, I'm sorry." Amain instinctively apologized once he was unexpectedly given a serious lecture. "No, what if Mahiru awakens to that? Can't you just strip?" "No way." Amain would never do so as he could easily imagine Mahiru overheating. She barely managed to endure when they bathed together, and if he stripped as he usually did, she surely would look away from him for quite a while. Not everyone will want to see exposed shoulders. Amain gave Kido a dazed look. "Shina-san does though." And she did not mind as she muttered so. On a side note, Mahiru was shaking her red head flustered. Kido probably had a delusion, wanting to increase the number of muscle fetishists. She clearly was going to steam, for her lips quivered as she muttered. "I have thought of that shameless thing, just a little." She might clam up if he retorted about her saying just a little, so he pretended not to hear. Mahiru's thought was probably out of an interest pertaining to her lover, and not due to a fetish like Kido. "Oh my, you two are chatting happily." Amain was wondering how to coax the flushed Mahiru when Shihoko and Shuto seemed to have bought something they were fond of. They slipped the item into a bag, and walked over with leisurely smiles. Kido blinked away, and showed a proper smile that was directed to outsiders, with nary a hint of the girl who was chatting about muscles. "Ah, Fujimaya-kun's parents. Nice to meet you, I'm the classmate of Fujimaya-kun and Shina-san, Ayaka Kido." "How courteous you are." "I'm Shuto Fujimaya, and this is my wife Shihoko." Shuto introduced himself and Shihoko, and Kido bowed with a smile. The obedient facade had Amain chuckling. "What were you talking about?" "About Kido's interests." Shuto asked Amain, who averted his eyes as he gave a neutral answer. Shihoko blinked away, and seemed interested. What kind of interest?" Human observation, I guess." She also likes to see others work hard, and cheer for them. The human observation, marveling at muscles, aspect was not wrong, and neither was the part about cheering on people who were working on their muscles, though it was not right either. "What do you think about our Amain? Is he working hard?" I think he is. I don't really know though, since I haven't chatted with him for long." Amain had a feeling she was definitely talking about muscles, but he did not retort in front of his parents, for it would be bad if this led to more issues. Mahiru probably understood as well, for she remained silently. She discreetly rubbed Amain's belly while his parents were busy talking, and it seemed to be Kido's influence. "We'll talk at home." So Amain pried the hand away. Mahiru probably noticed what she just did, for she immediately blushed. "Fujimaya-kun looks happy and hardworking whenever he's with Shina-san. I think I want to observe up close." Is their relationship good at school too?" "Yep, ridiculously good. Everyone's blinded by them." "Ori Kido, enough with the nonsense." "But really, I'm not wrong. It's the truth. I always feel you two are a match for each other, you know." Kido leered and praised, probably as retaliation for him taking her muscle fetish as some strange knowledge. His parents too smiled happily, and he had the urge to get away immediately. Amain had a feeling he was blushing as hard as Mahiru just now, so he glared at Kido, who did not mind. "It feels like everyone in class has given their blessings." That's good. Shut up. Shuto gave a kind smile full of joy. Maiden felt he had nowhere to go, so he pouted and turned his head aside. Chapter 227. Curious about her house. Why exactly? Shuto and Shihoko left the exhibition sales of the Crafts Club and started touring around again. Mahiru leisurely followed them while latching onto Maiden, not letting him run away. Maiden concealed his pouting emotions as he stared at the back of his delighted parents, looking completely unmotivated. The stares hurt. He could feel stinging stares upon him, for he was moving along with his parents who gained much attention. He did not like the attention, but he started to get used to it, especially as Mahiru's boyfriend. The stares this time were different, for they were neither jealous nor malicious, but curious. The familiar-looking faces had everyone all the more interested. His parents flirted around as they went to another shop, and Maiden could only trudge along behind them. Having witnessed this, Mahiru lowered her eyes awkwardly. We can split from them if you are that unwilling. Not that I'm unwilling. It's just a little awkward seeing my own family like this. It is hypocritical of you, Maiden-kun. I think you are very similar to Shuto-san. How so? Well, recently, you will instinctively give that you belong to me a possessive vibe. You started holding my hands, grabbing my shoulders. Mahiru's cheeks turned increasingly red, and she pursed her lips slightly. Maiden was silent, and kept his mouth shut. To be honest, I think it is good to be forthright, and my heart does jump. You have the self-confidence now, and I am glad for you, while also starting to panic. You do pay heed to the strangest of things, however, and occasionally timid. The last part is unnecessary, right? It is true though, but that is good, since you are not you if you are not timid. Ori, what do you think of me? It seemed Mahiru felt that Maiden was uselessly timid, which frustrated him. They had been dating for 4 months, and stayed over, but did not gain any experience. Perhaps it was right to say that he was timid. Both sides had a mutual understanding, and Mahiru understood that it was a choice made because he wanted to cherish her. However, he was a little miffed that it was taken as his standard. Since you find me timid, we'll see at home then. That they will be staying over tonight, right? Despite that, it would be boring to have Mahiru underestimate him completely. Then can I stay over at your place? He said, partly to tease her, and partly to visit her house even if they could not stay over. Mahiru was stunned, and then looked down. She stopped, reeled in her shoulders, and lowered her head. Maiden sensed that he overdid it, and was about to apologize when she timidly lifted her head. You may, I will do my best to clean up. It was a joke, but she seemed to have taken it seriously, for her fists were shaking, and her face was so red, Maiden worried if she was fine. It seemed he really could not overdo it, so he swore to control his hands. Whether he could do it, however, was another matter. Chapter 228. Do not mix dangerous things. Well, of course. Mahiru's so charming, and I'm really knowing more and more of her cute points. Don't mix these two dangerous things together. Shihoko and Chaitos got along well on the first day they met. Maiden saw them dote on Mahiru, and sighed hard. Itsuki and Chaitos were both in the same shift as Maiden, so they were free that morning. They coincidentally met Maiden's parents, and Maiden had no choice but to introduce his parents to them. It all went relatively well until this point. Thereafter was the problem. Chaitos initially acted obedient, but once Shihoko started doting on Mahiru, she could not help but join the fray instead. They immediately got together, and because of their continued praise, Mahiru blushed and shivered. The caramel-colored eyes were overflowing with shame as she looked to Maiden, pleading for help, but there was no way he could defeat their passion. He could only let them continue, and gather amongst the men instead. Our child has been under your care. No. What, Maiden? You're not denying it. Well, I did, but it's a matter of whether you're a busybody. Itsuki was really a busybody sometimes, but mostly speaking, Maiden really was under his care, and caused him trouble. Maiden was grateful to him, and though he usually would not say so, he really felt so. Amain and Mahiru would not have deepened their relationship this much if not for Itsuki, and one could say that Itsuki and Chaitos really influenced his own relationship. And it was because of his gratefulness that Amain did not deny what Shuto said. For some reason, Itsuki averted his eyes. "You're rather honest at such moments. You're saying that my personality's twisted? You want to fight? You're obviously twisted if you can infer that. Anyway, you still have self-awareness. Shut up. You bastard." Amain slapped Itsuki on the back, but they were merely fooling around, and Itsuki did not mind as he grinned away and observed Amain. Shuto too smiled as he watched on. Amain had enough as he looked aside, only to hear the former chuckle. "Actually, I think Amain's rather eccentric. He's dishonest, but rather straightforward. He's always like this. He's not the most approachable, so it's really great that he has a friend that understands him. No, I think it's great to have such a great friend. Mind not talking about this in front of me. But I suppose we shall message you later then." Amain meant for them to not mention that in front of him, and for some reason Itsuki and Shuto started talking about how they should contact each other, which troubled him. He had a feeling that they would discreetly report, and really hoped this would not happen. But even if he stopped them at this point, Chaitos and Shihoko might collaborate over something. He had a really strong feeling that it was pointless to stop them. "Mahiru and I are going to be teased anyway. It was mostly friendship and parental love, but the one in the middle found it unbearable." He wanted to remind them later, and turned his eyes aside, but in a corner of his eyes, he spotted Daiki, whom he met the previous day. It was not weird for Daiki to appear as the guardian, but he merely watched from afar, and did not approach them. He was giving a conflicted look, which troubled Amain. Daiki was looking at Itsuki, and probably worried about his son. "Amain, what?" Itsuki noticed Amain's frozen stare, and looked over, only for his handsome face to tense up. Amain knew that both father and son were not on good terms, but the reaction was so obvious that he found it awkward as a friend. He looked over at Itsuki, not knowing what to do. Itsuki's lips shook, not knowing what to say, and turned his back on Daiki, went to the chatting Chaitos, laughing away. "Hey, it's about time to buy lunch, right? If we don't queue up now, we'll be hungry in the afternoon." That's no good sorry, we should go now." "Really? We'll be at the cafe later." "See you then." "Yes." Chaitos bowed politely, and was gently prodded by Itsuki to leave. The latter did so probably to avoid having Chaitos look unhappy if she met Daiki, but it was too brazen to Daiki. Why did this happen? Amain sighed as he watched Itsuki ignore Daiki's existence completely. Chapter 229. Between Parents. Daiki, who had been observing from afar, approached with a wry smile once he was certain Itsuki and Chaitos left. Amain too felt very awkward and apologetic, but he was not one to press the matter pertaining to the affairs of others, and could only watch them leave helpless. Shihoko noticed the approaching Daiki, and approached alongside Mahiru. "Ah, the father of Itsuki we just met. Why, greetings. Our son has been under your care." No, I was. First was the common greeting. Amain's parents and Daiki introduced themselves. Amain was peeved to see so. Daiki-san, that was. It was to be expected. I was too harsh on her, and it is expected that Itsuki would avoid me. Daiki seemed to have given up, rather than feeling despondent, and took it as fact. Shuto and Shihoko seemed to have realized that Daiki was on bad terms with his son's girlfriend, Chaitos, and lowered their eyebrows worried. They probably remembered their conversation with Amain, that a friend had fallen in love, but was not approved by his parents, and it troubled them. Daiki did not seem to mind the expressions of Amain's parents. He then seemingly recalled something as he looked diagonally upwards, and smiled. "Speaking of which, Shina-san, you do seem to be on very good terms with Fujimaya-kun's parents. It shocked me. Thank you for your compliments. She's my future daughter, and she's so obedient that I want to dote on her. Shihoko and Shuto's personalities were such that since they had approved of Amain and Mahiru to date, Mahiru would be their daughter, and this relationship seemed so natural. This might sound like a dig to Daiki however, so Amain did not express further. Shihoko however did not mind, and flat out stated. Amain felt that Shihoko already intended so, and since she wanted to, Shuto had no intention to stop. Shihoko clearly stated her interest in Mahiru without any malice, and Mahiru was embarrassed. Daiki widened his eyes in shock, and then showed a wry smile. I suppose. Both of you surely do not have anything to be unhappy about, since it's her. Yes. She is the one my son chose. She's pretty, and after meeting her, we feel that we can leave Amain to her. Amain was peeved that to his parents, they would be entrusting Amain to Mahiru, and not the other way around. However, they were showing their care, and he did not have anything to really complain about. I'm envious. That foolish son of mine, however, is hopeless. Do you not trust your son? Well, he's not as good as your son. He's young, and doesn't know stuff. Oh? I don't think so, you know? I heard from Amain that he's kind and cares for others. That? Daiki stammered, and Shihoko gave a poised smile. She probably felt something as a fellow parent. Usually, she would not press the matter, but she was not holding back this time. The crux surely was because she witnessed Itsuki escorting his girlfriend away from his father. I know parents have their own thoughts about who their children choose, but boys do quickly grow independent, and they will resist if you impose too much. Since you raised him into such a fine boy, you should be able to trust his choice of partner. I do think an adult should watch on silently. Shihoko gave Daiki a smile, and the latter responded with the face of one who took a bitter pill. He was not doing so out of disgust, but that it hit a sore point. Shuto showed a faint wry smile once he saw that Shihoko did not intend to continue further. All right, I don't think it's appropriate for me to lecture since we just met, but since the child has not clearly strayed off, and intends to walk his own path, he's not going to accept the fact that you're stopping him. Shuto surmised, and smiled just as Shihoko did. Amain scratched his cheek, and gently sighed. He did not think he should interfere, but he understood that for good or bad, Daiki was a stubborn man. He knew that parents would look at things differently compared to their children. Daiki understood that Chaitos was not a bad person, so all that was left was the difference in perspectives and expectations. Daiki-san, please let me say something as well. You might not like Chaitos, but she's not a hopeless person. Recently, she's been wondering how to get your approval, and she's working hard on it. I don't mean that you should accept her, but please look at her for who she is. Given his high expectations, Chaitos might seem unacceptable. Nevertheless, she was not completely dumb, was observant in crucial moments, and knew how to care for others. Truth be told, Amain hoped that Daiki would not reject her outright just because of their difference in ideals. I too wish to resolve this. Even so, it is best if she works hard. She's going to bear our family name, so she needs the appropriate metal for this. You're right. I'll tell her that. I'll compromise depending on the situation. So the implication, and Amain quietly shrugged, heaving a sigh of relief due to the small step of progress. Chapter 230. The things one have, and doesn't. Amain and Mahiru had lunch, and broke away from Amain's parents for the time being, got changed, and prepared to start their afternoon shift. They would wait in the rest room for 20 minutes before heading out. Mahiru tied buns on her hair on this day, and her fingertips were on the white headdress she was going to wear as she smiled. Well, he's a friend. You are dishonest. Shut up. I'm being honest to you. Honest? Or direct, you do scare me from time to time, and cause my heart to jump. Great, your heart's jumping. Goodness, you. Mahiru started whacking at Amain, giving a dumbfounded rather than displeased look. Amain shrugged, and said, I really won't watch over them in ways they can see though, so that they won't worry. I know what Daiki-san wants to say. What does he wish to say? He's a really great guy. You probably never visited him before, but it's a rather small mansion. Maiden was shocked the first time he visited, for he never saw a house that different. Itsuki awkwardly stated that it was just some run-down house, but there should be some history to it, and it was nothing to be ashamed of. Yeah, it seems like Itsuki's from that kind of family. Daiki-san's basically saying that though Itsuki has an older adult brother who'll take over the house, he wants his younger son to have an outstanding female befitting of the family heritage. I see. Itsuki said that he's the younger son with no expectations on him, and that he should decide for himself. Daiki-san though wants him to have a better marriage. Well, I can understand both sides. Personally speaking, Maiden was more biased towards Itsuki, but he did not think Daiki was completely in the wrong. It was not that Chito's was bad, but that the bar Daiki set for her was too high. Since they had family prestige, there was a certain demand, which an ordinary person like Chito's could hardly reach. Maiden did not intend to side with Daiki, but it was never good to not hear out the parties involved. Personally, I think that tearing them apart will cause friction and turmoil. It's better for their futures and relationship to let them be. I can say this since I'm not involved though. Maiden shrugged as he concluded. Mahiru stared at him, and lowered her eyes. I am a little envious of Akazawa-san. Envious? Maiden naturally widened his eyes once he heard this completely unexpected word. Mahiru in turn showed an awkward smile. It might be careless of me to say so. So she prefaced, and sighed before continuing. They might find it unbearable, I think. Itsuki-san's father is interfering because he is worried about his son, no? I cannot deny that he has imposed his ideals into this, but it is still his love as a parent. Once Mahiru started talking about parents, Maiden tensed up at an angle she would not notice. Ah, you do not have to worry about it. It seemed Mahiru had noticed Maiden's worry, for she showed a faint smile, fiddled with her fingers, entangled them in her bundled hair, and slowly looked down. I do not have any thoughts about my parents now, but I see such a close family bond, which makes me envious since I feel lacking in his. Even if my parents care for me, I shall not deal with them. I have nothing to do with them. So she gently quipped, and gently twirled the buns on the side of her hair. Maiden did not press on about the stress-relieving gesture, and instead removed the untied hair from her fingers, before his fingers slid down to her white face. She looked up. He noticed how shaken her eyes were, but he did not point it out, and instead smiled silently. Yeah, we got my parents, so you should be able to experience that. They said they're entrusting me to you. The Fujimayas had practically taken Mahiru as a daughter, and treasured and doted on her more than their own son. They doted her all the more, knowing that she lacked love. He was dumbfounded, however, when they said that they would be burdening her, and told him not to let go of her. She blinked away a few times once he said so. His words seemed to have reached her heart, and she slowly broke into a smile. Fufu. Of course not. You are so wonderful. Thanks, a lot of people care about you. You don't have to think too much about it. Yes. Mahiru shyly leaned upon Maiden, and he smiled. If the experience isn't enough, do I have to stick with her as I want for the entire night? Since they would spend the night together, he should cling on to her, or perhaps they should sleep together, creating an environment of close contact. He would then tell her often how much he treasured and loved her. She would be uneasy at certain intervals, and it would be best if he would convey his feelings to her. Don't lose control though. So he swore to himself. Mahiru seemed to have noticed something, for she shivered, but she clung on to him. He took her in, and remained with her like that for a short while. Chapter 231. The parents visit the shop. Maiden's parents arrived early by the time it was their shift. Maiden welcomed them alongside Mahiru, trying to force a smile on his numb, cringing face. Shihoko in particular was being excited as Mahiru was dressed in maid outfit. She excitedly observed the clothing, and even touched it. Mahiru could only show a wry smile, probably because she was used to it, but by the rules, she had to refuse. Even if it was an acquaintance, if anyone was to set a precedent so openly, those who misunderstood might attempt to do the same, which Maiden did not want. Mahiru might have difficulty refusing, for she let Chihoko touch to her heart's content. Maiden sighed, and reached out to stop. "Dear customer, please do not touch our maid." "Of course, it's your personal maid, Maiden. Normally speaking, the maid belongs to this shop." Chihoko seemed to understood Maiden's intent that Mahiru belonged to him, and his face twitched. Nevertheless, she did not seem to mind. Maiden too understood that it was pointless to posture, and decided to serve as usual. "Goodness me, this waiter's rude. Well, is it because you want her to yourself?" "Of course not. Rules are rules, no touching, we don't provide this service. Do stop, or it'll be a bad example to other customers. Even if it's mom." "Nope, and you're not her mom." Chihoko might have deemed herself as Mahiru's mother already. She was already acting more like a mother than Mahiru's actual mother, and doted on her more than her own son, but Mahiru nevertheless was her son's girlfriend. Maiden was more anxious to get his parents seated, rather than retort about this. A few customers, and even the students, had been casting glances here, which was really embarrassing. What's bad about that? It's no difference. So I say, whatever, let's bring you to your seats. Of course, there are other customers here. Lead me there then, waiter. Chihoko's genial smile had Maiden's lips quivering, and a silent Shuto gave an apologetic look. Maiden quietly sighed to himself, and turned to look at the customers. "Excuse me, I shall lead you to your seats." Chihoko stifled her giggles due to Maiden's professional attitude. Maiden ignored it, and led them to the empty seat. Mahiru must have went off to serve another customer, taking orders. Why do my parents have to see me like this? Maiden felt embarrassed, and wanted to sigh, but held it in as he showed his parents the menu. This is the menu of our shop. Please take note that all the items are sold in sets. Oh, I see. What do you want, Shuto-san? Any recommendations, waiter? If you like coffee, I recommend set A. If you like tea, set C might be more appropriate. Maiden's father was not one to tease like Chihoko, but the bemused smile was something Maiden found unacceptable. It was one thing to serve his classmates, but exceptionally awkward when it came to his family. Chihoko continued to snicker away, and Maiden was increasingly frustrated. Can we bring the maid back? This shop doesn't provide such service. Even though you want to. Don't make it sound so bad. That's just going home. Maiden accidentally blurted his usual drawl, but Chihoko did not mind as she was obviously discussing personal matters. There was nothing more to say. Well, you're going to bring her back home anyway, Maiden. We're going home anyway, and besides, she's bringing me home. Whoa. You're spending the night together? Chihoko gave an excited look, and Maiden immediately regretted his slip of the tongue. I'll explain the rest later. Let's not talk now, seriously. You're at that age after all. I'm talking common sense. Don't talk about that in the shop. Maiden scowled, and Shuto finally coaxed Chihoko. All right, we'll talk about that later. Of course. We'll ask about the details later. Just don't. Anyway, your orders. One set A and one set C. Is it fine with you, Chihoko-san? Yes, I'll be fine with both. Chihoko was delighted, and Shuto knew what Chihoko wanted without having to say anything. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Maiden took their orders, and hurriedly left, since he knew they would start flirting. As expected, there was an amicable conversation behind him. He sighed, informed the counter of the order, and his classmate there stared at him. One set A and one set C, what? That's your parents, Fujimaya? Unfortunately, yes. What do you mean, unfortunately? But well, I feel that you're very different from your mom. This classmate saw how cheerful Chihoko was, and obviously, the contrast was stark. After looking back at the chatting duo for a while, the classmate looked at Maiden. Ah. What do you mean, ah? You resemble your dad. Really? Well, I guess I got more resemblance to him. Yep, that's it. Maiden narrowed his eyes at this obliging answer, but before he could answer, I got something to do. The classmate hurried off, stating so. Maiden did not know what was going on, and was suspicious as he returned to his position. Chapter 232. Good friend. They appeared to be chatting genially, but Maiden started to wonder if they were messing around again. With Shuto around, there probably would not be anything major revealed that would affect his future. Nevertheless, Shuto was prone to faults too, and he too might be an offender. Maiden calmly balanced the tray with the food, and quickly went towards them. Your food's here, he said flatly as he put it on the table. What are you guys doing? So he glared at them, and his parent smiled back, clearly unfazed by that. Kadawaki blinked away once he saw Maiden, and showed a gentle smile. Fujimaya, what are you doing? Just serving some water, and greeting. He had a bottle of ice water in his hand, and clearly was not lying. Anyway, your mom's really pretty, Fujimaya. Oh my, you have quite the sweet mouth. You aren't as good as Shuto-san, Yuta-kun, but you're rather dashing yourself. Ahaha, honored to hear that. Shihoko casually called Kadawaki by name, and one had to wonder when they were on such familiar terms, which was terrifying. They probably did not notice his anxiety, however, for the scene was so genial. Thank you for being willing to be friends with our son. He's rude and blunt, isn't him? Of course not. He doesn't really smile much, but he does convey his emotions. He's a little sarcastic, but he's never going to badmouth anymore. I think he has a good heart. Also, he's been looking friendlier recently, and I think it's because of Shina-san's influence. Wow. Ori, please don't say any more. It's embarrassing. But it's all true. True or not, you shouldn't be saying that in front of the actual person. Kadawaki was not one to joke, and he probably would say what was on his mind, but Maiden was unbearably ashamed to hear others say that to his parents. Itsuki and Shuto had a similar conversation before. Maiden truly experienced embarrassment on this day, thanks to his friends. But if I don't give you a positive review, they aren't going to accept it. Isn't it fine to say such things once in a while? Nope. You shouldn't be telling my parents. You should be telling me that. Really? Why, thanks for everything till now. I'm really grateful to have a friend like you. Thank you. A single sentence was accompanied with an innocent smile that was irresistible. Maiden softly answered, and his observing parents chirped. It's really great that you two are like this. Shut up. Anyway, get back to work, Kadawaki. Yes, sorry to take up your time. I'll see you next time. See you next time. The words left Maiden terrified, but Kadawaki continued to smile as he returned back with the bottle. Burdened with the most fatigue he had for the day, Maiden was completely worn out and unmotivated. You've made some good friends. Well, yeah. He was so tired that he could not put up any resistance, and casually answered Shuto's delighted words. He did make some good friends, but a spade was a spade, and he really could not bring himself to be happy after being so humiliated. Maiden showed a pouty look, and with a wry smile, Shuto picked up the coffee from the table. We might seem like busybodies to you, but we're still worried. We're wondering if you're doing well after having left home for a year and a half. He seemed to be worried about Maiden in his own way, and was checking on his surroundings. However, Maiden did not wish for Shuto to cause too much trouble for his friends. He was fine, however, that it was his friend who approached them. I see that you're getting along with your class, and getting smiles along with Shina-san. I think it's definitely because of you too. Apologies for that, but it's a little too late for that. Shut up. Recently, Maiden would receive warm smiles from afar whenever he was with Mahiru, and it was too late to comment so at this point. It did not mean that he wanted these looks in the first place. Maiden gave Shuto a harsh look, and was met with a kind smile. He had enough, and turned his head aside. Chapter 233. The cultural festival ends. Maiden heard the school broadcast announcing the end of the cultural festival, and let out a long sigh. After his parents left, his classmates teased him lots. He was already tense from doing service work, which he was suited for, and with his classmates piling on, the mental stress extended to his body. But those two came to an end. Once he heard the repeated broadcast, Maiden stretched out his shoulders in relief. "Ori, good work everyone. We sure were busy." Once they were sure the customers left and the broadcast was aired, Itsuki laughed away and gathered all the students. The seemingly short yet long cultural festival came to an end, and everyone's face was brimming with accomplishment, and also fatigued, for they were so busy. "Let's not be so hasty to count the money. We need to clean up, and that's the toughest part. It's going to be harder than the setup. The school informed us that they'll handle the trash, so please sort them out ASAP." Don't wanna, it's too troublesome. The class lost all motivation once cleaning up was mentioned, and there was a lingering laziness. Maiden gave a wry smile as he understood them while getting ready to clean up, stuffing the trash from their business into a bag as he heard Itsuki's voice. All right, we can celebrate once we're done. We get a day off tomorrow, so let's get down to work." "Same to you. I'm working and giving instructions." "Oh, I know, stop messing around." Itsuki proudly puffed his chest as he stood before the blackboard, and some sniped back at him. He started laughing and joined in on the cleaning, probably because he was used to it. "We'll be required to pay a certain sum after the celebration, so don't spend all the earnings." "Oh, do I have money down?" "You wrote your name on the book, saying that you'll be joining, right? If you don't have enough, go borrow, or you can borrow from me. $100 interest rate per day, by the way." "What's with the high rates?" "Don't like it, get to work, and I'll charge you less interest." "You got to work though." With his classmate slapping his shoulder, Itsuki raised his fists, yelling that they would hurry with work before they would go celebrate, and cheered them up. Maiden gave a wry smile as he saw this, and dumped the remaining cutlery into the bag. Mahiru too watched Itsuki. He really is energetic. That's how he is. "Where is the celebration held?" He said he booked a karaoke room, and we're free to join a second party, family restaurant. They needed to state their attendance for the celebration party beforehand. Maiden did not participate in the previous year, but Itsuki would not be the only friend there. There were Mahiru and Chaitos, and he was on better terms with his classmates. Though a little embarrassed, he was going to participate. Truth be told, he really did not want to sing in front of others, and hoped to just listen, but Itsuki probably would shove the microphone into his hands, and he started to wonder what he should do. "I told Mom and Dad since they'll be staying over, and it's okay for me to be a little late. I don't really like crowded places though. We'll be going home after karaoke." "I do intend so too. Dinner is prepared." "You're capable." "I do have to do this, so that I can spare less effort once we return." Maiden was impressed that Mahiru had plans for dinner, and quietly grinned to himself at the word return. Mahiru blinked away a few times in confusion. She gave a quizzical look, wondering if there was anything, but Maiden did not answer her silent question, and merely shrugged as he focused on cleaning. Chapter 234. Celebration Party. There were 3 rooms booked, and the participants had to split into 3 teams, each into their own room. Itsuki kindly put those who were on better terms together. Maiden's group consisted of the ones he had been talking to, Mahiru, then Itsuki, Chaitos, Kadawaki, Hiragi, Kuju, and Kido, whom he had been talking to more recently. The girls found it a pity that Kadawaki was in this group, but the girls in this room had boyfriends, and would not care about him, so thus, they were all relieved while finding it a pity. On a side note, the girls assigned to the other rooms narrowed their eyes in glee, and said, "Go flirt all you want with Shina-san." And Maiden frowned back at them. "Anyway, good work." Itsuki led everyone in the toast. His cup contained cider from the drinks bar and everyone in the room did likewise. They merely gestured so, for it was too far to do so. Once done, Amani drank his cup of melon soda. The taste and fragrance of this drink was something unique to junk food, which he liked. Mahiru said that she wanted to try, so he gave her a sip, and she frowned. It seemed this did not suit her tastes, probably because she could not handle the carbonic acid. The teary Mahiru sipped at her oolong tea and leaned on Amain. She was tired, and felt restless as so many people were at this karaoke session. Good work, everyone. A lot of it is thanks to Kido. Itsuki finished his cider, sat down, and nodded happily. The aforementioned Kido sipped some water and gave a wry smile. No, it's thanks to the owner being kind enough to lend us clothes. I didn't expect them to prepare this many. We'll offer a box of sweets next time as thanks. It's amazing, Ikun's being serious, Tilda. How rude, Chi. I'm serious from time to time. How often is that? Once every half year. That won't do. Everyone burst out laughing, and Amain sighed as he looked at them. He did interact with everyone involved, but it was hard for him to say something when there were so many people. Amain was not as naturally cheerful as Itsuki, did not have the sociability, and he never intended to join in the conversation unless someone actually talked to him. Mahiru watched the joyous scene with a smile. She did not like the ruckus, but neither did she dislike it, and perhaps she was happiest just watching. Amain, why are you watching like it has nothing to do with you? Stop flirting and come here. All right, I get it. Don't stand up. It's squeezy here. The room was relatively wide, but it was inconvenient for 8 to move, packed even. Truth be told, he found it a hassle to wriggle here and there, and hoped everyone could remain still. Come here, Mahiru, Tilda, let's tease Ikun. Come on, don't do that. Wait, are you bad at karaoke, Shina-san? No, I cannot really say that. Mahiru fidgeted about, and Chaito seemed to understand as she lifted her head. Ooh. And continued on. Mahiru just doesn't have a song to sing, and doesn't really want to. Basically, she usually plays piano tunes, or some foreign songs with lyrics to study English. That kind of upbringing, as to be expected of Shina-san. You don't listen to anything with Amain. I don't play any songs at home. Amain's room had an audio component, but it was more akin to a decoration. After all, he was either sleeping or studying alone in his room, or reading. He would spend most of his time chatting with Mahiru in the living room, and studying with her. What about you guys, Makajin? I just listen to some trendy pop songs. I don't really listen to any, just the piano pieces my grandma plays though. That's not normal. Speaking of music, Yuta. Itsuki suddenly changed the topic, and clearly looked displeased as he looked at the gleeful Kadawaki. Why didn't you tell us that you were performing a live show? I would have changed my shift if you told me. It seemed Itsuki had issues about Kadawaki performing a live show during the festival without them knowing, and was slapping away at the table while not spilling the drink. Kuju was worried as the table was shaking, and it seemed he was present back then. We didn't call you because we didn't want you to cause a ruckus. For he muttered. Kadawaki merely gave a wry smile at Itsuki, who seemed to have lots to say, but he looked unapologetic. I didn't tell you because I knew you'll do this. There's no reason for you to see. Amain and the others saw it. It's so unfair. It's nothing. And anyway, don't I always go to karaoke with you? Well, I just want to see you perform. Whatever, I'll let you off if you start a solo performance here. The ridiculous request had Kadawaki lowering his eyes, and he met Amain in the eyes. Amain quickly looked aside as he had a bad premonition, and he could sense Kadawaki sneering away. Let's drag Fujimaya down too. Why me? It's karaoke. Everyone has to sing, right? Not like it changes things. Whoa, more live performers? Very good, more. Itsuki started adding fuel to the fire, for he sensed that Kadawaki would sing if Amain just in. Chaitos and Kido might be getting high too, for they started cheering and teasing along. Amain did not want to be a partner to a good singer, and turned to Mahiru for help. I do not believe I have heard you sing before, Amain-kun. It is a rare chance. She clearly was on Itsuki's side. Itsuki, Kadawaki, you two remember this. And gave up as he reached for the microphone on the table. Chapter 235. Conversation during karaoke. Kadawaki, who also sang, remained calm, and it was probably due to the difference in physical ability. Good work. You sang well. Mahiru welcomed Amain back with a calm smile. She was more excited than usual, and probably was being high as well. You're rather into this too, Mahiru. After all, you look cool singing, Amain-kun. Thanks for the compliments. Your turn next. Chaitos, I'll leave Mahiru to you. You'll sing with her. Amain called out to Chaitos, and offered his elated girlfriend as a sacrifice. Chaitos showed a suspicious look once she heard so. Alrighty, leave it to me. But she grinned away, and answered so. No, wait. Mahirun's happy. I want to hear Mahirun sing too. I think you'll be able to sing whatever Chaitos chooses, Mahiru. It's fine, it's fine. There is a problem, see Chaitos-san. Come on Mahirun. Everyone's going to sing anyway, and we're all excited. Amain waved as the excited Chaitos led Mahiru by the hand. Mahiru gave Amain a begrudging look, but he was in her position moments ago, and hoped she would give up. It is what it is. So Amain nodded away as he watched the flustered Mahiru staring at the microphone in her hand, narrowing his eyes happily. Kadawaki watched on with a wry smile, eating fries. Will Shina-san retaliate later? A few hits at most. Even if she did, it was a cute revenge, so cute that he wanted to take the charge and watch her reaction. Kadawaki shrugged at Amain's nonchalant response, and with somewhat dazzling eyes, looked towards Mahiru, who started singing frantically. Mahiru could do everything except swimming, and singing was no exception. The good thing was that a peaceful Japanese song was chosen, and an elegant melody came from the clear voice, which got everyone to stop their chatter and be mesmerized. One could possibly fall asleep quickly if she was asked to sing a lullaby. Amain's face was a lot more relaxed. Chaitos too sang well, her voice meshing well with Mahiru's soft voice. She was familiar with the tune, and had better sense of the rhythm and lyrics. In short, Chaitos was technically better. She was overjoyed, and it seemed she would not let Mahiru off once this song ended. Whatever, Mahiru looks happy anyway. She remained bashful, but the displeased look she showed after being abandoned had eased up, and she seemed happy enough. She did not have the karaoke session experience many had. Amain was glad that she enjoyed herself. Anyway, you two are heading back, right? While Amain calmly watched Mahiru hold the microphone, Kadawaki leaned over and asked with a voice only he could hear. Yeah. My parents are here. Mahiru basically prepared dinner before going to school. Well, it's like you two are already living together. Seriously. Shut up. Mahiru would only return home when she had to sleep, dress up and get changed. She spent most of her time at Amain's place, and it was taken for granted, nothing wrong with that. One could say she had completely integrated herself into his life. That means you two will head home right after this, right? The others might find it a pity, but not like we can blame you. I guess people will find it a pity that Mahiru isn't going to be there, right? You never thought about yourself, who? Kadawaki patted Amain's shoulder with a wry smile, and the latter jabbed by at the belly, implying that he was unlike Mahiru and Kadawaki. He had started to integrate with the class, but he did not have their popularity. Even if others found it a pity, it's because he's already an item with Mahiru. For some reason, his classmates would watch over him, so perhaps that was the reason. Well, your parents are here. They're sufficiently worried about you to come all the way here. Yeah, they're worried about me all right. It's great that you have these parents, and that they're really getting along with Shina-san. Yeah. they treasure her more than their own son. Aha, but I think it's because they treasure you. Kadawaki said with a smile, and Amain widened his eyes, gave a slightly awkward look. I know that. And muttered so. You have great parents. Kadawaki chuckled again at Amain's bashful look, and gently tapped at him. Chapter 236. Return home, and welcome. Shuto and Shihoko were already at his place as he had agreed beforehand, and they welcomed Amain and Mahiru with smiles. Welcome back. You're not going to continue celebrating with your friends. I'm worried that we'll stay too late. I don't want Mahiru to be out there so late at night even though I'm with her, and she did prepare dinner. It was a little unnatural that his mother welcomed him home even though he lived alone. The same scenario happened back at his hometown, however, and it felt nostalgic. Mahiru was seemingly accustomed to this for some reason, and accepted this situation. Perhaps it was because she was grateful for what happened over summer vacation, but she seemed elated to see Shihoko, and that was enough to justify his parents' trip here. She spoke with Shihoko with a calm expression, and Amain passed her by, headed to his room to get changed. Mahiru had gotten changed in her own house beforehand, and returned to Amain's place. After he passed through the entrance, Mahiru removed her shoes as usual, and went to the living room with Shihoko. Amain randomly chose a shirt from the closet, got changed, and went to the living room. He could not see Mahiru there, and the flax-colored hair dangled at the living room. Anyway, how about your dinner, Mom? We had dinner outside. It was a sudden visit, and I did inform Mahiru-chan earlier. We wanted to stay at a hotel and not disturb you too. Thanks for the concern. I'll be staying over at Mahiru's place though. There was one more activity for him, to stay over at Mahiru's place. This might be more important to him than the cultural festival. It was normal for them to not be disturbed, since they were usually alone together. Shihoko seemed enthused once she heard that he was staying over. Oh yes, you did mention that in the day. Staying over tonight. That's right. You can sleep around at home. Oh my, he. What's with this laugh? Nothing. I'm just guessing that Mahiru-chan will be looking forward to it. Nope, impossible. And don't poke your nose into your son's relationship. Even if they were going to spend the night together, Mahiru might be all the more anxious if he did anything. Amain did not show it, but he was being more tense than her. He never entered a girl's room before, let alone his girlfriend's. Of course, he could not be saying such things before his parents. He ignored Shihoko's question, and turned to Shuto, who smiled back at Amain, clearly showing no intent to advise nor ask. You have quite the good relationship. He stated such a neutral thought. Young man, it is fine not to let loose, but I never thought you would make so many friends. It is impressive. Who do you think I am? Ha, well, you wouldn't blend in if you didn't actually trust them. I'm relieved to see you on good terms with quite a few of them. Amain did inform his parents that he got some acquaintances, but it seemed they were worried until they actually saw it. I never heard much about Yuta-kun from you. Didn't know you have such a handsome and kind friend. I'm wondering about that too. He's really a great guy. I think birds of the same feather flock together. It is because you are a good person, Amain-kun. Mahiru might have heard the conversation from the living room, and her voice was heard while she chopped the vegetables. Amain never thought much about being called a good person, but it was true that they got along well. Kadawaki was a boy who garnered the attention of many, but he did not stand out, personality-wise. He was poised, kind, and might have gotten along with Amain, who preferred quiet. You're making it sound like I'm like Itsuki. You two really care for your friends. You're worried about the Akazawas, and you're trying to help him, right? Of course. It's never a bad thing to try and improve relationships. Amain had seen his parents' love for each other, to the point where they were dubbed the lovebirds. It was from them that he understood their love for their son, and they were probably more amicable than many others. He had taken his experiences for granted, and though he did not want to impose upon others, he could not help but how that Itsuki's family could resolve this in some way. Itsuki's family situation was not as dire to the point of no return as Mahiru's. As long as they were allowed, a resolution remained possible. Akazawa-san said that you sound dishonest, but he can tell that you are worried about him. I'll tell him to shut up next time. This is what he is referring to. Amain frowned once he heard the giggle. His parents too smile, either because of Amain's expression or Mahiru's words. Amain awkwardly evaded their stares, and sat down on the sofa. He played dumb, and was met with more laughter. You had enough? He grumbled, and focused his thoughts on the TV airing the variety show. Chapter 237. Choice. Amain entered Mahiru's house for the first time, and marveled as he saw the living room that was cleaned and devoid of unnecessary items. The decors of the room were a white and light green base, nary any unnecessary items, and was decorated just as she liked it. It was the first time he was entering a girl's house, and though he was initially nervous, his anxiety appeared to be eased somewhat once he saw how neat it was. Please enter. It may be a little messy though. You sure you can say that if we compare to my house a year ago? Mahiru led Amain into the house, and the latter gave a wry smile at those remarks. Mahiru recalled the devastation that was his house back then, and shrugged in exaggeration. Well, that does not count. Do reflect back on how messy it was. I can't deny that. You are the one who mentioned that first. Given that you are working hard to maintain the current situation, I would say that if there is anything to mention, you do casually toss your dirty clothes into the basket, and sometimes drop it on the floor. It is best of you to change this. Yep, better take note. That is good. Amain usually would not allow Mahiru to wash his clothes, but she did see how he handled his laundry. Amain would flip his socks and clothes appropriately before dropping it into the laundry basket, but it seemed there were other aspects he had to pay attention to. Amain quietly noted to himself these issues he had to take note of, and as he continued chatting with Mahiru, he was no longer as tense. Once again, he looked towards her house. Her furniture was arranged neatly, as expected, and that was what he felt on first glance. It seemed so orderly, and so balanced, like a magazine. And thus, he felt something was amiss. Well, your house looks pretty, but it feels devoid of life. Sorry. Mahiru asked with a wry smile before Amain could say so, and he awkwardly averted his eyes. Yes, the house was neat and clean thoroughly, but it did not feel as though someone lived there. Typically put, a house would show a person's interests and living habits, but there was nary of that. A simple word, cleanliness, would suffice. It is fine. I too feel the same. And I have been spending more time at your place, excluding sleeping time. I really have been spending time at your place. Nothing much changed ever since that major cleaning. Speaking of which, Mahiru hardly spent time at her own place. She had been at Amain's place before they dated, and Moreso after. Since she spent so much time at his place, her presence at this place would seem diluted. She really liked cleanliness, and thus all presence of life would be all the more non-existent. Amain felt warm and fuzzy within once he realized once again that Mahiru was next to him. Mahiru then took a step closer, and looked at his face. So, your house is my house too? You have to keep things clean, no? Oh, okay. Amain was flustered to see Mahiru's bubbly smile, and stammered. She nodded happily, for his reaction seemed to be within expectations, and invited him into her room. It was the toughest test of the day, and would test his endurance. He passed the living room, but it was to be expected that he would be nervous about entering the room she usually slept in. He entered, and found it to be the same as the living room, white and light green, and yet a little more glamorous. Just like Mahiru, the bookshelf was filled with textbooks and culinary books. There was a doll placed on a glass desk, the doll Amain one at the game center. The bear doll he gave her for her birthday was on the bed, along with a few other prizes won from the game center. They had no notable names, but the dolls were certainly cute enough. Amain remembered seeing a glimpse of Mahiru's room when Chaitos did a live video call at Mahiru's place. However, seeing it for himself was a completely different experience. His breathing was a little frantic due to his anxiety. The indescribable feminine sweet scent got stronger. It was a little different from the one on Mahiru, but smelled good all the same. Please wait here. You can read any book you wish. Oh, okay. One had to wonder if Mahiru was nervous, for she did not express so, and let Amain wait while acting normally. On a side note, Amain had taken a bath beforehand, so he was going to wait for her. They had no plans thereafter, but he was really restless at the prospect of waiting for his girlfriend at her house while she was bathing. For the time being, he knelt on the carpet and straightened his back. She gently chuckled, took out 2 sets of clothes, and dangled them before Amain. Just to ask, which of these do you prefer? Generally speaking, the 2 sets of clothes were nightwear, but they were so different. The first was made of white and pink fabrics, for indoor usual. The top was a long-sleeved hoodie, accompanied with shorts. The cute design certainly had a girlish feel to it. The other was a white baby doll dress with laces and ribbons. It was not transparent, but it certainly exposed more than the other clothes. There was hardly a gap at the chest, and it covered half her thighs or so. Nevertheless, part of the décolletage and the upper arms were exposed. Surely it would expose more compared to the clothing she wore at Amain's place. Amain was stunned to see the 2 clothes, and Mahiru smiled. One had to wonder what her intent was. I thought I should let you choose since you are here. You would be happier. I think you can wear anything you want. Well, I want to wear something you like. I shall wear whatever you prefer. It seemed Mahiru really wanted Amain to choose. He had a look. There was no doubt both really suited her well. Truth be told, he could not imagine any clothes that would not suit her. However, his thought was that the loose indoor clothing might be more appropriate for Chaitos than Mahiru. He felt that the feminine, mature-look baby doll dress would suit her better. But he had a feeling it would be a bad thing to choose that. She should understand that I don't mean anything, but my sanity will suffer. They would snuggle together for an entire night, and those clothes would give rise to many problems. Mahiru would feel awkward to cling together, and he would be bothered if he imposed his frustrations on her. He had a little desire to see her in the baby doll dress, but he pointed towards the warm, comfy indoor clothes. The loose one. So he said, and Mahiru giggled. I shall wear this then. Mahiru then lifted the matured-looking baby doll dress, and kept the loose indoor clothing in the closet. So what's the point of me choosing? I had a feeling that you probably would choose that since it reveals little, but will prefer this instead, and only eschewed so out of embarrassment. It is obvious from your attitude and averting eyes. She was so correct, and Amain was speechless, his lips quivered. You didn't have to ask if you know that. Fufu, I wish to know what you like, Amain-kun. I was just checking. I see. This affirmation truly was bad for his heart. His heart and stomach were wincing away. She chose it out of consideration for Amain, however, and he was delighted. His lips were merely quivering, neither smiling nor cringing. I shall take a bath then. She ignored the conflicting emotions in his heart, and simply left the room. Amain knelt in the room, humming away, and heard footsteps through the door, panicking even. Mahiru might have been acting calm, and was really conscientious inside. Amain felt a lot relieved, but he had second thoughts since it was so awkward, and his body was searing. Amain purged away the imagination of Mahiru in swimwear as he knelt on the floor, waiting for her to be done bathing. Chapter 238. Pain and Happiness. Amain kept kneeling until Mahiru returned from the bathroom, and the latter looked confused at his posture. He did not look at her directly, as he did not know the consequences of looking over. She took the initiative to enter his sights, however, and stood before him. She was wearing the white nightwear, as she had said beforehand, and Amain's eyes were restless. As expected, her fine figure left him wondering where to look. Her chest was not that wide open, but there were distinguishable layers beneath the chest of the dress, emphasizing the contents. The white lumpy colors further accentuated them. The nightwear fabrics were not transparent, and the body lines could not be seen. Maiden, however, knew some things, and his male instincts caused him to have unsavory thoughts. Mahiru had a thin cardigan draped upon her, probably as a last shred of conscience, and he did not have to turn his face aside, though it was too stimulating for him to look at. The swimsuit that once clung onto him exposed more, but the sight of her in her nightwear, fresh out of the bath, looked so innocent and tempting, attacking at his conscience and sanity. You can wait on the bed. Are you trying to kill me? Why do you think so? It would be too much for him to wait for a girl on the bed. He did not dislike it, and would really enjoy it, but it was better to keep his sanity intact considering what would happen next. Mahiru sounded conflicted and reluctant, and then looked at his face. Do I look good? Of course. And you say so without looking at me. Do you mind? Maiden cautiously looked towards Mahiru once she said so, and widened his eyes. She too lifted her head bashfully towards him. Her white skin had a tinge of red, and her embarrassment was seeping out. Their eyes met, and she lowered her eyes, her eyebrows shivered, and she buried her face into his shoulder. It is not that I am not flustered. I am working hard to tease you, Maiden. And no, you don't have to do that. I have to. I want to get one back at you since you have been tough to deal with recently. Get what back? The advantage. I am the only one getting all flustered recently. She murmured somewhat unhappily, squealed, and pressed her entire body onto Maiden. Maiden could not take this hit from Mahiru as his legs were numb, and fell backwards. He did not suffer a hard impact thanks to the soft carpet and cushion, but his back still ached. He frowned, lifted his head towards Mahiru, and immediately regretted it. Her clothes and posture were truly bad. He saw a marvelous scene, and it was obviously not one to be marveled at. He averted his eyes, and she got onto him, staring at him intently. Truth be told, he did not care that she was on him, but he hoped she would get away from him, considering where they were at. She then clung onto his chest, and showed no signs of getting away. Mahiru-san, would you mind? No. Say. I am doing this on purpose. It is fine. All the more reason why it's not. What's with this little devil? He shuddered, and wriggled upright. Mahiru was clinging onto his chest, looking at him, displeased. I think Chaitos and the others taught you something. Well, you don't have to force yourself. Do you think I am forcing myself, that I am unwilling? Know that. Actually, I hope that you can be happy, and that I can give my all to you, for you to be enchanted by me. Why do you want me to be more enchanted? It's like you're a different person in front of Shina-san, so Itsuki once said. His infatuation for her was obvious. He wanted to treasure her, to dote on her. There was no way he could love her even more, and even if there was, it would end up with him being obsessive over her. He did not want to bind her, and her living freely was just as he wanted. He also wanted to avoid losing control of his sanity. He believed that if he was too tempted, he could love her to a point where they could not get off the bed for quite a while. He hoped Mahiru would control herself, but she remained on him, showing no intent to back off. You have become so adept at this, Maiden. It is unfair. I am the one who have been teased by you all this time. Even when your heart beats faster, my heart beats faster than that. Sometimes, I want you to know my pain, the unbearable, anxious, yet comforting pain, happiness, that fills my heart. Mahiru murmured, and brought her lips close. Her feelings were so intense, and Maiden felt blessed as he accepted her kiss. Chapter 239. To Cherish. Truth be told, he might fall over if he did not hold up his body with his hands, and if he moved, something terrible would occur. Thus, he could not move. His waist was unstable, and he was filled with shame and anxiety once Mahiru expressed her love for him. Her movements were a little stiff as she hardly took the initiative. She kissed away, happily staring at Maiden's anxious and embarrassed face. She too was so embarrassed that her cheeks were red, and her eyes were moist. Even then, her expression looked so alluring. Beauties really could do anything. Mahiru saw Amain's expression, grinned, got down onto his chest, and he had enough. Mahiru-san. What is it? Actually, my butt's aching from sitting on the floor. Maybe that's enough. Amain just wanted to break away and get himself to calm down, but she might not listen if he said so, so he tried to plead using a plausible reason. She blinked away. I apologize for that. And got up from Amain. She was unexpectedly obedient, and probably knew that Amain had a different intent. Amain thought of retreating for the time being while Mahiru was away from him, but the latter, quite the observant one, clung onto his arm and prevented him from escaping. He tensed up due to the heat, the touch, and the fact that he was seen through. I say. And heard her murmur. Who was the one who said that I would have it when we return home? Such boisterous words you said. Amain had intended for something else when he said that, but she did not mind. But well, I did plan for this, and I am glad. It is just that you always try to escape. Amain hoped that she would understand that he was trying to escape, for biological reasons, but it seemed she was fine with whatever situation he was in, and did not mind. Actually, she probably meant something. Truth be told, Amain never expected Mahiru, who was so flustered when the stayover was suggested, to be so enthusiastic. At the same time, he knew that he was being so useless because he was rattled by her clothes. He felt it was reasonable for him. He did not intend to do anything when he suggested to stay at Mahiru's place, and naturally was disturbed by Mahiru's bold temptation. Mahiru herself might disagree with the sentiment that she just wanted Amain to understand her feelings. Amain, however, felt that it was a cruel yet captivating temptation. I understand your feelings, so, can you please spare me? In detail. Like, another piece of clothing or two? Nope. I shall not promise so, since I finally seized the initiative. It seemed Mahiru wanted to drive a stake through Amain's heart. It is a little embarrassing, but I shall continue as long as your heart jumps, as written in the guidebook. I say, what is that guidebook about? Mind giving your big brother one? We are the same age, just a month apart. That's not the problem. I'm very curious to know what's inside there. A secret. Mahiru clearly averted her eyes, and latched firmly onto Amain's body, as though brushing this matter aside. I can change my clothes if you dislike so. Mahiru muttered so as she looked up at him, and he murmured as he wrapped his arm behind her back. He could feel beyond the fabric that there was something missing. The fabric was thin, the soft body, the sweet fragrance, churning in the chest were the various thoughts and feelings, along with the looming desire. He understood that, and at the same time, he knew that he did not have to reject Mahiru. You know I won't exactly dislike it, right? Yes. I am asking just in case. Amain groaned, knowing that Mahiru was being forceful on this day. A voice rang from her throat, and she smiled happily. He dared not say that she was blushing, for his was Moreso. You little devil. I did say before that girls can become angels and devils in front of those they like. Amain was peeved that the smiling Mahiru looked so smug, made up his mind, and lifted her chin with his fingers. He stared into her caramel-colored eyes, as though looking into her. Her eyes started to waver again. She's completely hopeless when she's the one being pushed around. Same old, same old. Mahiru was being very aggressive on this day, but like before, she was never one to stand up to others. This was probably the reason why she wanted to seize the initiative. Amain too might fit that description well. It seemed there would be quite the tug-of-war. Amain hesitantly kissed her once he saw her eyes waver. The sudden kiss left Mahiru frozen, but she liked this, and did not refuse. And so, he gave her a deep kiss, as she wanted. Halfway through, she started hammering at his chest. A voice was eked from her throat, either out of protest, or something else. She shoved his chest before he could get the answer, prying the lips away with the body, and stumbled back, sitting on the bed. She blushed, glared at Amain with teary eyes. He licked his lips that were moist from kissing, and went over to Mahiru, who retreated. You laugh at me for always running away. Aren't you doing the same too? No, it is bedtime. I am just getting onto the bed. I see. I'll get on too. Amain got onto the bed, and Mahiru had nowhere to escape to. Her body quivered, but she looked up at Amain defiantly, and stopped looking for some reason. It is despicable of you. I had you bath earlier because of this? What do you mean? You are still so alluring even after this while. Mahiru exclaimed her inscrutable thoughts, and murmured as she snuggled under the blanket. Well, I have to get in. Anyway, so he thought, but it would be inappropriate for him to say so at this point. His eyes were at ease once she did so, and he was quietly relieved as he got next to her, embracing her little back. She shivered, he chuckled. She probably realized that he was chuckling from his breathing, and turned towards him. Her eyes were so filled with shame, seemingly displeased, seemingly pouting. She was adorable. I wanted to tease you today, Amain-kun. You haven't had enough. What are you saying? Have you not turned the tables on me, Abaka? Amain took a punch in his abdomen, but it did not hurt or itch. Mahiru pursed her lips slightly, probably due to the reaction when she hammered onto him, impressed and yet unhappy. And you trained? It is no good as well. What do you mean, no good? It is despicable of you. Mahiru slid her hand down Amain's shirt, towards his abs. He could tell it was due to Kido's influence, but he let her back. He did not have any particularly visible abs, but he felt that his body was firmer. Mahiru would surely feel something if she continued to fiddle around. So she fondled away, and sighed. Amain felt ticklish, and started to observe her. She might be reinvigorated again, for she blushed and checked his body. He did not expect her to reach beneath his clothes, but since she liked it, he let her be. I'm fine with you touching, but I'll act if you overdo it, okay? Mahiru tensed up the moment he whispered so, and looked up at him with teary eyes. He said that as a reminder to her, but it contained some desire. However much she touched, he would touch. That should be fine. He had felt ticklish right from the beginning, and was at his limit in various ways. He was terrified that Mahiru would touch places she should not have, and when that happened, his endurance would crumble. He said so, hoping that she would stop, but she pursed her lips and buried her face into Amain's chest. I too, have care for my skin today. The voice seemed stifled through the chest, but it was unambiguous. This time, it was Amain who tensed up. He met Mahiru in the eyes right when she looked up at him. The caramel-colored eyes remained moist, as though a sweet droplet would fall at any given moment, timidly observing every action. Amain inadvertently gulped. Surely, she would accept everything he would do, and enjoy the one most important thing in her life. She trusted Amain, and loved him. He too was confident of that. Could he reciprocate her trust and love? Various feelings churned within him. His body desires throbbed within, conflicting against his wish to cherish her, wrecking his sanity. He exhaled, and she trembled. She had entrusted her future to Amain, and might have been feeling expectant and uneasy. The females were usually the passive ones, and if anything happened, they would be the ones who would have their futures affected. Upon that, Amain got his answer. Say. Why yes. Personally, I want to cherish you. Yes. But, well, I'm not at the age where I can take responsibility for you. If anything happens, you'll be the one with the most trouble. I know, I'll take responsibility, of course, but with the law present, I can't guarantee my relationship with you. There was no other way to bear responsibility, but the law dictated that they could only marry at 18. If any mishap happened thereafter, she would have to bear a child as a student. It was best to be avoided. I love you, and want to respect you. I won't stop you if there's anything you want to do in the future, anything you want to learn. I don't want to affect your life just because of a spur of a moment, or my own desires. Yes. I'm prepared to spend my entire life with you, but you do not have to say any more. He was cut off before he could finish. He assumed Mahiru would berate him for being timid, but she showed an innocent smile, somewhat conflicted, and yet somewhat delighted, as though it was expected. I know that you have been trying your best to respect and love me, Amain-kun. I truly am blessed that you cherish me so. She earnestly smiled, kissed him, and smiled once again when their eyes were so close. I too love you so, from the bottom of my heart. Before him was the lady he loved, giving a smile more blissful than anyone else. Amain rewarded her with a kiss, and wrapped her petite body once again. Can I wait until your birthday next year? The ideal suggestion would be to wait till graduation, but Amain gave this vague compromise as he was afraid he might not last. Mahiru could identify Amain's inner turmoil. She looked down, nodded bashfully, and buried her face into his chest. Certainly, what welcomed her was throbbing heartbeat. Amain did not regret his decision. His desire to cherish Mahiru was without pretense. However, he hoped she would forgive him, for his body was about to creak. Yes? May I say something useless? Please do. I shall accept everything of my beloved, whether it is the dashing parts, the useless parts, or the pleas to me. He panicked a little when faced with her magnanimity, and kissed her neck, made up his mind, and said, well, can I touch you a little? He did not intend to waste the determination he showed, and his oath was not to be defied. However, his desire caused his head to overheat, and it was best if he could relax a little. Mahiru probably never expected him to say so, for she blinked abruptly, and her face clearly turned red. It did not mean that she would refuse, on the contrary even. She smiled, and looked up at him. However much I touched you though. What if it's not enough? I shall touch you some more then. She giggled, and started touching Amain's belly. He lamented that he could never beat her, and snuggled into the bed, no longer embracing her. Chapter 240. The next morning. It was probably Mahiru's doing. She was no longer present, and movements could be heard outside. He intended to ask her later about the matter of the teddy bear in his clutches, and looked down at it. The round eyes had stayed by the bedside, watching the two flirt, and was showing a contented face at this point. Amain then recalled what happened the previous night as he looked on, felt embarrassed, and buried his face into the soft belly. The bear had a sweet fragrance as it had stayed at Mahiru's place for a long time, along with a refreshing scent of vanilla. But that refreshing scent could not cast away the aftertaste. A shrill voice by his ear, the sweat sliding down the reddening skin, the tenderness he did not have, the moist eyes filled with trust and expectations. They lingered within him, becoming a sweet torture. He was restless on the mere thought of it, so he did his best to empty his mind, and sat up. The door could be heard open. Are you awake? Showing her face suddenly was Mahiru. He could see an apron through the gap, and she probably was making breakfast. She blushed the moment she saw him, just a moment, but she did not run away. Breakfast is ready. Do get changed and wash your face. Yes. It sounded as though they were living together, and he felt ticklish. Truth be told, they were somewhat living together. What's for breakfast? Rice, dashimaki and miso soup. Kinpira gobo, hiyayako and shishamo. I apologize that these are all I have. No biggies, it's more than enough, it's like I'm in a dream. That is a hyperbole. I can wake you up if you are still in a dream. Mahiru returned into her room, went towards Amain, and pinched his cheek. It did not hurt, and it seemed she was flirting, rather than waking him up. She had her fun, and Amain felt fuzzy, as though basked in sunlight. He gently put his hand on her neck. There was a red mark at the base of the neck where he touched, like a camellia leaf fallen onto snow. Both of them were the only ones who knew that the mark extended far beneath the clothes. Looks like you have to wear a high collar together. It is your fault. I'm really sorry, I couldn't control myself. He knew, or at least his sanity knew, that Mahiru would be troubled if that was exposed, but his head overheated, wanting to trample over the fresh snow, and he instinctively brought his lips over. Mahiru quickly sorted out the clothes, and remained silent, her face redder than the kiss. It seemed she might ignore him for quite a while, after having recalled what happened the previous night. She might have shown more first-time expressions than Amain, but it was best for him to pursue matters further and end up losing his breakfast. After all, Amain too was the same. He might not be able to rid himself of his memories just by washing his face. All right, do hurry and get changed and wash up. Cool your head a little. You should cool off your head too. You said something. No, nothing. Mahiru glared back, clearly looking more heated than him. He shut up, and put his hand on his shirt. She then let out a pitiful shriek, and hastily left the room. Amain could not help but laugh. You saw so much yesterday. The escaped Mahiru was so embarrassed, it was unlike her yesterday. Even when she was so hesitant, she saw and fondled his body. He laughed and heaved his shoulders, and got ready to get changed into plain clothes. Chapter 241. Cute boyfriend. Are you leaving just like that? But Mahiru's eyes seemed to imply this as she looked up to him. He could not bring himself to, and decided to stay until noon. She really did not intend to make him stay, but she might have unwittingly given that expression. It seemed that if similar instances were to happen again, and she were to actually show such a face instinctively, Amain's conscience would be heavily reproached. She smiled, for he would stay a little longer, and her face was a little red once she saw him a little restless in the room. She continued to cling on to him, however, and that was terrible for his heart. He should have been used to it, but the memories of the previous night's incidents flashed through his mind, and he was unable to calm down. Can you forget about what happened? That is impossible. They were seated on both ends of the bed, clearly feeling bothered. There was no way they could not think about that. The alluring sights were etched in Amain's memory, and so was the various expressions and changes in voices she showed. She started hammering at his chest, probably because she was feeling embarrassed, but it did not hurt at all. Clearly she was not angry, but just hiding her embarrassment. Even that gesture was so adorable, and he felt his sense of comfort surpassed his shame. It seemed Mahiru had noticed him smiling at her, and she pushed her fist onto him. "Oh, we?" So he called out, and fell onto the bed. He fell onto the mattress, and the bear next to him tumbled off. He immediately grabbed it, and then recalled about what happened in the morning. "You swapped in the bear, didn't you? I woke up and got off the bed, and you were looking for me on the bed, so I accidentally." "Accidentally, huh?" "Say that aside, Mahiru. Can I check your phone later?" He tried to bait her, and as expected, her face cringed. "I do not understand, what do you mean? I think you can show me if you didn't do anything guilty." Can you show me yours then?" "Sure. Have a look if you want." Amain's phone did not contain anything unspeakable, or rather, there was the photo of her in her nightwear Chito sent over. They saw something spicier than that, however, and this photo was nothing. He nodded boldly, and her eyes started to waver. It is unfair, you have nothing to be taken advantage of since you are so honest, Amain-kun. Speaking of which, what kind of BGR books do you have? That is another matter altogether. So you mean there's another secret? You. He lifted his head towards the caramel-colored eyes, indicating that he was either going to find photos, or the books she had. She grumbled a few moments, and unwillingly handed her phone over to him. She then collapsed onto his chest, causing him to squeal while unlocking her phone. Amain usually would not peek at her phone, since it was a matter of privacy, but since she agreed, it was fine. On a side note, the password was Amain's birthday, which he found endearing and fuzzy. He unwittingly reached a hand out to pat Mahiru on the head. "Are you angry?" she asked timidly, her face half buried in his chest. Amain gave a wry smile, and patted her head again. "I'm not. I'll probably do the same if I cuddle you to sleep. I just want to be sure if I'm drooling. Rest assured, it is adorable." That doesn't sound assuring, found it. He hurriedly searched through the album, not wanting to see more out of embarrassment. The most he found were a few of his sleeping faces. He looked so comforted when Mahiru stuffed the teddy bear into his clutches, sleeping soundly. He was so contented, for part of his desires were released the previous night. He felt awkward that his immature side still showed in his sleeping face. He returned Mahiru her phone and told her it was fine. Don't show this to anyone else, not even Chaitos. She'll laugh at me. I shall not. I shall keep this cute side of you to myself, Amain-kun. I feel happy and yet unhappy about this possessiveness. He was glad that she was possessive over not wanting others to see her lover being so careless, but he found it gaudy that he was deemed cute despite that possessiveness. It was one thing for a girl to be called cute, a boy being called cute was not exactly a compliment. Amain pursed his lips hard, and Mahiru beamed as she rubbed her face onto his chest. I do find you cute though. Can't you call me suave, dear? You really are not in such situations. Amain was very peeved that she insisted so. It was a loss of his pride as a man, and as retaliation, he rolled over Mahiru and got onto her. Her eye sparkled, and she froze. Amain smiled. You're adorable too though. It feels like you are skilled at this when you put your thoughts into it, Amain-kun. That is not cute. I'm really not skilled at this. You're my first, and I don't want anything to do with anyone else. That is what I mean. You are always like this. Mahiru immediately got louder, like a can being crushed, and wrapped her arms around Amain's neck while he was atop her, biting his lips. She did not stop, for it might be due to her experiences the previous night. She took the initiative, and Amain was so happy the back of his head got numb. One had to wonder if she was getting used to it, or that she wanted him to be shocked, but she started to plead with him with her clumsy gestures, eradicating the space between him and Mahiru beneath him. Once again, he experienced the warmth he felt the previous day, and whispered, Mahiru, I shall continue to trouble you. You little devil. She deliberately taunted his sanity, and he grumbled. He was no longer holding back, and she looked elated, her face increasingly delighted with the bubbly smile on her face. You're too much for doing this to your boyfriend who's been holding it in. So he whispered, and kissed her, robbing her from her joyous thoughts. After a while, she recovered, her body melted away. Amain brought his lips to her ears, and gently took a nibble. She shivered, and he kept this posture, smiling next to her. Be troubled then. Mahiru's body would shiver on a mere breath. Amain smiled again, and she pouted as she hammered at him, looked away at his face, and resulted in him having to apologize. Chapter 242. Parents' Thoughts. Amain had lunch at Mahiru's place, returned to his place, and welcoming him back was his beaming mother. Her face looked glossy for some reason, probably because of her delusion. It so happened that half the reason was her over-imagining it, and Amain could only give her a cold look. Mahiru blushed, worried if Shihoko had seen through everything. Surely there were intense acts Shihoko's delusions. You two are back? Ah, we used some stuff in the fridge. That fine? It's fine. I said you can use them. Forming a contrast with Shihoko was the serene Shuto. He was wiping his hands as he poked his head out, probably because he was washing up. I'll buy anything that's lacking. Just use them as you please. Oh yes. There is insufficient food if you wish to stay for a few more days. I will have to shop for some. Since you are here. We'll just go buy them later. We got a car anyway. Shihoko really doted on her adorable daughter-in-law, Tentative, and gave an excited smile the moment Mahiru mentioned that she wanted to go shopping. All right. Shihoko-san and Shina-san will be out shopping, right? Amain and I will clean up here. You're not going, Shuto-san. We'll be staying for a little longer. We can talk later. You two ladies have something you wish to talk alone about, right? Well, you two men have something you want to talk about alone. Hard to say, but I do have some things to say to Amain. Amain could imagine what his mother would say, but not his father. He looked toward Shuto, only to be responded with a peaceful smile. It seemed Shuto was not going to ask Amain about what happened the previous night, which was befitting of his personality. Amain was really grateful for the respect shown, but sometimes, Shuto's inscrutable thoughts left him awkward. Shuto's grinning eyes left Amain flustered, and he averted his eyes. Shihoko seized the opportunity to grab Mahiru's hand, intending to drag her out. She said she was going out for her own interest, but it seemed she had some place she wanted to talk to Mahiru with. Let's hurry on then. Now that we have a chance, tell me if there's a good cafe around here, Tilda. Shihoko-san. Mahiru-chan, I have something good to tell you. We'll talk later. Something good. I'll tell you later. Shihoko's beaming face was unlike Shuto. Amain felt a shiver up his spine, but the duo left before he could stop them. Mahiru was concerned about Amain, but she followed Shihoko out. She probably was being considerate to Amain, and also curious as to what this good thing was about. The house immediately got quiet, and Shuto returned to the kitchen with a wry smile. Amain peered over, indicating that he wanted to help out. It was just an excuse. So Shuto smiled, and prepared 2 glasses of iced coffee. His actions were so smooth, it seemed like he had expected so. Amain gently gulped, obediently took 2 persons' worth of drinks to the living room, and sat on the living room sofa. Shuto sat next to him, his face still looking serene, which left Amain comfortable, scratching his cheek. You want to tell me something, Dad? Well, I'm happy for you, since you're on such good terms with Shina-san. Thanks. Shuto did not sound like he was teasing Amain, but rather was impressed and relieved. Amain thus did not retort bluntly. He knew that Shuto was not one to question thoroughly, but he got tense thinking that it would be about his relationship with Mahiru. The question he assumed did not come, however. It's good to have a good relationship. For Shuto merely smiled happily. Amain no longer sounded as harsh, and gone was his vigor. You're really not saying anything. You're going to pout out of embarrassment if I do. Shut up. Amain turned his eyes aside bashfully, as though he was completely seen through, and he heard a giggle. And from the looks of it, it seems nothing happened. The voice was filled with conviction, more harsh than his mother's in a certain sense. Amain groaned as he turned toward Shuto, and was met with a smile. Well, I don't have to say anything more, right? It is your choice, and you definitely put in thought. That's the good thing about you, and also a detriment. I have to do this for the sake of our futures. You're so rational for a high school boy. My boy sure has grown. I know how smitten you are over her, however. I can't help it. Yes, I know. I'm the same after all. So Shuto chuckled, and poised himself as he stared at Amane. Ah, Amain. You don't have to worry about money though. Amain froze up the moment he said so. Both Amain and Mahiru had a common agreement that they would get married in the future, and thus he chose to treasure her body and future, that nothing physical would occur. The events that occurred the previous night were established based on that. Amain, however, had been thinking of practical issues, the expenses, the agreement of Mahiru's parents, and everything else. He did not mention them to Mahiru. He had the money to get married. He did think of the wedding, the residence, his income, and their married life. He could not simply get married based on a mere daydream. And thus he froze up, for he did not expect Shuto to mention this. Shuto gave a wry smile, as though he had expected so. As your parents, and Shina-san's, I wish to bless you too. I hope that girl will have her joy without worries, and that my son can be happy. We can help with that much at least. Shouldn't we rely on ourselves for that? How long will that take? It was a little awkward for him. If he relied completely on himself, he could only prepare everything within the first 2 to 3 years of entering the workforce. He did not want to let her down over a wedding any woman would yearn for, and he wanted to see her dress and Shiromuku. However, he had been struggling over this, as he knew he would have to keep her waiting. Are you just going to let Shina-san wait? Time is especially precious to a girl. But to me, a wedding's the start of your journey, the last major gift we can give to you as parents. Our adorable son and daughter will be leaving our hands, living on as a couple. It is best that we chip in here. Shuto finished with a smile, had some coffee to clear his throat, and continued. Of course, if you two insist on doing everything, I too shall support you too. If not, we shall bless you along with Shina-san's parents' share. Amain knew that Shuto and Shihoko knew about Mahiru's family situation, and was willing to care for her instead. It was obvious that they really cared for her like their own daughter, a daughter-in-law. As Shuto said, he wanted to offer some familial warmth to Mahiru, which her own parents lacked. Amain knew that Shuto had no intention to back off, even though he said he was willing to compromise. Can I really accept this though? Shuto seemed to have understood Amain's thoughts, and smiled as he gently ruffled Amain's hair. You never like to fawn and ask others to begin with. It's not a bad thing to ask though. Let us do what as parents should do. I think I've been fawning lots. Nope, you're trying to be independent even though I haven't seen you in a rebellious phase. Your parents are feeling lonely, you know. Shuto's hand continued to ruffle Amain's hair, and showed no intent to stop. Amain did not stop him. He felt embarrassed and ticklish, but he did not dislike it. The trust and relief he had about his parents allowed him to accept these feelings earnestly. You just have to be a father and show us our grandchildren. Once you have settled down, you can then worry about being filial. Shihoko-san and I are still healthy, always taking care of our bodies, and our families are usually long-lived. You can continue to be filial until our deaths then. Shuto chuckled as he took Amain as a child. Thank goodness I'm their son. So Amain thought as he lowered his eyebrows, allowing himself to be treated as a child. Chapter 243. Secret Plan. That was a good thing, for it would be bad if he treated Amain like a child in front of Mahiru, though Amain himself was a little reluctant. He remained silent as he wanted to appear somewhat reliable to Mahiru, and tried his best to act calm as he welcomed the duo back. Welcome back. Done shopping and chatting? Of course. Isn't that so, Mahiru-chan? Why yes. Shihoko smiled earnestly, while Mahiru appeared fidgety. It was extremely likely that Shihoko said something unnecessary. However, that was not the issue at hand, so Amain acted as though nothing happened as he received what was bought. He turned his eyes towards Mahiru, and she blushed, which turned his doubt into conviction, that Shihoko definitely said something unnecessary. He gave Shihoko a dumbfounded look, and she calmly smiled, looking accomplished, giving him the urge to immediately ask what they talked about. Please don't teach her anything weird. What? Of course not. I merely gave Mahiru-chan some suggestions on some important things to learn about in your cohabiting life together. You're not talking about the stuff we'll slowly learn about. It's not something a boy can teach. All right, you should learn from the wisdom of your ancestors, no. Can I ask Mahiru what this is about? Of course, you'll understand a while later. It will be embarrassing if a man presses on too much. Amain could only remain quiet at this. Since Mahiru was unwilling to talk, he understood that it was something complicated between the ladies, and he should not force the issue. However, he could not completely trust Shihoko, given her prior actions till this point. He had to keep this in mind, even though he might not be able to ask. He gave the beaming Shihoko a cold look, and took the bag of fresh ingredients to the kitchen, into the fridge. There was enough for 4, double the usual portions, and he felt ticklish for some reasons. Are you curious, Amain-kun? Mahiru washed her hands, and poked her head out, so he gently shrugged. Can't say I am not, but I chatted quite a lot with Dad, and I don't intend to say anything about that. We're even. What did you talk about? It's a secret. Amain smiled mischievously as Mahiru usually did, and put the vegetables into its section. Mahiru panicked and hammered at his back, resulting in him bursting out laughing. But I am not going to interfere with whatever you wish to give Mahiru-chan though. Shuto said so after he ruffled Amain's hair sufficiently. Of course, Maiden did not intend to rely on his parents that much, and wanted to work to earn money. At the same time, he could not let his grades slip, and he had to work harder to maintain them. Looks like I have to ask Kido. Kido did invite him to do part-time work, and though there was a likelihood of it being a joke, it might a decent choice. Maiden was not one used to serving customers, but this meant that he could gain more social experience. Looks like I have lots to work on. He nodded away. Mahiru looked at him uneasily. It's a secret. So he emphasized with a smile, and happily shut the vegetables section. Chapter 244. Request to a friend. Maiden hurriedly contacted Kido, whose number he exchanged with during the preparation of the cultural festival. She in turn gave an intrigued voice. Maiden did not intend for Mahiru to hear, for he wanted to give her a surprise, so he said this at the apartment's entrance. He had assumed she would be troubled as this was too sudden a request, but he instead was troubled as it went unexpectedly smoothly. No, but is there an interview or something? Probably, since some vetting's needed. My recommendation means that you're fine, personality-wise, but is Shina-san fine with that? We do serve our staff well, but will Shina-san get jealous? Well. A few female customers approached Maiden during the cultural festival, asking for his contact, and Mahiru got jealous. Maiden did not wish that Mahiru would be worried about his actions. Of course, he was not one to cast his eyes aside, and she probably trusted him, but her feelings were different matter. And anyway, why did you suddenly want to work? Maiden clammed up the moment this simple question was asked. If he shared his secret with Kido, she would not mention it to Mahiru, but it was still embarrassing of him to mention that he was saving money to buy her a ring. Everyone he knew already understood how much he doted on Mahiru, and he knew that, but it was not easy to profess that he was going to buy a ring. But Kido might not accept his reason if he did not say so. As the one recommending work for him, it would not be good to hide the reason. It's like this. Mind if you don't tell anyone else? Especially Mahiru. I understand. You want to give her a gift, right? A Christmas present or something. And not that, it's about next year. I want to give her a ring. Maiden's voice got softer, and by the time he was done, silence beckoned. You're still a student, aren't you being too impatient? Maiden anxiously awaited Kido's response, but after a long silence of 10 seconds or so. It's blinding over the phone. She muttered so. I see. Better not work at my place then. You're working hard for Shina-san, but if a boyfriend's going to work at a place where he's constantly harassed by the women, she's not going to be happy. It was reasonable. Of course. So he replied so, and started thinking of other plans, like searching for a recruitment site once he got home. How about this? However, the voice came. I can recommend another cafe to you. There's one opened by my aunt. It's quieter, and might suit your personality better. Sounds good, but you never worked there. Actually, I can't really handle her. And you're recommending me to her? I'm sorry to trouble you. No, I don't mean that. My aunt doesn't have kids, so she really dotes on me. I'm just worried that she spoils me too much that I can't be independent. Kido sounded conflicted rather than annoyed. The way her aunt treated her might be similar to how Shihoko treated Mahiru, but Shihoko clearly saw how reliable Mahiru was, and wanted to dote, which made things a little different. I'll check with my aunt. How about you make a visit there once I'm done? You'll feel more at ease working there then. Thanks for that, but won't I trouble you too much? It's fine. I know you love Shina-san, so I'll give you a hand. You can discuss the matter of the ring with me, you know. Well, I might have to ask you and Chito's then. Leave it to me. It would be best to inquire girls on the matter of the ring. After all, Chito's had been concerned about Maiden and Chito's, and it was appropriate to ask her. He hoped that they would be present to help, if possible. It would be a long time later, however, so he made a vague promise. I'll contact you later. Maybe we'll talk in school. Once Kido was done, she hung up. "Work, is it?" Mahiru was resting in the living room when he returned. He greeted her, and she seemed surprised by this as she looked over at him. On a side note, his parents were cooking in the kitchen, for Mahiru said that she wanted their cooking for dinner. "Why are you thinking of working at this moment? We will be in our 3rd year, and we should be preparing for our exams soon." He could not hide the matter of him working in any case, so after he mentioned so, Mahiru gave a very logical rebuttal. He wanted to keep it a secret as much as possible, until he handed the ring to her, but he knew it was unnatural to start working part-time midway through his 2nd year. I got something I want. Something I really, really want. And also, to gain social experience. Of course, the shift won't affect my studies. Some guys will retire from their clubs next year, and I should have saved up some money by then. I should be able to get back to focus on my studies before the mock exams. I think a condition is that I'll do as well as those in the clubs. I worked hard for my grades, and I'm not going to let them slide, and even if I do, I'm not going to use my work as an excuse. Amain had never worked, nor did he partake in any clubs, so he had more time than those who did join the clubs, and could focus on his studies. He would need to work harder if he started working. He intended to improve on his studies, to pay attention in class, and immediately grasp the knowledge he was taught. He looked at her sternly, and she awkwardly lowered her eyebrows. "I should not say more about this. I shall respect your decision since you have put your mind to it. It is just that I will feel lonely, for our time together will decrease." The somewhat forlorn smile nearly shook Amain's resolve, but he was never going to compromise, and smiled. "Sorry, but I'll tell you when I'll be on leave then." "It sounds like that will be a problem too." "Why?" Well, whenever you say so, it seems that you will really dote on me. Aren't you lonely?" There has to be a limit, or I will find it unbearable." Mahiru bashfully lowered her eyes, and leaned onto his arm. He grabbed her hand, as a practice, and pulled her closer. Chapter 245. After the rest day. The class was a little more rowdier than usual, and from time to time, the classmates started talking about how certain so and SOS from a certain class started dating, and one had to figure that the cultural festival truly was influential in inducing BGR. There were occasional stares upon them, towards Mahiru especially. Some might be discussing about her looks during the cultural festival. "Mourns Tilda?" Itsuki entered the classroom, completely lethargic, and went to Amain, who casually waved back. "Morning." Observing the former's expression. Itsuki probably would be in a bad mood if Daiki said anything, but he seemed normal, and Amain was relieved. "Morning too, Shina-san." "Today, HM." "Good morning. Is something the matter?" Itsuki naturally went over to Mahiru with a gleeful smile, but he narrowed his eyes in shock once he saw Mahiru's face. "Say Amain, come here." "Hey. Just come here." Itsuki summoned Amain over for some reason, so Amain frowned, and was dragged to a corner of the classroom. Itsuki then went over, and whispered, as though he did not want to be overheard. "Say, did you cross the line with Shina-san?" "Who?" "Your head. Why else would I call you here? I think she's changed somewhat, the distance between you feels different. It's like you're married." Once Itsuki noted that the mood seemed different, Amain glanced towards Mahiru. She was seated quietly at Amain's place, looking at him intriguingly, and once their eyes met, she got shy. She's a little more charming, it's like she's already married to you. Just a note, we didn't touch home plate." Home plate her." Amain noted ambiguously, and Itsuki leered away as though he had seen through everything. Amain then jabbed at Itsuki's flank to rid the latter of that annoying face. Amain did exert some strength into it. "Don't be shy." But Itsuki teased, and it seemed it was not very effective. Amain then kicked him instead, and sighed. He was terrified that Itsuki could detect that change, but either way, he did intend to inform Itsuki and Chaitos of his future plans. He did not intend to tell them how much he and Mahiru knew of each other's bodies, but he would at least mention that there was an order to his plans. I don't have plans for that. I made a promise with Mahiru. Promise? Yeah, until she's 18. I swore that I'll take responsibility for her life, and asked her to wait until then. Once again, he found it embarrassing to mention this promise to someone else. Once he was done, Itsuki widened his eyes and looked at Amain with two conflicting emotions, speechless and yet impressed. Man, I'm rather impressed by your endurance and seriousness, but are you fine with that? In more ways than one. I think there may be issues, but there aren't any yet. I want to cherish her, and I'm serious. Since he found someone he wanted to accompany for the rest of his life, he should respect and cherish her. To be honest, he was a little worried that he might not last until then, but it would be shameful of him to break that promise, which he could not allow himself to. That was why he intended to hang on. I intend to live together with Mahiru after graduation, so I'm planning for that now. Planning, as in? Ah, Fujimaya-kun, morning. What are you loitering here for? Kido so happened to enter the classroom. Amain waved at her, and she gave the boys a skeptical look. You two boys are acting weird. Something unspeakable? I think Akazawa-kun's asking Fujimaya-kun something weird again. Am I that untrustworthy? Aha! Kido brushed off the matter with a laugh. It seemed that once she saw Amain, she wondered if she could inform him. She glanced aside at Itsuki, probably hinting at the latter's presence, inquiring if she could mention it at this point, or later. Amain had no intention of hiding the fact that he would be working part-time, and he wanted to inform Itsuki of the reason. He took the initiative. Everything okay about what I asked you? Kido seemed relieved, and smiled. My aunt said the part-time work is fine, so she hoped that you'll inform her when you're free. Yep, got it. We'll talk later. All right. Sorry to trouble you. It's fine. Aunt said she's happy that I'm asking her for something. Kido gave a gaudy smile, and Amain too gave a wry smile. Kido, who was so loved by her aunt, looked flustered, and Amain was grateful that she could introduce work to him. We'll talk. Later, Kido waved, and went to her seat. After that, Amain looked towards Itsuki, and found the latter nodding understandingly. I get it. You have it tough. Dad's willing to pay for the marriage and stuff, but I should at least settle the ring. It's my choice, and I should suffer this much now for my wish. You really put your mind to it. It's amazing, but... But what? Shouldn't you have discussed this with me? Itsuki pouted, and Amain widened his eyes, before ruffling Itsuki's head. I'll ask you next time. Itsuki seemed a little conflicted as he waved Amain's hand aside, and slapped the latter's shoulder. Amain knew that Itsuki was being embarrassed, and grinned away just as Itsuki just did. Chapter 246. Friend Support. It was after lunch, and Chaitos was wondering why Itsuki was pouting a little this morning, so she called out Amain to ask. Amain obliged, and she burst out laughing, slapping his back. He frowned, but her attacks were relentless, becoming more intense, and even looking dumbfounded. Say, Ikan has so many friends who can help, but you asked someone else. It's no wonder that he's pouting. The closest to you other than Mahiru is Ikan. I'm a little sorry about that too. Amain asked Kido as the latter had once invited him to work part-time, and Itsuki was unhappy about that. Itsuki was the closest male friend Amain had, and Amain had always looked to him for help. Truth be told, he was a little sorry to not look for Itsuki this time. Ikan hopes that you'll ask him for help. He always thought you two are buddies. I'm really sorry. If you're really sorry, how about you discuss something with him? You can ask him too. Chaitos grinned away, and lifted her head towards Amain, who froze up. You're not angry too, are you? Foo-foo. Chaitos' smile was strangely glowing, seemingly sincere, but her eyes were devoid of a smile. She usually gave an innocent smile, but it was hard to describe so this time. Think about it. You spent 1.5 years with him, and you're not asking him for help? It's no wonder he's sad. I am really sorry. I'll take note of that next time. Goodness me. You're overthinking it. Anyway, you can't keep it a secret from Mahirun if you don't tell us, you know? You want to give her a surprise, right? Yeah. Then you should have told us. Amain's flank was being hammered away, but he deserved it, and he did not reach his hand out to stop it. After punching Amain for quite a while, Chaitos let out a long sigh, and changed topics. Well, you're thinking about your future with Mahirun, and I can tell how much you love her. I can't imagine you being heads over heels for her when looking at your past self though. Shut up. Amain too knew that he doted on Mahiru far more than he did before. He sensed that he was getting closer to others. It was not just thanks to Mahiru, he also had to thank Itsuki, Chaitos, and the others. He was a little unhappy to be said that he was heads over heels, but the undeniable fact was that he truly loved her. Even so, he inadvertently frowned, for he was told this straight to the face. Anyway, I made up my mind. So well, please help me out. Amain wanted assistance from a feminine perspective, and also from a friend. He bowed solemnly to formally request, only to be met by a reluctant sigh. You don't have to say it, Tilda, it's for the happiness of my good friend after all, Tilda. Chaitos. I mean Mahirun, you know? You're overthinking it. Hold up, Tilda. All right. Foo-foo, just joking. You two are important friends to me. The most important thing is that this ends well, and I'll chip in with whatever I can. Amain lifted his head and saw Chaitos giving her usual hearty smile, puffing her chest. He too was relieved, and chuckled as he slapped Chaitos on the shoulder. Chapter 247. Separate actions after school. It was after school, and Amain intended to return home with Mahiru, only for her to reject him apologetically. He smiled, and easily accepted so. He never intended to bind her, and it was not that they had to be together. He was however unsure as to why Mahiru was concerned about his thoughts. I may be returning home late, but it should be fine with Shihoko-san all round. Why mention Mom? His parents had yet to return home. They planned to do so the next day, and said that they would be touring around. Shihoko-san said she wants to chat with Chaitos-san. I think she's just say something unnecessary. Ha. I do not think so. Mom might. You'll have to stop her. Though he said so, Amain knew that there was a possibility that Mahiru would not stop them, as she too might want to hear, or that if Shihoko was too forceful for her to stop. He did not pin much hope into it. Stop her from revealing my black history at least. So Amain earnestly wished as he stared at Mahiru. He had no intention of showing such a passionate look, but she blushed and averted her eyes. Chaitos, who was preparing to head back, saw that, and laughed away. Yes, husband and wife, what are you doing? Just worried that Mom will say anything weird to you. You're finally not refuting that you're husband and wife, but anyway, I thought something happened from the way you two looked at each other. You don't have to worry. My mom's a blabbermouth. She's able to say anything with a grin. Oh? So you mean there's something embarrassing about you? Not really. It's just that I don't want her talking about my childhood. Let's put it this way, you won't like it if people started talking about your middle school days, right? Yeah. Itsuki only became friends with Chaitos in middle school, and according to Itsuki and Kadawaki, the Chaitos back then was a complete opposite. She was unwilling to mention them, and deemed them a black history. You know what I'm going to do if you ask too much, right? So Amain hinted with his eyes, and she shrugged. Got it. She nodded away. But another thing, I want a proper chat with Shihoko-san. It's not about you. What's that about then? A girl's secret, Tilda, anyway. I'll borrow your wife then. Chaitos grinned away as she latched onto Mahiru's arm, and the latter lowered her eyes bashfully, yet walked alongside elatedly. It should be fine if Mahiru was fine, but Amain was still a little worried about what they would chat about. "Hey, you two aren't going home together. Don't talk about anything weird though." So Amain sent his thoughts towards his mother elsewhere as he watched the duo being on such good terms, clinging to each other. Then, a girl suddenly appeared. "Kido? Ah, those two got something on. I see. Shina-san, can I borrow your husband?" "Hey? If Fujimaya-kun has nothing going on, I'll like to borrow him for a while." "Ah, don't worry, it's not like that." I am not worried about that." Kido was asking Amain out, and it probably was about the part-time work. This might be the perfect opportunity for him to get everything sorted, with his parents around, the assumption he would be hired on the spot, a contract, and his guardian's consent. "Are you free today, Fujimaya-kun?" "Yeah. No plans today." "That's good. The shop's open. I can't really interrupt when you two are always together." "Has it really been? We don't always stick together even at home." "You say that, but you two are at the same place, right? It's like you've taken your home for granted. You two are really flirty, Tilda." Amain could not refute when Kido pointed out that couples would not usually spend that much time together, and went quiet. Kido giggled, clearly enjoying herself. "Well, that's because you two are on such good terms, and you treasure her, right, Fujimaya-kun?" "Yeah. Can't I? It's a good thing actually. I feel warm and fuzzy just by looking." Shina-san's really doted on. The mention of Mahiru being doted on left her really bashful, and everyone else became a victim, which she somehow did not realize. It seemed Kido was being intentional, but as Amain owed her a huge favor, he could not begrudge her. "Just don't mention why I'm working." However, Amain hinted so with his eyes, and Kido laughed, and gave a thumbs up. He sighed, and did not press on. Chapter 248. Matter on the way. It seemed he would have to take a train to the workplace, but it was a lot closer than Itsuki and Chaito's place, and he should have no problems commuting there. The problem was whether he would be hired, so he asked Kido. "Don't worry." Who smiled back. "Aunt's shop doesn't have a lot of people there. There has been more customers there recently, and they're lacking manpower. They're hiring polite people, and they'll be more than happy to have your request. You don't have to worry about that." "I don't know if I can be considered polite though." Amain would never intentionally offend anyone, but his courtesy remained in doubt. He felt he knew some basic etiquette, but he dared not say that it would suffice. "You're able to show the appropriate attitudes to different people though. You're very polite to the teachers, and you act like an honor student. Well, they're our elders, I rather receive care from them than have their eyes on me. It's better to leave a good impression on the teachers." Of course, Amain would treat the elderly or his superiors with respect, but he had some indecent motives too, that a good impression from the teachers would grant him benefits in his grades and his future graduation. It did not encompass everything, but it was part of his thought process. He was not exactly a model student. Even he found himself a little indecent to actually think about these things. He shrugged, and Kido giggled. "But that's good, isn't it? The important thing is to be polite and courteous, act according to time, place and occasion, and respect others. Whether you have the motives, the only thing that can be seen is the outcome. You're that kind of person, Kido." "Didn't think so. I'm actually capable of acting based on the situation. I'm not going to seek the benefits in everything, but I'll do so in certain areas, but that's to be expected. I can't just always act on goodwill." Kido made it sound easy, but the thought process was serious by itself. Amain's eyes widened, partly not out of malice or disdain, but more of a kindred spirit. "It's the same this time. I'm suggesting this because it benefits me too. It's not completely out of goodwill." One could see how kind Kido was from how she could easily say this. With a slightly wry smile. "What's the benefit this time?" Amain asked. I want Soken to have more friends." "Kano?" "Yeah." Actually, he's very honest, always spacing out, and doesn't have much interest in anything else, but he does have a good impression on you, and he probably gets along well with a calm person like you. That's what I thought, and since you're looking for part-time work, I introduced my aunt's shop to you to solve the manpower issues, and also because Sokken's working there. Sorry, but it really helps me out a lot here. Kido apologized, sounding rather despondent. Amain shook his head, and smiled. Don't worry. I'm a little shocked to know now that Kayano's working there, but you're introducing work for me. I'm more relieved that a schoolmate's there. Really? Thank goodness. Kido's tension was immediately gone, and Amain firmly believed then that Kido was still a good person. That aside, your boyfriend's working at your aunt's, but you're not working there. Well, my aunt likes me, and she loves it when Sokken and I are together. She's giving us happy looks whenever we're together, and we can't get work done. She really doted on us since young. Also, whenever Sokken's next to me, I'll look at him, and he'll go stop, your drool's coming out. Fat. Yo, you laughing? I know the time and place. I'm not going to drool in front of anyone else. Kido raised her eyebrows, her face somewhat blushing, but all the vigor was gone from her words, and Amain wanted to burst out laughing. He decided not to play pretense, and deliberately let it out. Chapter 249. Workplace, Tentative. It's really here. What are you wondering about? It's quiet. Isn't it good? Looks good, but isn't it inappropriate for students to work here? That's why I'm getting a reliable one like you here. All right, go greet Aunt first. Though I don't really want to go. So Kido quipped while giving an enthusiastic facade. Amain followed Kido with a wry smile, curious as to what kind of person this aunt was. He opened the heavy doors, and there was a light doorbell chime, nostalgic even. Kido led Amain into the cafe, and the interior was no inferior to the exterior, simplistic, elegant, white and Arcoca's base colors, the shop thoroughly swept and cleaned, brimming with sophistry. There was a bookshelf filling an entire wall, crammed full with books. There were only a few seats on first glance, incomparable to those chain cafes, and it was obvious that it was a cafe manned by a sole proprietor. This was the one difference from a chain cafe. It was very quiet, and a small space ideal for relaxation. It so happened that there was no customer, and Amain scanned the shop. Entering from the inside door was a lady of vague age, dressed in a navy blue apron. She was a calm lady, and appeared to be a dozen years older than him. She was a long, black-haired beauty, who appeared to be suitable for a cafe, or an antiquarian bookshop. She was so serene, it was hard to believe she was Kido's aunt. Oh, Ayaka-san, welcome. It has been a while, Aunt Fumika. Kido bowed politely, and the lady called Fumika gave Kido a serene look, smiling. Glad to see you here. You aren't here whenever Sujikun is around. I'm a little lonely. Sorry, I'm worried about disturbing you, Aunt. What's there to worry about? I'm happy just to see you too. I'm more motivated to work. That's a problem too. It seemed Kido's little murmur did not reach the lady's ears. Amain watched the duo from behind, and looked confused. The lady appeared elegant in appearance and gestures, and there was nothing he could infer to suggest that Kido had trouble dealing with her. He could only feel troubled, and it seemed the lady was a normal one, just from observing their conversation. Truth be told, her eyes were simply emitting familial love towards Kido. He did not understand why Kido said that she could not handle her aunt. People had aspects they could not deal with, and though there was nothing more to it, the situation left him unable to accept. The lady suddenly looked towards Amain, while Kido looked a little timid. Her dark black eyes appeared to be probing something for a single moment, only to become tender. So this is the part-timer you're introducing, Ayaka-san? Ah, yes. He wants to work. Fujimaya-kun, this is the owner of the shop, Fumika Itamaki-san. My paternal aunt. I'm Amain Fujimaya. I'm grateful to have your precious time. Well, it's fine. It's something Ayaka-san requested. Her recommendations are great, and I think it should be fine. Itomoki showed a tender smile, scanned Maiden up and down, and smiled. Anyway, what's your relationship with Ayaka-san? Just classmates, she's a friend of my lover. A strange chill struck Maiden for some reason, so he insisted. Itomoki's smile grew radiant, and the intimidating chill vanished. It seemed this was the correct answer. That's good. Ayaka-san and Suji-kun are always so lovey-dovey. It'll be troublesome if she has an affair. That's impossible. I made a promise to spend my eternity with my lover. Wow, that's amazing. Her dark black eyes immediately sparkled, glowing even. Maiden inadvertently retreated, but Itomoki did not mind as she blushed, looking like a maiden in love. Maiden then started to understand, little by little, what Kido was bad at dealing with. You made up your mind at this age? That's great. Is this also the reason why you want to work? Well, I want to give her a ring. Wonderful. Yes, if you're willing, please work here. It's decided. Well, I already knew that. Maiden was stunned to be hired without a proper interview. Kido looked dumbfounded and perturbed, and sighed, while Itomoki grinned away, clearly elated. Aunt, please don't ask too much. Oh my, I won't ask about anything he won't talk about. But do you mind telling, how did you two get together? Please hold back a little. Fujimaya-kun will be pitiful if he ends up as part of your hobby and work. I'll ask for consent. Just a little background, maybe. Hobby and work. Aunt Fumika's actual job isn't the cafe. She's actually an author, and working on a few other stuff, but for some reason she runs a cafe. And amazingly, she's earning money. Kido muttered. Maiden turned towards Itomoki, who was giving a really meaningful smile. Of course, I'll run the cafe properly and ensure that it won't close. I'll pay you sufficiently. Aunt, do pay their salaries on time. Don't give them money straight out of your pockets. You don't have to worry about that. Kido started to lecture the frowning Itomoki. Maiden did not know if he could work here, and started to worry. Chapter 250. Meetup after returning home. It was said to be an interview, but it was merely a meetup. It seemed Itomoki was really fond of him, and he was relieved. He did not know if it would be a problem if he agreed so readily, but it was a good thing to have a job. All he needed was a signature and a stamp from himself, and his parents, and send the contract over. Kido apologized to Maiden on the way back, but Maiden already heard from Kido that Itomoki had a strong personality, and it was no wonder then that Kido was terrified. Itomoki was someone who would impose herself, though in a different way from Shihoko. I'm back, eh? Where Mahiru and Mom? They said they'll be out for dinner, 2 of them, no, 3. It's too sudden, so I'm staying home to watch the house. I'll be making dinner tonight. Oh. Shuto welcomed Maiden home, said so, and Maiden responded. Maiden did hear that the ladies were going out, but did not expect them to eat out for dinner. It certainly showed that they really got along well, which was a good thing. Too bad though that Mahiru was not around to cook, for it was what Maiden looked forward to for the whole day. Of course, he had nothing to complain about Shuto's food. His father liked to cook, and was good at it, exceptionally good. Maiden was familiar with the tastes. But to him, the matter was simply that Mahiru's cooking was special. Don't show your disappointment that much. I don't mean that. All right, who knows how many times you'll get to eat your parents' cooking. Just be patient with me. You'll get to eat her cooking starting tomorrow. Shuto sounded as though he did not have long to live, but he probably meant that once Maiden graduated from high school, he would get married, start a family, and this would be one of the few times he would get to eat Shuto's cooking. His parents would go on regular hospital visits, and were still relatively healthy. Their families were rather long-lived, and Maiden did not have to worry about that. In any case, Shuto was teasing Maiden. Maiden frowned, and Shuto merely chuckled. He turned his head aside, and went to his room to get changed. After having his father's meat sauce pasta, Maiden took a little break, and then heard the door unlocked. Mahiru and his mother should be back. He went to the door, since it was not often that he got to welcome Mahiru back. They were there, holding a bunch of bags. Why so much stuff? Don't worry, we got yours. I don't care about that. I'm just wondering why you have so many. What did you buy anyway? I wanted to buy clothes for Mahiru-chan, cute little things. I also bought some clothes she chose for you. She really wants you to wear them, you know. Well, if you're saying really, I know that means they aren't clothes I'll usually wear. Maiden was conflicted that his mother bought clothes for him. Since Mahiru chose them, however, it probably was not too outlandish. He would ask Mahiru about it later on. In any case, there were too many bags. And before he could point that out, Shihoko gave a hearty smile and passed Maiden by. Maiden then looked at Mahiru, who stayed behind. There's nothing weird, right? There is nothing weird. Sure, let's go with it. Maiden was relieved while Mahiru looked skeptical for some reason and received the bags from her. He did not know if they were hers, but he could not let her hold them. Anyway, how is the visit to the workplace? Well, like me enough, said I'm hired. How is the owner like? Actually, she's a big sister with quite the personality, I guess. Big sister? Don't worry, she loves to see couples and watch them closely. She wants to hear how we got together too. Maiden prefaced this before Mahiru was about to be jealous, and she blushed, shriveling in embarrassment. I am not doubting anything, you know? I am just thinking, what will happen if she falls for you? No way, no way. She will. Mahiru emphasized so for some reason, and Maiden responded with a wry smile, gently patted her head, feeling sorry for worrying her. The somewhat displeased look she had initially started to ease up, and so Maiden gently slid his hand through her hair, enjoying that softness. Even if that's the case, I won't agree. I'll quit my job if it affects business. Why you do not have to do so, I am just a little frustrated. Well, if my girlfriend's unhappy, I might as well not work there. I'm not aiming to work there, I'm aiming to get enough money. It seemed nobody would actually hit on Maiden, and if there was a really unlikely instance happening, he would have to look elsewhere, even if he was sorry to Kido. The job was for the sake of granting Mahiru happiness, and if he ended up causing her sadness, he could actually leave. There were other means. So don't worry. So Maiden added on, and Mahiru buried her face into his chest. What is it? This is what I like about you. This is? This too, fool. Maiden teased Mahiru, who seemed to pout as she headbutted his chest. He took it on with a smile, and gently patted her back. Chapter 251. The next day's conversation. Upon hearing Itsuki's question the next day, Maiden nodded earnestly, and Itsuki shrugged. I don't have to worry about anything if it's Kido's recommendation, and anyway, it's a good thing that you settled on one. I am just wondering what you have to say. Well, she's quite the personality. If you say so, then she probably is. Now I'm curious. Itsuki leaned his entire body onto the chair, and Maiden showed a wry smile, but he did not intend to say so. If he did, Itsuki would probably visit him soon. At the very least, given that he would be starting work, he did not intend for any of his acquaintances to visit him until he got used to it, or even Mahiru. Mahiru kicked quite the fuss when Maiden told her so in the morning, and 10 minutes or so was spent coaxing and doting on her. Speaking of Mahiru, she was chatting with Chaitos, and it seemed the latter was leering at him. Maiden decided to ignore her, for any reaction he showed would make Chaitos gleeful. Well, I think she does have her quirks, but I should be able to work there. Kido said that if there's anything, I can look for Kaino. Ah, her boyfriend, right? The guy with the hidden muscles. He'll probably feel weird about it if you say that to him, and he'll give Kido a condescending look. Kaino would most probably direct his ire towards Kido, who pointed this out, rather than the person saying so. Kido herself probably showed no remorse, and Kaino really had it tough. Well, I'm quite relieved that there's someone I know there. According to the owner, the regulars are usually of the older demographic, easygoing folk, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Oh, that's good. Anyway, congrats on confirming your part-time job. If there's anything, don't forget to discuss with me next time. All right. I'll rely on you, buddy. It seemed Itsuki still had a grudge over it. Amain slapped Itsuki hard in the back, and the latter appeared to be hiding his embarrassment as he turned his lips into a scowl, slapping back at Amain's back with more strength. It was his show of friendship. You bastard! And Amain coughed as he laughed, gently nudging his fist onto Itsuki's cheek. While giving the tense cheek a strange attack, Amain glanced aside at Mahiru. She was looking at them with her cheeks puffed, seemingly displeased. She probably was unhappy that she could not visit him at his workplace. However, it seemed she could understand the rationale. She agreed to compromise during their sweet time in the morning, so it should be fine. Itsuki looked over at where Amain was looking. You really are loved. So he suddenly teased. Amain frowned, and Itsuki gently shook off the fist, laughing. Anyway, what did Shina-san, Chi, and your mom buy yesterday? Chi said that she had fun choosing your clothes. What did Shina-san buy? Do I have to say it? Yeah, the buddy who abandoned me. You still have a grudge over that, what's that actually, cat pajamas? Amain recalled what Mahiru took out from the bag the previous night, and unwillingly said so. Itsuki immediately burst out laughing. Why you, wearing cat pajamas? Shut up. Mahiru will be wearing bunny pajamas. It's fine. It was obviously shameful for someone of this age and physique to wear cute pajamas to sleep, but since Mahiru gave him expectant looks, he had no choice but to wear it. And thus, Mahiru bought for herself pink bunny-themed pajamas, and he wanted her to wear it during the next stayover. It was a lot healthier than the baby doll dress she wore the last time, and he could last longer, his heart would be more at ease. I'll get Shina-san to send over a photo of you in your pajamas. Ori, stop it. It's fine. It should be cute, yeah. Hide your wincing lips when you say that, you idiot. The ends of Itsuki's lips were twitching, and he made a strange resolve. Amain slapped at his shoulder, and he did not retaliate, instead shivering and reining in his laughter. They really get along well, Tilda. Of course. And a little further away, Chaitos and Mahiru nodded away as they chimed in. Amain grimaced and launched gentle attacks on Itsuki. Chapter 252. Having lunch with the Amain thought and sighed silently. I don't mean that. So that's just you being all lovey-dovey every day? That's amazing. Shut up. But Shina-san's the reason why you can make up your mind to work. I think it's great to act for the future. Oh, so you're suddenly starting with part-time work because of Shina-san. Kaino did not know of this, not because Kido did not mention so, but because Amain told Kido not to go around talking about it. Kaino nodded understandingly, and Kido looked a little distraught. She might be worried, thinking that she did not abide by her promise, and blurted out that he was working for Mahiru's sake. Well, since Amain would be colleagues with Kaino, it was pointless to conceal the fact, and it was a matter of time until he would be questioned. It was fine as long as nobody mentioned so to Amain. Keep it a secret from Mahiru. I want to surprise her. You hear that, Soken? You can't say that. You're the blabbermouth Ayaka. Oi. Kido got a flick on the forehead, and covered it while looking teary. Kaino gave her a reluctant glance, and saw a speechless Amain, only to smile awkwardly. Anyway, I understand. I'll help you out however I can. Thanks. Thank you too for being able to be friends with Ayaka. No way, I'm not at the point where I need you to worry about me, Soken. But you always blurt things out. I do not. Kido pouted upon hearing Kaino's criticism, slapping at the abs that were said to be healthy if he stripped, according to Kido. Amain watched on, feeling all warm and fuzzy. Chapter 253. People have their own interests. The duo stopped their couple bicker and started eating again when Kido suddenly remembered and muttered so. Well, it's not like I'm hoping to start immediately. What uniform? It's not as fancy as the festival. It'll be simpler, don't worry. Same goes for the female ones, it's not all frilly like that. And I've been wondering what would I do if it's as impressive as that cafe. The other staff were at the back counter when he met Itomoki, and he did not know what they were wearing, but they were not clothes he had to worry about. He was relieved. The clothes worn during the cultural festival was a little more formal and somewhat glamorous. It would be unbearable to wear such clothes, even though it was for work. I told them about your sizes, Fujimaya-kun. Is that fine? I'm fine with that, but how did you know? I saw them during the festival. And it's obvious anyway. A guy's sizes is mostly the same through the clothes. She smiled. Perhaps it was the skill she obtained from her muscle fetish. Next to her, Kaino clearly looked dumbfounded. Just call her for what she is, a pervert. And said these words that were a little rude to her. I can only get a rough idea, of course, and I can't really tell the muscle mass without touching. It's not sexual harassment. I'll ask for permission before checking. Okay, yep, saves the effort of telling her the sizes, I guess. Look, Ayaka, he's scared of you. You don't have to praise this person, Fujimaya. Don't speak of me like a complete stranger. Kido pouted, and looked really adorable as she fumed away. Once her eyes met Amane's, she lowered her eyes apologetically. Sorry for showing you such an embarrassing side. It's fine. It's not the first time. That hurts. But you're not wrong, I basically showed it during the festival. Well, I understand that you have different interests from others, and I don't really think any different about it, as long as it doesn't hurt everyone. Everyone has their own interests, and I don't really feel uncomfortable, or that I'll badmouth anyone. Everyone had their own good points, and should be respected as long as they did not harm others. Amane never thought of excluding anyone just because of some differences, that was not what he was taught at home. And also, he really could not assume it had nothing to do with him, since recently, he had a feeling that Mahiru was starting to have a muscle fetish. He did not intend to reject or deny anyone, but he was a little terrified, so he remained tentative. Anyway, I don't really have the right to grumble about anyone. Amane muttered so as he picked up the dashimaki Mahiru made. Kido then shivered, seemingly impressed, and then she smiled as she slapped at Amane's shoulder. You're really well taught, or a good person, Fujimaya-kun. No wonder Shina-san likes you. Ayaka. What is it, Soken? You jealous? Relax, I'm focused on you. I know that, but you just hit Fujimaya. Amane lost his grip on the chopsticks when he got slapped, and the dashimaki rolled onto the black vinegar sauce coasted on the meat dumplings made by her. Luckily, it did not fall onto the sheet or his clothes, but he liked the delicate taste of the dashimaki. He was stunned, stupefied, that the taste had changed. Kaino assumed that Kido had knocked him out. Amane stared at the dashimaki covered in dark brown sauce, which caused Kido to panic. So sorry. I didn't mean it. It's fine, it's still edible. I'll just eat off the skin first. Well, you look so sad. I'm really sorry. I'll cat out to Shina-san to make you another one. I'm fine. Amane was not that unhappy, but Kido frantically apologized. He smiled, and for some reason, Kido was really sorry as she lowered her head once again. Chapter 254. Pampering Pro. It seemed Mahiru had heard the explanation from Kido, and she seemed to recall this matter on the way back from school, for she said so with a smile. She was giggling away, for she might have found it interesting, but it was so graceful, and there were surrounding gazes upon them. Stop laughing. Amane pinched the hand he was holding, but her smile did not abate. He really wanted to pinch her face, but he was holding her bag in one hand, and her hand in the other, so he could not do so. But there is dashimaki in the bento every once in a while. There were some leftovers in the morning, and I do make them at night, sometimes. That's that. I wanted it for lunch. Goodness, Kido-san apologized to me so seriously, and even begged me. It seemed Kido had felt responsible for it, and obediently bowed to Mahiru. Amain himself had no intention of reproaching Kido, for he was the one who dropped it due to his own miscue. The dashimaki did not drop onto the floor, and the taste was the only thing that changed slightly. Well, I think I need to apologize to Kido. I'm just lamenting to myself after all. She said your face was terrible. But that's your dashimaki. I can make it for you anytime. Even for dinner? You wish to swap out tonight's menu? You really are hopeless. Goodness. Mahiru sounded as though she was begrudging, but her voice seemed a little elated, and she probably was not unwilling. Amain felt a little ticklish upon seeing her give a serene smile, but he had a feeling she was treating him like a child, and he nearly pouted, barely. I shall add it to the menu tonight then. Do dote on me lots tonight in return. This request? Sure, I'm hoping you would ask. Mahiru was usually sturdy, and Amain would oblige if she wanted him to pamper her, or even do so without her asking. One might say his interest was in pampering her. He agreed without a second thought, and Mahiru, the one who mentioned this, started to reel back. That will trouble me too. Why? Because you do not know moderation, Amain-kun. Am I that violent? I do not mean that, it is just that, you will pamper me without stopping the moment you decide on it. Since I decided on it, of course I'll do it. I will feel unbearable if I am pampered too much. My waist will weaken, and I will not stand upright. So she muttered so, and Amain burst out laughing. This doting was merely just skinship, kissing, and embrace, but Mahiru found it unbearable. If he devoted himself to pampering her completely, she would crumble completely, and he had seen this situation far too often. It seemed she did not want that to happen. Anyway, excessiveness is a no-go. Please do so normally. I can't do normal, you know. That's my normal. This is the skill of those with the Fujimaya's bloodline. I'm not as good as Dad though. Amain did not have the pampering skills of his father, and he would not do so naturally. To him, his father was really kind to his family, and would grant his deep love. Amain hoped that his father was a little more poised, but his father was an ideal, and he wanted to become such a person. He did not think he had attained this ideal, for he felt that he lacked some emotional awareness. I really wish Shihoko-san can hear this. It is a pity she is not here. Why mention Mom? She went back already. Amain's parents had left, and obviously, it was because they had to work the next day. Their weekends were never this lively, and once they returned home, the contrast seemed so unnerving. It is quiet now. You're really happy when you're with Mom. Of course. I got to hear stories about you, Amain-kun. How about a super-sized portion of doting? No, this is a little. Amain decided to pamper her lots to coerce her into telling what his parents said. She panicked, but it was her fault for letting her tongue slip. Amain had intended to control himself if he did not notice so, but there was no if this time. Now how do I give her lots? Amain's lips curled, and Mahiru showed a frozen look, head butted into his arm, and maintained this pose until they reached the supermarket. Chapter 255. Wanting to be pampered. After dinner, Amain punished Mahiru with a huge dosage of pampering, and Mahiru blushed as she looked up at him. They were merely together on the sofa, and he was just touching her, but she was rather embarrassed. There was no actual sexual contact per se, and he did not touch her at anywhere inappropriate. The reason Mahiru's face was so red might be because Amain had been patting her head while looking at her face, or because he had her sit on his thighs. You got to tell me what you know if you want me to stop. I said that it was not anything you would be worried about. In detail. There was the time when you swung on the swing, hit your head, and cried out loud. And also, you wanted to kiss Shihoko-san on the cheek, and bumped your head too hard or something. Guilty. No reason to spare you. Why? In his younger days, Maiden was too influenced by his mother's passion that he overdid things, and often messed up. He however wondered to himself why he deserved such karma for Mahiru to know. The matter of kissing his mother was not something that should be mentioned to any man. If this was not a black history, one had to wonder what was. Surely it was Maiden who was more embarrassed than Mahiru, who was being pampered. It did not count as he failed to do so, but he nearly brought his face onto Shihoko's and kissed her. He had a migraine just from the mere mention. "I told you not to listen." Maiden implied through his gestures, slid his fingers down her waist, and caressed her along with her body warmth. She shivered, and her tense face looked up at him. Naturally, she was begging for him to stop, but unfortunately for her, it was a punishment, and he had no intention to stop. Shihoko was probably the one who first mentioned this, but there was no doubt Mahiru enjoyed hearing so. Mahiru was afraid of tickles, and Maiden did not go all out when tickling her. She squealed with a voice shriller than usual, and firmly latched onto him. She did not run away, for she probably feared losing her balance. "Hi, so sorry. Anything else you heard?" "No, not this time." "This time?" It is a matter of context. Even if she did mention everything, you're going to keep listening, aren't you, Missy? Isn't it unfair that my black history is the only thing dug up? But if we are talking about mine, there is a prior issue. And there is nothing worth talking about. Once Mahiru quipped, Maiden stopped tickling. It might bring back bad memories to her, for she did not receive the care and love of her parents, and she surely did not wish to recall them. "Sorry for mentioning this stuff." Maiden lowered his eyebrows, and observed Mahiru, who seemed to have understood what he was thinking, gently giggling. "You do not have to worry. It is nothing significant to me now. I am very content now. This is enough. Mahiru. And I used to be very obedient, unlike you, Maiden-kun. Sorry for being playful, but yeah, I can't imagine you being lively, Mahiru." Once he was teased at, Maiden pinched Mahiru's cheeks as retaliation, and tried to imagine a Mahiru in her childhood. Truly, he could not imagine her being lively. She had always demanded of herself to be an obedient child, and she certainly would be a lot docile back then. He could imagine her being all obedient, and wanted to see how it would be like seeing Mahiru all lively. I wonder if there'll be a kid like Mahiru. He had a feeling that no matter which side they resembled more of, their children would be obedient, but that would only matter once they were born. Cute is cute, no matter whether they were obedient, lively, or stubborn. It would be best if they resembled Mahiru, and not as unadorable as Maiden. So Maiden quietly imagined these scenes, and felt all warm and fuzzy. Mahiru then buried her face into his chest, rubbing onto it. "I was not actually cute back then, you know? I behaved well simply because I wished to be praised. I could do a lot of things when I was young, but I was quietly told that I was a useless one." "Who said that?" "Probably the mothers of the children who played with me. Maiden-kun, your face, please take note. I can't help it. The people who would badmouth children just loud enough for them to hear were unreliable." Maiden frowned hard, and pulled away from Mahiru. Children were often easily hurt, and yet those women with children clearly conveyed their negative emotions. Maiden really wanted to reproach the women he did not know, but it was all in the past, and nothing to do with. Luckily, Mahiru was pulled out of the mire, and did not seem emotional about it. Maiden was really anxious however, and wondered what he would have done if Mahiru was hurt to the point where she could not be healed. "Do not worry, for Koike-san doted on me, and praised me lots. Good job, Koike-san." Maiden quietly gave a thumbs up to the woman whose face he did not know, the woman who raised Mahiru in her parents' stead. He ruffled Mahiru's head, and embraced her while she was still recollecting her memories. "I am calmer than you think I am, Maiden-kun. The things my own parents said about me hurt me more than those I do not know of. Mahiru. I do not wish to say about any unhappy things. We shall stop for now. All I can say is, I felt unbearable back then, but it was that past that I get to know you and form this relationship. I will not acknowledge that past, so please do not show such a face. You really worry too much. So Mahiru smiled. Amain brought his lips to her forehead and embraced her once again. She wriggled in his clutches, looking relieved, and then kissed him. And now, you love me, Amain-kun. I am fine. Such an adorable one. Amain murmured as he saw the bashful Mahiru up close. He decided to pamper her more on this day, and kissed her once again. Chapter 256. About the part-time job. Amain had forgotten to mention so, and stopped his hand from caressing her more as he said so. Mahiru remained in his clutches, blinking her large eyes. We're discussing the shift schedules, but usually, I'll have to stay until the shop closes, and I'll probably reach home at about 9 p.m. I can't let you wait until that late. I shall wait. Amain felt apologetic about letting Mahiru wait for him with an empty stomach, and wanted her to have dinner first, but she answered so in a matter of fact. What are you saying? Such was the look she gave him, and he could only lower his eyes awkwardly. No, but you'll be hungry, right? I wish for my heart to be filled more than my stomach. I shall wait for you, Amain-kun. Eating alone feels tasteless, and I do not hate the idea of waiting for you. I'll be very late though. Not really, or do you hate having me wait for you? No way. I just hate that I'll have to make you wait. I will not be simply waiting though. There are a lot of things I can do while waiting, just a change of order. Mahiru told Amain without looking displeased in the slightest. You really like to worry. And said so with a smile, poking at his face. How can I not support you when you are working hard for what you dream of? I can only prepare some hot dinner and bath water though. That's more than enough for me, actually. The most important thing is you welcoming me when I return home. It'll perk me up immediately. I suppose it is a small favor if the mere sight of me can perk you up. You don't have to force yourself though. Think about yourself first. Mahiru probably would prioritize Amain more than anything else, even if she had anything going on. She however smiled, and remained silent. Amain had no intention of binding Mahiru, but it seemed she really hated to be split from him, and did not intend to defy her own will. She loved him so, she put him in his thoughts, and he was glad about it, but he did not want her to force herself. Amain-kun, you should not force yourself to work either, you know? I do not know what you want, but I am worried. Since you will do everything once you make up your mind. No way. How can I make you worry? I was a little worried when you said you wanted to work. I cannot say that you are very sociable. It's true, but it just sounds a little rude. It was a fact everyone acknowledged, but if Mahiru mentioned so, Amain really did not know how he should react. It's not like I can't socialize completely. Amain grumbled, though it was not much of a refute, and Mahiru made a little sigh. I say you are not exactly sociable, but you usually would not expand your social circle, Amain-kun. You should be able to do so. I don't really want to make friends with lots of people. Just a small circle is fine. But you will if you put your mind to it. You can change modes after all. Why are you sighing? I have been wondering, what shall I do if you are popular, Amain-kun? Amain burst out laughing once he heard this rather adorable worry. Mahiru puffed her cheeks angrily in return. Relax, I won't be popular, not at all. You have not understood the opinions people have of you recently, Amain-kun. Say, looking at the mood and prices of that cafe, I think the target demographics those old uncles with refined tastes. I won't be popular, and even if I do, so what? The younger folk would prefer a chain outlet rather than a personal cafe. Amain had a look at the menu, and the prices were a little expensive, unsuitable for high school students or college students to simply have taste. Befittingly, the taste there was great, and the slow atmosphere appeared to be very popular with the older ones. One reason might be that the owner was quite the babe. According to Kaino, hardly any young female customers would visit. Amain was thus sufficiently relieved to work there. Anyway, do relax. The owner looks like a nice person too. Sure. For the time being, Mahiru accepted Amain's explanation, and he rubbed her head, consoling her. She seemed a little unhappy, or maybe happy, for her lips curled into a smile as she let Amain continue to rub. Chapter 257. First time working. As Amain was in his second year of high school, he had to prepare for his exams. This arrangement was also similar to those with club activities, and would not affect his studies. The exams would be held the following year, and Amain had no intention to slack on his studies. The work arrangement should be fine for him. I'm starting work today. Go back for now, Amain said to Mahiru on the first day of work, right after school. His heart ached a little once he saw her clearly forlorn face, but he could only keep it to himself. After all, it was to be expected, since he was working for Mahiru's smile. Tilda, you're starting work today, Amain. Do your best, Tilda. Don't tail me. I won't. How can I trust you when you paused like that? Chaitos, listening intently next to them, was a little suspicious, but Amain took his precautions. She probably would not follow him. I don't mind once I get used to this, but don't come over until here. It's embarrassing if I don't serve the customers well. You didn't do well during the cultural festival? I thought you were rather skilled. That's SOSO, and thanks to Kido's training. I suppose I should be able to visit you there soon, Amain-kun. You have quite the impressive learning ability. I am looking forward to it. Mahiru earnestly prepared to send Amain off. He scratched his cheek, and then patted her soft flax-colored hair. She was shocked, and widened her eyes. He looked at her face, his face too smiling. Yep, I'll try my best to get used to it as soon as possible, and hurry home soon. Please do. I will wait for you no matter how late you will be though. Of course, I'll work hard while looking forward to dinner. They whispered these words as their classmates had yet to know that they were living next to each other. Chaitos and Itsuki overheard this conversation, the former smiling away, the latter catcalling away, so Amain gave the latter a gentle backhand. It did not hurt, but Itsuki exaggerated the contact as he tumbled back onto Chaitos. Chaitos observed the bashful Mahiru. You're heavy, Ikun. Saying so as she shoved Itsuki aside. It seemed Itsuki was still sad about it. Amain laughed once he saw them, and Mahiru too giggled. Itsuki was a little awkward, and jabbed at Amain's flank as retaliation. After they ended the conversation reluctantly, Amain left school for his workplace. He was assigned to work on the same day as his schoolmate and workplace senior Kaino, as this was his first day at work. He waited to meet up with Kaino at the school entrance, and they went together. Kaino might not be a talker himself, for he remained silent until they reached the train station. They needed to take a train ride to the workplace, but it was 2 stations away, near the school. In fact, it was not too far away from his own house, no further than Itsuki's and Chaito's place. Mahiru probably would not be tired waiting for him at home once he got off work. The workplace was not too far from the station, and there should not be much inconvenience. Your house is within walking distance from school, Fujimaya. Amain did not have a seasonal ticket and needed to top up the value of his IC card, so Kaino asked. Yeah. I live in an apartment close to school. That's good. It's close, and you get to sleep a little more. I'm rather comfortable if I'm waking up to go to school, but Mahiru wakes me up. Amain usually would have some time before going to school, other than the weekends, and that time had only increased ever since Mahiru started making breakfast for him. He could wake up on his own even without her calling him, but he had her do so that he could open his eyes to her voice every day, enjoying the blissful moments. Such selfish thoughts would remain at the bottom of his heart. That's surprising. So Kaino noted softly. I thought you would be somewhat reliable. I guess I'm looking decent recently if you're saying that. I'm actually a good-for-nothing. His private life was no longer erratic as compared to the past, but he often relied on Mahiru. He really could not consider himself reliable. Of course, Amain would not leave everything to Mahiru, and he would do anything he could. He would profess, however, that he was a little tardy. He was introduced to Kaino during the cultural festival. Since Kaino found Main reliable, it seemed Main's efforts were decent. I think your standards of good-for-nothing is different. Well, Ayake herself might be worse. Kido? Look at her. You see that she's reliable? She's a complete lazy bum of a slob at home. I don't have the right to say her though. I can't really imagine that. She's reliable outdoors, but if I don't pay attention, she's lazier than me. She's taking care of me outdoors, but indoors, I'm the one doing that. I think she's just flirting with you. Kido did have her moments, but she should be a strong, considerate, reliable girl. She worked hard to not show her tardiness outdoors, and only showed it to her boyfriend. She probably was just fawning around. Kaino blinked away, and awkwardly looked diagonally down. Wait, am I being lovey-dovey now? Sorry. It's fine. I don't mind. Main too awkward averted his eyes once he saw how embarrassed Kaino was. I might be the same too, being all lovey-dovey without knowing. So he thought, and pursed his nearly quivering lips out of shame. Chapter 258. Changing into uniforms. He was somewhat tense as it was his first time working part-time. He did not know if Kaino knew of his feelings, for Kaino entered the shop alongside him without hesitation. Once he entered, he heard the chime behind him, a nostalgic one at that. A male staff welcomed them, one he did not see the last time. The staff appeared to be a college student. Welcome Kaino-kun. Is the one behind you our newcomer? Yep. Right in the same shift. It seemed Kaino had introduced Main beforehand. The male staff showed a genial smile towards Main, and Kaino nodded back, slapped Main on the back, and went to the corridor linking to the back counter. He turned to look back, and so did Main, who saw a male customer prepare to enter. A customer's here, so let's get changed. Sorry Miyamoto-san, looks like I'll only get to introduce you two later on. Sure. I'll later you later then, newcomer-kun. The staff was called Miyamoto, gave a mischievous wink to the nervous and stiff Main, and turned towards the entering customer. Main nodded slightly, but he never got the chance to greet Miyamoto, who turned to wave at them once he saw Main's situation. The duo then entered the staff changing room. This is your locker. Here's your key, your uniform's inside. Get changed. It seemed the owner Itomoki had Kaino guide Main, and handed over the locker key. Main received it and got changed into his work clothes, following the lead of Kaino who had taken off his blazer. The prepared uniform so happened to fit Main, given that the sizes were measured beforehand. Main was dressed in the same uniform as Miyamoto, white shirt, black cummerbund, black garson apron and slacks. The outfit was a little less formal compared to what he wore during the cultural festival, but a little more posh, befitting of a waiter. Main looked at himself in the full-sized mirror of the changing room, and found a completely different person. He looked towards Kaino, who had quickly gotten changed, looking prim and proper. Doesn't look weird, right? I think it's fine. Shina-san should be happy to see this. I don't intend to show this to Mahiru yet. She'll find it a pity, I guess. She did, and I got her understanding. Main intended to get used to this work quickly, not cause her trouble, and get her to wait until then. He showed a wry smile, and so did Kaino. Anyway, was Kido happy to see you in that? That Ayaka? She prefers if I strip instead of wearing that much. Oh yeah. Main looked enlightened, and Kaino's grimace intensified. Kaino said, it's not that she doesn't have interest in my outfit, but she's more of a troublemaker. Yeah. Your muscles are rather amazing. Any secret? They got changed together. Kaino did show skin, and there were masses of muscles beyond the shirt, which was unimaginable. They were not fats, they were muscles that were trained accordingly, the excesses discard, giving a sense of tautness that left Main impressed. You can ask Ayaka, and she'll tell you all the details, both the things that should and shouldn't be said. Ah, yeah. Maiden could imagine the sight of a smiling Kido being relentless while going through the details, and showed a stiff smile. You want to train too? I guess a suitable amount of training is fine too, and Mahiru probably will be happy since your Missy taught Mahiru this and that. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's fine, it's enough reason for me to train. Kaino apologized with a conflicted look, for his own girlfriend was overzealous in preaching the charms of muscles. Maiden too shrugged, waved his hand, and indicated to Kaino not to worry. Chapter 259. Greeting the colleagues. Maiden was led by Kaino towards the snacks-making area, the kitchen, learned where the utensils were, and heard various explanations. Itomoki showed up later, and apologized to Maiden, looking sorry. I remember it was today, and was too relaxed because Suji-kun's with you. Once again, Maiden-kun, welcome here. Thank goodness the uniform fits you well. It is exactly as Ayaka-san determined. Well, Ayaka got it right, but it's ridiculously right. Kaino's little murmur had Maiden nearly burst out a laugh, but he reined it and gently bowed towards Itomoki. I'll be in your care, starting today. Same for me, you met the others, haven't you? He just met Miyamoto-san once, and hasn't met Ohashi-san. He's brewing coffee at the counter, so I don't think they bumped into each other. Well then, just have a look around for now. No customer placed an order yet. Everyone will be working together in the future. Itomoki smiled magnanimously. Suji-kun, please swap out with Miyamoto-san and the others outside. And indicated so to Kaino, before she drifted to the entrance to call for them. Kaino gave Maiden an encouraging pat in the back, and went out. As Kaino went out, a male and a female entered. The male was called Miyamoto, the one who spoke with them. The girl was in her early 20s, with wavy, fluffy hair. Her distinguishing feature was that she was a fist taller than Chito's, and it was rare to see such a tall girl. Considering what Kaino had just said, it seemed her name was Ohashi. Ah, the kid Kaino-chan just brought over. I heard we got an extra part-timer. Welcome, nice to meet you, Tilda. The woman gave a hearty smile, and passed Maiden by, circling him and observing so. Miyamoto clearly looked bewildered, and sighed away. He grabbed the girl by the neck, and pulled her away from him. Maiden was stunned by the sudden approach, and Miyamoto showed a relaxed smile. Sorry about that. I'm Daikai Miyamoto, and this fellow here is Rhino Ohashi. You can look for us if you got any trouble. Don't dismiss me as a fellow. Rhino-chan's in a pinch here, Tilda. Rhino-chan's caught and troubled, Tilda. Then greet him properly before saying anything else. Miyamoto reproached the displeased Ohashi, and let go of her reluctantly. She sorted out her crooked collar, turned towards Maiden once again, and showed an amicable smile. Sorry to scare you like that. I'm Rhino Ohashi. You can rely on me, Kohai-kun. Miyamoto-san and Ohashi-san, right? I'm Maiden Fujimaya. Homu, Fujimaya-chan, huh? Got it. She likes to add the chan suffix. Don't mind too much, Fujimaya-kun. I'm fine with however you call me. Maiden was not one to bear grudges over a single suffix, and though he did not mind, it just felt amiss to be called with a chan. Miyamoto sighed, seemingly hinting that he too was suffering. He then turned towards Itomoki, who had been watching them silently. So what is Fujimaya-kun doing today? First off, we'll teach him everything in the back end. He probably won't be able to do well if he doesn't understand how that works, even if he's just welcoming customers. Suji-kun will be teaching, and I'll let Fujimaya-kun learn all those. Sorry to trouble everyone. It's fine. Nobody actually gets down to work immediately after joining, let alone a first-timer. Don't mind, we got enough people here. Owner, I'm a little skeptical if we really have enough people. The shop's not ridiculously big, but we really are getting a little busy, especially with our numbers. Well, you are helping us out here, Fujimaya-kun. Miyamoto gave a relieving smile, and patted Maiden on the shoulder. Maiden too smiled, and Itomoki watched on, looking relieved. Chapter 260. The Waiting Angel. He took the elevator to his house, and let out a long sigh. The shift was merely 4 hours or so, but Amain felt so lethargic, probably because he was unfamiliar with the environment and work. He did not commit any serious error, or rather, he was not set up in a situation where he could have, but the first time was always filled with tension. Luckily for him, though his seniors had quite the personalities, they got along well, and earnestly treated Amain, who remained unfamiliar with work. Amain felt it was really a good place to work at. But it did not change the fact that he was tired. He exited the elevator, went to his door, and his footsteps were heavier than usual. He opened the door as usual and saw Mahiru scampering down the corridor from the living room. He blinked away once he saw her panicking, and she showed a relieved smile. "Welcome back, Amain-kun." "Yep, I'm back. You don't have to run over here. Sorry to keep you waiting." It was just a guess, but she probably had been waiting for Amain the entire time. He did tell her when he would be back, but she probably felt helpless, being all alone and such. Mahiru had always been at Amain's place ever since they started, other than bathing and sleeping. She had been completely used to the place. Surely she would feel lonely to be left alone. And not at all. "I had lots to do when you were alone." "Lots to do, so you're not lonely." That is another matter." She averted her eyes, her cheeks blushing slightly, and Amain laughed. She noticed so, puffed her cheeks slightly, looking a little displeased, and yet had some intent to fawn. "HMPH." She pouted, and turned her head aside. Amain did not sheath his smile as he removed his shoes before entering, and went straight to the washroom. The lights inside were switched on. He turned back to look at Mahiru, who stood there, giving a matter-of-fact expression, seemingly elated. A bath, or dinner first? A change in these words, and it would be a newlywed invitation. Amain could not help but smile after Mahiru said so, and barely held it in. Mahiru herself might not have noticed that it was an adorable part. "You're hungry too, right? Let's have dinner then." "I shall serve it then. I made dashimaki as a reward for your hard work, since it is your first day working." "Whoa, that's quite the reward." "Fufu, you are easily contented then. It's something I like, and delicious, and also made by you. Adding them all up, it's the best quality I can get. Thank you for everything." After all, it was taxing on her to personally make it. It was not something easily made. It was made for Amain, and that was enough. Moreover, the really scrumptious flavor was a fabulous, lavish reward. Mahiru had been cooking for Amain every day, and considered his likes, which he was really grateful for. Once again, he felt that she really was a priceless partner. "I have to repay her for all she has done." So he thought as he washed his hands, and went to the living room. Mahiru then clung onto his back. He turned behind, wanting to check her expression, but her face clung onto his back, unseen. The only thing he knew was that she was embarrassed. She wrapped her arms on his belly while rubbing her forehead onto him, as though she was strangling him. "Good thing I'm training my abs now." So Amain quietly thought to himself as he laughed. Mahiru could tell that he was laughing given his breathing and tummy, and started hammering at his flank. "I am glad that you are grateful to me, but do not attack me suddenly. So I can praise you as much as I want if I mention beforehand. That will not do either, I shall torture you one day." Mahiru said, and let go. For some reason, she had a determined look on her face, and hurried towards the kitchen. That's quite an energetic manner to escape. So Amain thought as he quietly laughed to himself, and went to change in his room. "Anyway, how is work?" Dinner was Japanese-styled. Mahiru seemed to be curious about Amain's work, and asked him somewhat uneasily while they were eating. No problems. I didn't do anything much for my first day, and my seniors are all good. I think it's a good place to work part-time." "I see, that is good. It is fine if you are comfortable. I was worried if it is a black company." It's Kido's recommendation, and Kaino isn't unhappy about the work there. Don't worry. After all, the shop was run by Kido's relative, Itomoki, and Kido would have noticed any problems otherwise, and prevented Kaino from working there. It was a reason why Amain could be at ease there. He had not known or spoken to Kido for a long time, and felt that though she would push her weird knowledge and unnecessary fetishes onto Mahiru, she was a kind woman. The owner Itomoki too was a kind, poised woman as long as he did not stimulate her delusions, according to Kaino. He should be fine working there. Don't worry. I think I can work well there. The shift arrangements take my time into consideration. That is good, as long as you can continue to work hard. I can only cheer you on and watch silently. That's enough for me. I get to return home and eat delicious food with you around, get a hot bath, and this is happiness for me. Such support was a rarity by itself, and Amain felt he was blessed. He was really grateful. I shall chip in with what little strength I have, even if it is to see you at work sooner, Amain-kun. You really want to look? Amain replied dumbfoundedly once he learned of this personal motive, and she nodded firmly. I want to see my lover at work. Kido-san did show me photos of Kaino-san at work, so I think they should suit you very well. Really? I am looking forward to seeing them. I find it embarrassing though. Don't really want anyone else to see it. He did not exactly hated the idea, but that he might find it somewhat indescribably embarrassing to show Mahiru a side he usually would not show. Mahiru, however, might have felt this contrast was worth it. She wanted to see the side Amain usually would not show, and she clearly was preparing for the situation. I think I can leave it be if you are unwilling. Not that I'm unwilling, but is it really interesting to see my business smile? You usually would not show it, and I wish to see it. I can show that kind of smile if you want. But that is a smile directed to me, it is different. She was right. Amain could not determine if his smile towards Mahiru was biased. He believed he would show a smile only for Mahiru. And I wish to see you work hard. I'll try my best to get used to it. Since she said so, he had no choice but to buck up. He had to spare no effort given that his dear girlfriend wanted to see his other self at the workplace. Getting familiar with work would grant more benefits to the shop and gain him more self-confidence. Mahiru's words motivated him lots, and he felt like a simpleton. However, that little thought he had of himself vanished the moment he saw her smile and the expectations in the sparkling eyes. Chapter 261. The seniors at the workplace. His job was mainly to serve the customers, and not to make any dishes, which relieved him. There was no need for him to brew coffee for the customers, but he was taught how to brew coffee at the counter as practice. The cafe placed a high emphasis on coffee, and would not allow any compromise of taste. Any variations in the beans and the granules meant that the extraction temperature and time would change. Amain had to keep practicing as this was the flavor to be provided to the customers, until he could replicate it. In any case, he should be able to brew a decent coffee as long as he remembered the timing and how to use the equipment. After serious coaching and continual practice, Amain managed to do it. It's nice. There were few customers, and thus a certain frequency of orders. Kaino and Ohashi handled the outside, and Amain was assigned to train under Miyamoto. It was a siphon-brewed coffee, as to be expected of a cafe, and it seemed fine. You can shorten the extraction time, I guess. I used the timer though. You aren't familiar with it and delayed it, I guess. Also, you got nervous since you'll be serving it to the customers, right? Sorry, I'll deal with it. Miyamoto was not being strict and nitpicky, on the contrary, he was kindly explaining things, detailed and patient. Amain was not confident enough to brew coffee for the customers, however, and it probably was a reason why he spent too much time. Also, the siphon was made of glass, and he was worried if he broke it. It seemed Miyamoto too understood what Amain was thinking. I didn't dare touch it either when I started out. It looks fragile after all. He chuckled. Just don't break it, and don't be too violent, and you'll be fine. You're rather delicate at handling things. That's good. I think you're being so attentive about this because Rhino broke it on her first day, Fujimaya-kun. Don't worry, it's a human error. It's not like you'll be scolded that badly if you break one. If you break a few of them, however, the owner's probably going to scold you with a troubled look. It sounds like you experienced that yourself. Rhino did that. The owner's face froze back then. Miyamoto gave a nostalgic look as he whispered so. Amain responded with an ambiguous smile, quietly swore to pay attention, and took a sip of Miyamoto's coffee, followed by his. The rich bitterness spread on his tongue. The bitterness would not last too long on the tongue, and instead would give a warmth aftertaste with depth. He did not like coffee that was extremely acidic, and this coffee was a fine blend of acrid and acidic, and the slight sweetness of the beans. It was delectable. Ah, it's so good. Looks fragrant, Tilda? Amain took a quick break while nobody placed an order, and Ohashi suddenly entered, with saucers and used plates in hand. The customers must have left, and clean-up was needed. Fujimaya-chan, give me a sip. Ohashi put the plates into the trough, and asked for Amain's coffee. Amain wondered what to do, and the next moment, Miyamoto tugged her by the neck, pulling her away. Ori, Fujimaya has a girlfriend. Don't do anything that'll cause a misunderstanding. Ah, sorry, looks like he has. I got a lot of brothers though, so I don't really care. Amain had explained the reason why he was working, which was why Miyamoto stopped Ohashi, who obediently backed off. On one hand, Miyamoto was clearly looking dumbfounded, and on the other, Ohashi was giving a dumb smile. They appeared to be really close, unlike normal colleagues, or so Amain seriously thought over the past week, but he had been wondering if he should ask them about this. You two really are on good terms. We've childhood friends. Together for 20 years or so. Well, I can say we're platonic at least. How rude. The displeased Ohashi swung a karate chop at Miyamoto's flank, and was pinched on her own, squealing away. This bond was not something that could occur over a single day. Amain immediately understood the reason for their intimacy. Even then, they seemed to be a little too close as childhood friends. He had no childhood friends, and so he tilted his head, not knowing if this was normal. Chapter 262. The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten, 12 Thoughts on Angel WN, GA Bunko Short Story. Make sure to finish listening. Amain was sitting on the sofa when Mahiru saw his bandaged hand, and she frowned. Accidentally twisted it during gym class. I had a checkup at the infirmary. Told to rest for a few days. Amain accidentally lost his balance while playing basketball in gym class, and he managed to break his fall with his hand, twisting it. The bandage was thus the result of this folly. The twisted wrist did not seem to hurt much, and it was said he could recover fully in a matter of days, so he did not mind, but Mahiru frowned. What do you intend to do? What else? I'll just live as normal, try my best not to move it. It's not like it's my leg that's injured. Amain-kun, are you insulting people like me who have injured their legs before? Don't misunderstand. Anyway, it's not going to affect me that much to a point of being a hindrance. It's fine, don't worry. Amain never wanted Mahiru to worry this much for him. After all, it was a little suffering caused by his own carelessness. He could use his left hand, and was not too bothered by it. Mahiru thought otherwise, however. She looked at Amain's wrist, and gently sighed. I shall assist you until your hand recovers. You don't have to. I can use my left hand. I won't have any issues in my daily life. You are incapable of housework with both hands, and you say you are fine with one. Now that you say so, but you really don't need to worry. I have my left hand. Please accept my kindness. It seemed she was still mindful of the moment when she injured her ankle. He felt that she repaid the favor with her meals, but it seemed Mahiru thought differently. She sounded so calm and adamant, and would not allow for him to refuse. He felt a little perturbed, but he could only accept her graciousness obediently. Ever since she found out about Amain's wrist injury, Mahiru studiously took care of his daily life. She made onigiri, and ensured that Amain could eat with one hand. She even took over the housework Amain should have done, and even shopping. Such thorough care left Amain flabbergasted. The toughest ordeal, however, was when he had to eat the side dishes. "I really can eat with my left hand." Mahiru fed every single dish to his mouth, like a mother bird to her fledglings, which left him very awkward. Mahiru's viewpoint was that she was simply taking care of the sick, and she probably was not embarrassed in the slightest. The one being fed, however, could not maintain a calm look. He did not dislike this, but he was very, very, very embarrassed. Mahiru probably assumed that Amain was right-handed, and could not use his left hand deftly. Oh. But even so, her feeding him was really a grueling test of will. If Mahiru was actually embarrassed by this, Amain might actually die from embarrassment. Luckily for him, his sanity points merely dropped by half, given how she did so dutifully. He watched her silently as she fed him, and sighed hard. Can I be honest here?" He actually intended to state so, but Mahiru's stubborn insistence would not allow so. Perhaps he would not be in this embarrassing situation if he had said so right from the beginning. "What is it?" "I'm ambidextrous." "Eh?" "I usually use my right, but I actually use both hands when I was younger, so I can eat on my own." Amain wanted to say that he could use his left hand, but it seemed Mahiru never realized he was ambidextrous, so she basically forced him to eat. She was stunned to hear his words, and her face turned increasingly red. "Why did you not say so earlier?" "I wanted to, but I couldn't when you're so pumped up." "I tried to stop you." That may be so. But since you're so enthusiastic this time, please continue until my bandage removed." Since he had blushed for so long, it was time for Mahiru to suffer. He thought this little payback should be fine. So he thought as he deliberately laughed at Mahiru, strongly restraining the shame that was about to explode in him, but it seemed this shame had reached her, for she blushed, and quickly stuffed lots of dishes into his mouth, clearly as a retaliation. "Ori, that too fast." "I do not care." She turned her head aside, saying so with a shriller voice than usual. Amain chuckled at this sight of her, and restrained the shame in his heart as he chewed down on the delicious dishes she picked for him. Chapter 263. The Angels Acting Suspicious. Due to the timing, he might be sent for counseling if he loitered around in his uniform, so he even put on a jumper with reflective straps on his shoulders after work. It might not be an appropriate attire, but he had to do so, for safety concerns. He jogged home while paying attention to the nearby cars and pedestrians, and by the time he arrived home, it would be another 3 hours until the day ended. He felt intrigued by how busy he was, for he used to be part of the Going Home Club, but it was not a bad feeling. He had been too relaxed until now. Until he met Mahiru, he never attended club activities, was lazy, and even after then, he studied with her, lived as freely as he wanted, and never crammed his schedule too much. And at this point, he acted as per a fixed schedule. It was restrictive, but yet fulfilling. "I'm back." He was a little lethargic as he opened the door and called out. The lights were on, but he could not see anyone. Perhaps Mahiru had made dinner, and was waiting for him. He removed his shoes, looked at the living room, but Mahiru was not in. He looked into the kitchen, and there was a nice smell coming from the stove. The food inside was probably done. Given how there was cooked food inside, it seemed she had prepared dinner for him before she left. He did not think she had to stay at his place, and it was not a bad thing for her to treasure her own time, but it was a rare sight. He sent her a message beforehand, stating that he would return home. "Shall I send another message?" The moment he thought so, there was a sound of the door hastily unlocked. "Amain-kun. You are early. Someone else is doing the cleanup today, and I ran a little faster. Sorry, seems like you're doing something, Mahiru. Should I be a little slower?" "Not at all. I wanted to see your face sooner, Amain-kun." Mahiru shook her head frantically. "That's good." He chuckled back at her as he saw her hair sway aside. He beamed due to these cute words from her, and Mahiru did not mind, but she awkwardly looked down, muttering something. "Mahiru." I just had a thought. Please do not worry. I shall prepare dinner since you are back. I will heat the rice while you are bathing. The bath is ready. Thank you for everything, HM. Mahiru acted a little gingerly, and Amain felt suspicious. The moment she passed him by, he sensed a sweet, soft fragrance from her. She usually had a sweet fragrance, but the scent this time was different. It was not of the shampoo, not from herself, but more of something else external. To be precise, it was the smell of baked sweets. What is it? Well, your scent is different from usual, Mahiru. It's the sweet smell of sweets. Actually, I had oyatsu. Is that so? I don't really eat a lot, but you don't eat as much as me. You sure you can eat dinner if you eat too much? She usually would control her food intake to maintain her body shape, so this was a surprise. Mahiru's food intake was not exactly meager, but it was not much either. She probably could not finish dinner after having the oyatsu. I can finish the food, no worries. Please go into the bath. You are hungry after work, are you not, Amain-kun? Well, I'm famished. So have a nice bath and a good meal, okay? It seemed Mahiru wanted to hide something as she shoved Amain's back. He sensed there was a catch, but he did as she wanted, and got his change of clothes in the bedroom. Chapter 264. The Angel's Profound Thoughts. His suspicion would increase whenever he returned home from his part-time work. Rather, it's more of conviction than doubt. She was acting sheepish. She would always do so whenever Amain left home, and clearly, she had something she did not want Amain to see. If he were to ask, Mahiru would surely divert the topic. He did not want to force the issue, she had her own reservations, and perhaps it was a matter of genders after all. Having thought so, it would be rude of him to pursue the matter. He was a little suspicious, but he did not intend to probe further. On a side note, he asked Chaitos, but she insisted she knew nothing either. Given how she was acting, it was obvious both of them knew what was going on. Amain was a little uneasy about how he was left in the lurch, but he knew it would be inappropriate to talk to someone of the same gender, so he did not say anything. Mahiru seems to be hiding something. His frustrations and anxieties would compound if he did not ask, so while he was on his way to work, he grumbled to his colleague Kaino. Kaino did not react to the sudden remark, and blinked away as he sat next to Amain on the train, wondering how he should reply. Had an argument? Not at all. But Mahiru looks like she's hiding something, being all suspicious, doesn't look like I messed up or anything though. Amain too wondered if he had inadvertently did anything bad, so he asked her in a discreet manner, but she tilted her head in confusion, which showed it was not. If she's hiding something from her boyfriend, it's usually because she's cheating, but I don't think Shina-san's the type to do that. I'm not familiar with her, but looking at her personality, and your relationship, that's impossible. I too think Mahiru's not being insincere towards me. She hates it when people cheat on her. Kaino casually suggested so, but this would not happen with Mahiru around. She grew up in a complicated environment, and never was one to allow for infidelity. She had seen her mother looking for lovers. Her disdain for infidelity was such that she would certainly say she would never end up like that. Amain could not think of any other reason to hide, however. Mahiru was never one adept at hiding things, and she never would. Whenever she did stuff behind his back, she would feel guilty, and whenever he sent something and probed her, she would confess. She was never one to hide anything. She clearly wanted to this time, and did not want Amain to realize, which was why she did not say anything. My guess is that Mahiru's hiding something from me, but not because she's guilty. I get the feeling that she doesn't want me to see or know something, but it's not a bad thing. I know the only thing that embarrasses her is me. If she broke something, she'll tell me honestly, and apologize or something. I don't think it's anything harmful. What do you intend to do? Nothing. The sudden words were unexpected to Kaino, who asked again. The train continued to race on, letting out dull creaks. Amain sighed, and the voice too blended with the surrounding noises. If Mahiru doesn't want to tell me anything, I shouldn't be asking. I too have a secret or two. If she doesn't want me to probe into it, I shouldn't. You're rather chill about that. I believe Mahiru's definitely not doing this to harm me. Instead of butting in everywhere, we should all have our secrets and not probe into it. We trust each other and should respect each other's privacy. I heard this is the trick to remain amicable with others. Such were the words his lovey-dovey parents said for many years, and it was convincing. They were on such fine terms, but they did not have to interfere in everything. One should always treasure alone time, and while they dabbled in their interests, they were separate from each other. Even when together, they did their own things, and the warm, gentle atmosphere was comforting even to Maiden, the son. Thanks to his parents' teachings, he learned how to respect his own time, and others. But speaking of which, what if she really did something guilty? It means it's not anything worth discussing with me. If she actually abandoned me, it means I'm uncharismatic and useless. It's my fault. Mahiru was likely a devoted girl who treasured her relationships a lot. If she abandoned Maiden without discussing this, it would most probably be Maiden's fault. Mahiru would probably explain her feelings truthfully before disengaging the relationship. Well, it's Mahiru, so it should be fine. I'm just restless out of curiosity. Seriously, you're rather calm when you make up your mind, Fujimaya. Really? His stance was simply due to his complete trust in Mahiru. He would not get the answer no matter how restless he was, so he should simply wait until the answer was revealed. Mahiru's issue definitely was not a bad one, and he believed so, so he would not ask. He was a little anxiety, but that could be forgiven. Like, you didn't look confident when I used to see you on the corridor, you really look better now as the boyfriend of the amazing angel. I really didn't have confidence. I only get to stand upright because I got friends kicking me in the back, and Mahiru supporting me. Maiden really was kicked in the back and beaten physically, and metaphorically. Thanks to them, he could stand next to Mahiru, and have her support him. He was sustained with proper food and living habits, and also mental support. Maiden did not think this effort was suffering, and he really enjoyed so. I'm really grateful. Maiden summarized, and Kaino nodded understandingly. It's all thanks to Shina-san's support as the wife, or rather, the more you treasure her, the more she glows for you, Fujimaya. I don't know about glow or anything, but I can't be weak when I stand next to Mahiru, and I have to be someone I can be proud of. I want to be impressive as a guy, it's all thanks to Mahiru that I have such thoughts. She really supported me. I think it's also because of your morals that she's willing to support you, you know. Thanks for the compliments, but I think that I can straighten my back thanks to her. I'll do so for her sake, or not. I'm working hard to be a match for Mahiru, all because of her. Mahiru's the impressive one. So Maiden muttered. So I'm the one getting the humble brag now. Kaino retorted, and Maiden felt a little apologetic, awkward until they reached the station. Chapter 265. An Anxious Maiden's Heart. He could earn money over the weekend, but he chose to spend time with Mahiru. A student's duty was to study, and he could not slack, which the owner Itomoki agreed. She had been cheering for him in many ways, along with the true reason for his work. It was a rest day, and Maiden had nothing to do since morning. Lazy he might be, he did do some muscle training and jogging, quickly finished his assignments, and finally got some rest. It was a lifestyle much improved from the past. He noted wryly that he was actually living a healthy lifestyle. After doing all his tasks in the morning, there remained something he was curious about. Yes, the thing Mahiru had been hiding recently. Seems like she's being jittery about something today too. Mahiru visited Maiden in the afternoon, and looked a little tense. She was a little calm after she had eaten oyatsu, but she looked a little nervous when he looked over at her. Clearly she was hiding something. Maiden did not point it out, and so she reverted to her usual calm till this point. He sat on the sofa, and she sat next to him. She was calm, but she looked a little listless, or rather, she had something on her mind. He finally had a break, and wanted to enjoy Mahiru, but it would be inappropriate when she was so spaced out. He hoped to hug her, at least, and replenish the lack of Mahiruism caused by his part-time work life. Mahiru. Yes? Can I hug you? He was relieved to see a reaction, but he asked cautiously, and Mahiru blinked away, showed a faint smile, and nodded. She spread her arms wide, so he went along with her goodwill as he gently embraced her. On this day, it was the smell of chocolate. There's a sweet smell every day, huh? Mahiru really liked sweets, but even she would not snack on them too often. She would manage her own body size seriously, and never would indulge. Recently, however, there was often a sweet smell around her. Maiden was not too fond of such foods, but he liked the sweet scents. He did not dislike the sweet fragrant scents from her whenever they touched. However, he did not think anything more than nice smell. He cautiously brought her slender body to his side, and when he tried to close in on her and gently touch her waist, she jolted. Why? It seemed she instinctively blurted this refusal, and Maiden sensed that his head started to cool rapidly. They usually leaned upon each other, and direct contact might not be appropriate, even though she was his girlfriend. Perhaps it was a matter of mood, or perhaps it might be that she did not want to be touched, just like now. I messed up. Maiden gave such a look as he moved away from Mahiru. Mahiru looked up at his face, confused. Sorry. I got too greedy. I do not hate it. You are mistaken. This is a misunderstanding. I do not dislike to be hugged by you, Maiden. It seemed she realized Maiden thought she rejected him, and she hastily flailed her hands, voicing her opinion. But you don't want to, right? I do not want, I am concerned about my belly now. Belly? I may have gotten a little fatter. If you wrap my waist, that is a little. Mahiru said, put her hands on her belly, and Maiden was perplexed. Mahiru had perfect management over her body size, and appearance and touch-wise, he could not feel that she got any fatter. Just moments ago, he was worried that she was so skinny, it affected her health. Perhaps it would be healthier for her to grow a little more flesh. Where? You still look rather thin, probably because of your dietary habits. He knew that Mahiru would do some stretches and simple exercises at home, sometimes go out for a jog, or even play the fitness games of the game console at his place. Even as part of the going home club, Mahiru would never scrimp on exercise to keep herself beautiful. It was impossible to imagine her getting fat. He did not think so, but for some reason, Mahiru was unwilling to look at him in the eyes. Did you? Not at all. I have not slacked on my exercise, and I am more hardworking than before. I have balance in all my meals, but other than those meals. You've been snacking. Snacking, you say? Yes, I have been. That is the reason. That's surprising. Mahiru was particular about her body, and thus her food intake. It was surprising that she could eat so much to the point that she was worried. Well, there is what they call fool's appetite, and the food's delicious. We got more delicious food that's different from summer's, no wonder you would snack on oyatsu. It is because I have been indecisive. Noting, in any case, if you touch my belly, the fat will. I don't think you have any extra fat, you're skinny, and there isn't much flesh. If there is, it's within the margin of error. Your muscles are sturdy, it's fine for it to be a little softer. To Maiden, it was the world who was so insistent on being skinny. But even by that baseline, Mahiru was appropriately slender. He was fine even if she was a little more rounded. He did not like her because she was skinny, pretty or cute. He liked Mahiru as a person, not because of her body shape. Her body shape was fine as long as her health was not compromised. Don't worry too much about it. So he said as he gave her eyes a serious look. You. She whimpered, and looked up at him. She might think it was a huge issue, but to Maiden, a little extra fat was not something to be concerned with. He did not feel any excess fat when he touched her, and if she did not allow him to, that would be a matter of life and death. I want you to heal me a little, can't I? And not that I cannot, I am fine with that. Maiden smiled towards a somewhat reluctant Mahiru, wrapped her in his clutches, and to be precise, he lifted her out. He hugged the frozen Mahiru, put her between his legs, had her sit on the sofa, and she ended up like a doll. This was the most comfortable position to carry her on the sofa. Mahiru looked a little uneasy, probably because she was embarrassed. However, she obediently leaned onto him, and one could see that she was not completely against this. He wrapped his arms around her waist, and touched the belly she said she was particular about. She was still slender, however, and he wondered as to why she assumed, mistakenly, that she had grown fat. "I don't feel a change. I am working hard. But I do care. You're so slim though. Well, if you really mind, Mahiru, I can't say anything. I like you for however you are, Mahiru." Yes. Maiden would cheer on Mahiru if she wanted to slim down to an appropriate level, but it did not mean he wanted her to be skinny. He flatly denied the misunderstanding she had, that she had gotten fat, and he did not want to deny the hard work and determination to slim down. Just don't force yourself. So he thought, and he gently embraced her to feel her body that as soft as it usually was. How much effort was needed to be so slender and soft? Truly, the bodies of girls were a mystery. While experiencing so, Maiden buried his face into her shoulder, and another sweet scent entered his nostrils along with the conditioner and her milky scent. It's the smell of chocolate today. So he thought as he gently slid his lips towards her neck. He did not intend to do anything, and the feeling of Mahiru's skin was enough to make him happy. He could practically savor the delicious white skin. It was a male instinct, to be expected. He put his lips over, kissed the silky skin, and rubbed his cheeks onto Mahiru, who made a ticklish sound. "You really like to fawn when you are tired, Maiden-kun." "Right back at you, but well, I want some human warmth." It was as Mahiru said, that whenever they felt tired, they would try to cling onto each other to be revitalized. The experience of body warmth and sense was a relieving sense of bliss. Usually, it was Mahiru who was more prone to fawning around, but recently, Maiden had been tired, so he too ended up fawning more often. "You can do whatever you like, but please do not leave a mark. Others could see it. Chaito-san spotted the one you left the last time you stayed over, and teased me. Sorry about that, I should make sure it's not so easy to spot." Maiden was so excited back then, half his sanity went on strike. Of course, he did not cross that line, but he obediently obeyed his desire to dye the white skin. And so he left it on a place that could be seen. He reflected on his actions. He was so embarrassed to recall what happened that night, and he even embraced her too hard. Mahiru in his clutches started slapping hard at his thigh. "That is not the problem either. Will you become like this once you get used to it?" "No, not that I'm used to it. I think that as a guy, I'm happy to leave my mark." Obviously, he would not get used to it simply by seeing skin once. The shame rose up to his face once he remembered so, and his desire perked, but his sanity kept it in check. The fact remained that his desire was aroused. If there was a next time, the white skin would once again have another mark left by Maiden's lips. "There's no way I can get used to this. It's a girl's body." So Maiden muttered to a displeased Mahiru in his clutches, and wrapped his hand on the hand slapping his thigh. Finally, Mahiru acted docile. Her ears were red, and clearly she was embarrassed. "Next time, please do so at a place that cannot be seen." "You're thinking of the next time already." That is because I am happy with whatever you do, Maiden-kun. I really like to be petted by you." The sight of Mahiru fidgeting while muttering so was so adorable, and he intertwined his fingers with hers. She said she would accept anything Maiden did, and she loved to be petted, which nearly caused his sanity to go amok. He barely managed to contain himself, and only kissed her on the neck. The still sensitive Mahiru shivered, but she let him do what he liked. "Anyway, no marks to be left for now. If you want to, that will be for beer." "Beer?" "Nothing at all. Please do not mind. Now I'm really curious." "It is fine." The hesitant Mahiru caused him to tilt his head, and she raised her voice shrilly, trying to befuddle him or something. She forcibly pressed her weight onto him. "She's so light." And Amain accepted with a chuckle. Chapter 266. Taking a breather with friends while on break from work. Mahiru had her own life, and sometimes she would want to be alone, or go out with others. Mahiru had been planning something behind Amain's back recently, so on days when he did not have to work, he could rest at home until dinner time after school, or hang out with Itsuki and the others. "You sure you'll be fine hanging out with us, newlywed? Your wife won't get jealous." Itsuki invited Amain out with Kadawaki, and they went to a coffee chain to try out a new product. They ordered a takeaway, and ate at a park near the station when Itsuki suddenly said so. "Who's the newly? Anyway, I can hang out during my own free time. I'm hanging out with guy friends, not girls. Just hanging out." "Oh, you say you're just hanging out with me? What, you're the one who invited me out? If we're really talking about that definition of hanging out, that's impossible for me." Itsuki sounded like Amain was a serial cheater and wriggled his body about. The latter rolled his eyes back at Itsuki, who quickly reverted back and nodded away, giving the look of one who knew everything. "Of course. You two are so hot for each other, there's no way for us to interrupt. First of all, you got Chitos. Secondly, I don't need you." "How cruel." "Well, you're the interfering one, Itsuki." "That's harsh of you, Yuta." Kadawaki coldly noted as he drank the new limited edition frozen shake, ignoring Itsuki's words completely with a stoic look. "It's November, it's cold out there, it's amazing that he could think of having a cold drink outdoors." So Amain thought as he sipped a hot matcha latte he ordered. Itsuki realized that nobody took his side, made a fake cry that lasted for 10 seconds or so, and acted as though nothing happened as he heartily drank the limited edition sweet potato latte. "Well, that aside, you can hang out with us, but you're not tired." "If I'm already tired, Kadawaki would already be worn out every day." I do get enough rest even at the club, and it's not as mentally taxing as serving customers. After all, I like to run." "You sure you don't get stressed at work, Fujimaya?" Still hanging on. "I don't really like to deal with customers, but they're usually older and rather matured. The seniors at the workplace treat me well, and they do teach me carefully. The only stress I have is that I'm not doing well enough, not because of the environment." It had not been a month since he started work, yet he felt it was the right choice to have Kido recommend him to work here. His service skills would be of use in the future, and he was grateful that the colleagues were all kind. Truth be told, half of a successful job was the colleagues. Amain was thus grateful to Kido for recommending a workplace where everyone was kind. Better thank her again next time. Amain swore, shook the round paper cup, and shrugged. "I think it's a pity to give me such a good workplace." "That's a good thing. A work environment's very important. A workplace where everyone is disposable doesn't sound good. Nobody would ever work at such a place. Even part-timers have a choice to choose. The body and soul is more important, and Mahiru would most likely hate such a workplace. She really loves you. I don't think that has anything to do with what we said, right? He just wanted to say that, right?" Amain glanced aside at Kadawaki, who grinned away. Feeling ticklish, Amain turned his head aside. "Say, your workplace is a cafe, right, Amain?" "Yeah, the target group's mainly the rich. Decent food and drinks, feels like it's worth the money. Anyone try to woo you there, Amain?" "It's common. What's your idea of a cafe, anyway? No. Some calm married women call me cute, most probably in the clumsy sense. They look at me like I'm a grandson or something." There were quite a few ladies and gentlemen who would give the unacquainted new staff some warm, gentle smiles. The young would not usually visit, so he never was wooed before. Also, there were other well-tempered and good-looking staff. If anyone really wanted to woo, they would be the first targets. The most Amain experienced was a really old grandmother who said slowly, "I really want to introduce my granddaughter to you." Of course, Amain cautiously refused due to his girlfriend. "Looks like you're very popular with the elderly, Fujimaya." You're usually poised and polite after all. I'm serving customers. I can't be careless as well, given the customer base. I guess a quiet, unimpressive person like me might be easier to talk to. It often happened. Aren't you the popular one then? Just to chit-chat. Age and gender didn't matter. It's common for staff to chat with the customers in the cozy atmosphere when we have the time. Luckily, it was not the atmosphere of a usual coffee chain. It was a space for calm and peace, one suited for chatting. It was established by the many poised old customers. It's interesting to imagine you being popular with the housewives who got nothing to do. Say, that has nothing to do with this. That's rude to them. Don't get any funny ideas. Feels like there's really a possibility. It's a little scary. You too, karaoke. It too. So Amain gave a dumbfounded look, but he saw a more serious look than he imagined. That's impossible. And he hastily insisted. In any case, he had a girlfriend he liked and pledged his future to her. He could no longer promise any other woman and believed that he had no interest in them. Surely they would hope Amain would not misunderstand so. Goodness. Amain sighed. Itsuki shrugged and looked at the watch on his wrist. Time's up. What? The time to borrow you, you know. Say, you. It was true that Amain belonged to Mahiru, but Mahiru was not the possessive kind, and she probably would not be jealous about him hanging out with his male friends. So he thought, yes, but Kadawaki too noted so, which left Amain perturbed. It's past 5, but it gets dark early, and colder. How about we split for now? You got other stuff to do once you get back after all. Well, yeah. All right, dismissed. It's freezing. Itsuki suddenly dismissed them, turned towards the entrance of the park, wanting to leave immediately. However, he then turned back towards Amain. Say Amain. What? I got lots of stuff to ask you tomorrow. Prepare yourself. Itsuki said something ridiculous out of a sudden, and hurriedly left. While Amain looked dumbfounded, same here. See you tomorrow. Kadawaki too showed a wry look before heading off. Amain felt a little conflicted at how he was left behind, and remained confused as he proceeded on his way back. Chapter 267. The Waiting Angel. The difference was that she was smiling, her eyes excited, and her smile a lot calmer and gentler. Her slightly blushing cheeks showed her joy. Welcome back, Amain-kun. I'm back. You're in a good mood. Mahiru's good mood was really worth celebrating, but Amain had no idea as to why she was so happy. Usually, she would welcome him with a beaming smile, but he had never. He did not know the reason, and naturally, was troubled. One had to wonder if she noticed his troubled thoughts, for her smile intensified. Looks like you never noticed anything the entire day, Amain-kun. Notice what? I am speechless that you never noticed what day it is today. It is your birthday today, Amain-kun. Mahiru said, looking a little flabbergasted. Ah. And Amain blurted out. Goodness, Amain-kun, happy birthday, Amain-kun. I forgot about it. I didn't really pay attention to myself. It would be weird to say that he recalled once Mahiru said so, but he had completely forgotten about it, and never realized so. Mahiru did not know his birthday the previous year, and over the past few weeks, Amain had used a lot of brainpower getting used to this unfamiliar workplace, sparing the rest of his efforts on daily muscle training, jogging, and revision. He had completely forgotten about his birthday. In any case, to Amain, his birthday was a milestone, but he was oblivious to it, and did not have any plans to celebrate it. It might be a reason why he forgot. His parents would celebrate this for him back home, but ever since he lived alone, he never thought about it, until this point. It is not insignificant, you know? I am grateful for the day you are born. Without you, I can never really trust and love a single person. Mahiru grimaced at Amain's forgetfulness, and she gently raised his hand. Because of you, I know that love truly exists, Amain-kun, and this is why I am so happy. Your birth is something I am really grateful for. Her eyes were radiating a warm light unlike their initial encounter, and they stared at him. The intertwined hand was warm. It felt as though Mahiru's passion towards him was contained in this hand, a peaceful, cozy warmth. Thank you very much, for being born. For meeting me. She was really delighted, her voice and clearly expressed so, and Amain felt his cheeks searing. He learned it was possible for the body to feel hot after being thanked and blessed. It was until his encounter with Mahiru that it was not an annoying feeling, but a different one, a fluffy one. Amain was the blessed one to be thought so highly. I'm the one to be grateful that you think of me so much, and even celebrate this with me. He did not know how to convey this warmth and the emotions, so he stammered to convey his thanks. Mahiru then said bashfully, I prepared a little feast for you today. Please look forward to it. And, before we eat, there are 2 things I want to apologize for. Things to apologize for? Amain tilted his head, and Mahiru lowered her eyes awkwardly. You noticed that I have been fidgeting around. I am sorry for causing you unrest. Well, looking at it, it's obvious. I don't think you'll do anything cruel about me. I am just worried if I did anything bad. I do not think you would do anything to me. However, I caused you worry because I cannot really hide things. I am sorry for hiding something from you, Amain-kun. Mahiru probably wanted to surprise Amain, to prepare for his birthday, which was why she had that attitude. She really could not hide it from him, and felt guilty as a result. It was cute that she was hiding something, and for Amain's sake. He had no intention to blame her. I don't mind that, and what's the other? I was preparing for your birthday secretly, and everyone seemed to have understood me, so they never said to you all to create this surprise. Actually, I wanted to celebrate this with everyone at school, but because of me, it affected the blessing you should have received on this day, Amain-kun. So that's how it is. Both Itsuki and Chaitos knew of his birthday, and they were the type to celebrate a friend's birthday. Thus, since they never spoke up, it became a big reason as to why Amain forgot about his own birthday. They did not say anything so as to go along with Mahiru's plans, and Itsuki's invite after school was probably to delay Amain. Those guys. So he muttered, but he knew how gentle his voice sounded at this point. He was at a loss on how to deal with the apologetic Mahiru, so he gently tapped her head while she looked down. To be honest, I don't really mind about date, location, or whether I was though. I already forgot everything about it. It's not that we have to celebrate today, right? Those guys are being caring for our sake. But I'm not really sure, but they probably think that you planning this birthday celebration will be the biggest happiness I can get, so they teamed up to hide this from me. The assistance to Mahiru this time was their way of celebrating Amain's birthday. Even if he did not receive their blessings on that day, he did not mind. He already understood that they sent their best wishes towards him. I know I'm really fortunate to have such caring friends around me, and it's really a blessing. We don't have to celebrate immediately. I don't gauge our friendship based on whether they looked for me. The manner of celebration differed per person. If this was how they would celebrate, Amain felt that was fine. He felt there were no words or things to reliably gauge a person, and the relationships formed were not that shallow. Their goodwill was more than enough. Mahiru looked a little devastated, however. Amain showed a wry smile as he gently patted her head and peered at her face. And it looks like I'll be surrounded tomorrow. You have me to yourself today, so when they ask tomorrow, I got something to brag, okay? Yes. Amain joked with a chuckle, and it seemed Mahiru did not expect so, for she too smiled, and put her face into Amain's chest. Chapter 268. A feast served by the angel. Amain looked at the dining table, and blurted out his true thoughts. It was a birthday feast, with many dishes on the table, all of which were foods Amain liked. Mahiru usually would emphasize on nutritional balance, but this day was different. There were egg dishes laid next to each other, probably due to Amain's open proclamation of his fondness of eggs. He loved them, and they were nutritious, but it would be bad to indulge excessively. Thus, he would usually be restricted to a day's worth of serving, but this limit was removed just for this day. The most eye-catching on the dinner table was a beef stew with hard-baked omelette rice, which she hardly made, as it was to be prepared since the previous day. Also, there was chow and mushy, potato salad with lots of steamed eggs, boiled pork with eggs. There was sufficient food for an ordinary high school boy, and also various things Maine liked. There were hardly any vegetables, not because he hated them, but that he loved to eat them. I made the dishes you like, Maine, and did not think of the type or nutritional balance. It is fine to indulge once in a while. I shall add more vegetables the next day. So Mahiru said with an elegant giggle. She might have sensed how delighted Maine was, for her face was a little red. Also, we have the dashimaki for tomorrow's breakfast. I made too much this time, and I feel that it will be more fragrant if I leave it to tomorrow. I shall also prepare the salmon seikyo yaki. Will miso soup with tofu and daikon work? That's quite a feast early in the morning. Well, it's already a feast in front of me. Fufu. Please hurry and eat before it gets go. The meat in the meat stew is still very tender. Great. The omelette rice of the beef stew is justice. This favorite dish of Maine was hardly served as it would take too much effort. He wanted to squeal in joy, and contained these emotions in his heart as he clapped his hands together. Itadakimasu. He did not forget to say his thanks, and immediately stuffed the omelette rice of the beef stew into his mouth. He naturally showed a smile. The beef was sufficiently tender to be cut with a spoon, and it did not feel dry when he ate it. It felt very delicious, and on first bite, he knew the meat was of top quality. It had completely absorbed the flavor, and was of perfect harmony with the omelette rice. Maine nodded away conscientiously as he quickly savored the other dishes, not forgetting his etiquette. Mahiru too ate elegantly as she giggled at Maine. What's the matter? Nothing. I feel a sense of accomplishment when you are enjoying the food so much, Maine-kun. It's really delicious after all. Of course it's appropriate for me to say it's the best thing. I am content if you think it is the best. Of course, I shall not rest on my laurels. This stoic Mahiru had Maine smiling wryly, and he continued to dig in. The plates were cleared in an instant. There was quite the variety, but each serving was well controlled, and he was prone to hunger especially after work, so he managed to finish them easily. Maine cleaned off the plates nicely, and Mahiru showed a satisfied smile, slowly got up, and put the utensils in the basin. Maine wanted to get up and assist her, but the star of the show should relax, but Mahiru intimidated him with much gentleness, and so he sat back at his chair dejectedly. Once all the utensils were cleared from the table, Mahiru showed another smile at Maine. There is dessert after dinner. I hope you will enjoy this. Is that what you had been practicing? Yes. I am a little displeased with my efforts, and am still hesitant on presenting so I modified the recipe heavily so that you should be able to like it, Maine-kun. So that would explain why she was worried about getting fat. It seemed Mahiru had been making and tasting. It would depend on the type of sweets, but they typically were high calories, and it would be no wonder that she was worried about high calorie intake. Actually, you can do everything well, Mahiru, though it's rude for me to say this. I'm glad that you're giving so much effort for me, but don't force yourself, you know. I am not, I just need to exercise a little more after this. That hard work is the reason why your body hasn't changed. Really, that self-discipline is amazing. It is all within the margin of error, and my waistline has not changed significantly. I shall bring it out then. So she said, and took out a plate from the fridge, probably containing the chocolate cake she personally made. And with a clank, the plates were served on the table. The cake was already cut into bite slices, and she silently placed them on the other plates. He looked at the object before him, and it probably was gateau chocolate, or more akin to raw chocolate. Appearance-wise, it had a firm and solid impression. After that, Mahiru added some cream and mint, but it appeared to be a really simple one. I chose to make gateau chocolate. You are not particularly fond of sweets, Maine-kun, so I feel it will be more palatable if you have it with a beverage. I chose milk for this, given the richness of the flavor. It is better if both are eaten together. If the maker says this is the best way to eat it, I'll eat it gratefully. Mahiru put in so much effort in making this, and surely she would not be wrong. Amain showed no worry as he stabbed the fork into the gateau chocolate while Mahiru watched on. As per its appearance, the cake was taut when he tried to poke at it. Nevertheless, it was easy to cut. He took a bite, gently put it into his mouth, and the first thing he tasted was the rich flavor of chocolate. The gateau chocolate was a little more similar to raw chocolate. It was sticky and gooey. Yet at the same time, it was different from raw chocolate. He could feel a silky skin in his mouth, and the hardness of the coating was exquisite. The sweetness was controlled, and one could certainly feel the depth and sweetness of the chocolate. One could sense that the chocolate was adjusted to its maximum possible level. Delicious. He blurted out what he really thought, and Mahiru heaved a sigh of relief, smiling. It is great that it suits your tastes. I wanted a taste and feeling that is just right. It's really great. It's amazing how you managed to do it this well. Fufu, I really feel accomplished to have such a reaction. It seemed my efforts were not for naught. She made a bell-like giggle, and beamed giddily as she saw Amain click his tongue while eating the gateau chocolate. Also, did you notice any other flavor in this? Once asked, Amain closed his eyes, and focused on his taste buds. There was certainly a rich sweetness, and also a fragrance and bitterness distinct from chocolate. It was a fragrance Amain often scented upon at work recently. Coffee, Wait, our shop. The delicate flavor and rich fragrance heavily resembled the coffee provided at his workplace. It was half a guess, you are completely correct, and Mahiru said so with a grin, her hands clapped together. I have not been there to have a look though. I had Kido-san buy some coffee beans from your workplace, Amain-kun. The owner even helped to blend and ensure the chocolate taste is richer. I really had to thank them lots. Even Itamaki-san's an accomplice, well, she's been grinning a lot recently, now that I think about it. He did not expect the owner Itamaki-san to get involved. He sensed cold sweat trickling down his heart, and probably would have a hard time during his next shift. It was true, however, that the coffee was good. Amain heard that freshly grounded coffee was delicious, and he too wanted to buy a coffee machine, but he did not expect to taste it in this manner. Fufu, I merely asked of Kido-san, but news spread before I knew it, and they heartily helped out. Good thing it did not reach your ears, Amain-kun. Seriously, Mahiru. Amain felt bashful because of how Mahiru toiled relentlessly for his sake. He thought of cutting the gateau chocolate to hide his embarrassment from Mahiru, but she gently stopped him, and snatched the fork from his hand. He lifted his face, and their eyes met as Mahiru gave an alluring smile. We finally have a chance. Shall I feed you? I feel I should be feeding you on your birthday. No, that's... Do not worry about it. Mahiru seemed to imply that whatever Amain was tentative about, she would shoo it aside, and she took the gateau chocolate to his mouth. Amain stammered, and obediently ate the cake. Mahiru knew that he definitely was not unwilling, which was why she did so. The embarrassment stung at him lightly, but he sank in the bliss rising within his body. Chapter 269. The Angel's Presence. Is it delicious? It is, but you don't have to feed me, right? It is a must. You are the protagonist after all, Amain-kun. If anyone else is around, this is a public execution, let's just keep it to the both of us. If Itsuki and the others were present, there was no doubt they would tease him like no tomorrow. Otherwise, they might give him warm looks and smiles. Mahiru was more excited than Amain himself. The outsiders might not mind too much, but he was so embarrassed by the fact that he got fed, he was about to roll on the floor. I'll pay back the favor for Mahiru's birthday next time. Amain resolved himself, and used the milk to wash the mouth that was sweetened by Mahiru in 2 ways. And then, Mahiru smiled while she took something from the bag next to her. It was a white box, a little larger than her palm, with a navy blue ribbon. No matter how slow he was, he knew what it was at this point of time. He looked at Mahiru, and her smiling face was a little flushed. "This is your birthday present. I wonder if it is to your liking." Mahiru said with a little lack of confidence, put the box in his hand, and looked up at him, somewhat uneasy. It seemed she was fine with him opening it there and then, and just wanted to see his reaction. It was rare for him to receive a present, so he should open it. He cautiously undid the ribbon, and found a velvet box inside it. He had assumed there would be a present placed inside it, but there was another box inside. He was momentarily taken aback, and surely, inside it would contain the feelings Mahiru wanted to startle Amain with. What's inside it? Why so many layers? So Amain wondered as he gently opened the inner box. It seemed to be something with a mild white gloss, like a clip or something. There seemed to be some flower engraved on it, and for a moment, he did not realize what it was. He remembered it was something he wore at the school festival. A necktie pin. That is correct. To be honest, I really wondered what I should give to a boy. I thought of giving a watch, which is more common, but I could not simply give an expensive one, and I was worried you would be too embarrassed to accept it. Everyone has their own likes, and to be honest, I see that you have a watch, which you seem to be rather fond of. They usually had phones, and Amain did not really wear his watch. The only one he would wear outdoors was the one his parents bought to celebrate his enrollment in high school. It seemed that was a little pricey, and a little unsuited for school. Amain hardly spent time outdoors, so he hardly wore a watch outdoors. He did wear that watch when he went out with Mahiru, and it seemed she remembered. So I thought of an item you will use but usually will not buy. Our school allows us to wear a necktie pin as long as it does not stand out too much, you know? You will also use it when you go out to work. Amain had to wear a necktie pin during a ceremony, but there were no other special restrictions. Most of the boys too did not wear one, for they found it a hassle. Amain too hardly wore it, and usually forgot about it. Since Mahiru gave it to him, he might have to wear it every day. It seemed she chose this for him, hoping that he would wear this every day. I can give you a tie, and you will need quite a few when you go out to work, but for us students, the choice of necktie is fixed, as per the school rules. I shall choose one for you when you get a chance to wear a suit. Thanks. I'll make sure to wear it well. Obviously, the implication without her saying was that they would be together forever. The heat of the joy naturally filled his chest. Of course, he already intended so right from the beginning. He felt embarrassed to sense the same feelings from Mahiru, and yet elated. I shall treasure this necktie pin along with you forever, Mahiru. He engraved this feeling along with the thought, and smiled at Mahiru, who looked relieved, smiling. That is good. I was worried you would not like it. After all, I know this is not usually a gift to a high school boy. I'll be glad to receive whatever you give, Mahiru. Fufu, I know that, but I feel that I should give you something you need, Amain-kun. You do not have any interest in material items, and you do not lack in anything, so I was really troubled. Amain typically did not have anything he really wanted, which actually bothered her, which caused him to smile wryly. He would not say that he did not have any material desire, and if there was anything, it would be the budget for the thing he swore to buy for Mahiru. He had to struggle for this, and he could not ask her for such an embarrassing thing. He never told Mahiru exactly why he was working, and naturally, he should not inform her of what he wanted. In this sense, Amain truly had nothing he wanted. He hardly had any desire, which troubled her greatly. For me, I'll like everything you give me. Will you be happy if I give you a sweet wrapper too? That is a little scary. I'll think you're planning something, or that the patterns are interesting or cute, and I'll keep it. I will not give it for real though. If that is to happen, I will give you the sweets too. All right, I know you're joking, I'll be glad with anything as long as it comes with your feelings, Mahiru. Goodness. Mahiru sounded a little displeased, but her expression was gentle, so she was probably hiding her embarrassment. Amain happily looked at Mahiru, gently kept the pin, and swore to wear it starting from the next day. Then, Mahiru timidly tugged at his sleeve. Well, there is another, little present. The somewhat hesitant tone had Maiden tilt his head in confusion. Today, I shall agree to whatever you ask for, from now until the end of the day. Once Mahiru said this, Maiden nearly choked. Luckily, he was not drinking the milk. He would have spat it out if there was. He coughed gently a few times, and she turned around, seemingly having resolved herself. It seemed she was serious. That's dangerous. We are dating after all. Even so. He sensed that he had said the same thing before. Either way, it was a dangerous situation when a girl said she would agree to whatever a boy wanted. Even as lovers, dangerous things were dangerous. Should I say you are being considerate, or that you have no desire, Maiden-kun? That's not it, I can't. You're a girl though. I do not think you will do anything overboard, Maiden-kun. What if I do? I shall have you bear responsibility. Mahiru shot him an innocent and trustful expression, and he instinctively sensed that he lost. He gently tickled his face, and silently reached his hand towards her. I'll bear responsibility even if I don't do anything, you idiot. Truly, Mahiru doted on Maiden, and it was a little scary how she would let him do whatever he wanted. Maiden was a fine, healthy young man, but his sanity might not last forever. But it shows how much she likes me, I guess? He felt that this level of trust was way too much, and gently hugged her soft body to his side, burying his face into her shoulder. He took a deep breath, and it seemed she had taken a bath beforehand, for he sensed a bath fragrance richer than usual. If I say I want Mahiru, she probably will nod in agreement. Maiden did not intend to disobey his own oath, but he could imagine her nodding in embarrassment. An overly doting girlfriend was terrifying after all, and he might even wreck his self-control. A male's sanity was thinner than paper grass, and would rip upon impact. Once again, he tensed up, and warned himself to be wary. He moved his lips to her cheek, and breathed onto it. Mahiru then shivered. Everyone could tell that she was ticklish and sensitive. However, he did not intend to show her to anyone. The fact that she was sensitive all over was something only he should know. Mahiru continued to wriggle in his clutches, but did not resist. Maiden smiled, and put his lips by her ear. Oh yeah, it's been a while, so how about you be my Dakimakura? Since Mahiru wanted Maiden to request, he chose one which would allow him to fawn to his heart's content, without snapping his sanity, and Mahiru in his clutches went beetroot. Maiden just wanted her to be a Dakimakura, nothing more, as the term implied. She however seemed to have some strange delusion. Maiden did not intend to do what he did the last time he stayed over. He managed to slam the brakes at the last minute, and if anything more, he did not know what would have happened. That's what I mean, a Dakimakura. What are you thinking? Not at all. I am not thinking of anything indecent. I haven't said what you're thinking though. He did not mention anything more, and she was more flushed than she was before. The completely red-faced Mahiru practically had steam rising out from her, and she looked up at him with teary eyes, before she escaped from his clutches. Be Barker, Maiden-kun no Barker. I didn't do anything, right? But this is bullying. All right, I admit, I was mischievous, sorry, you're so cute that Maiden had the urge to tease Mahiru, for she was fine with being touched, but if he said too much, she definitely would pout. Thus, he apologized first, and Mahiru stopped showing her displeasure. She ended up hammering lightly at his chest instead. She looked so cute without hiding her blushing face as she vented on him. He smiled as he patted her head, but she did not seem to have recovered, for there were 2 little balloons on her cheeks. I shall get a change of clothes. Please have a bath first, Maiden-kun. The warm smile on Maiden's face did not change, and Mahiru scampered out of the room. She would be back soon, however. Maiden was stunned to see Mahiru escape like a bunny, but he then felt a rising urge to dote on her, and he chuckled. Chapter 270. The Cute Rabbit Angel. She had changed into her pajamas, the faint pink bunny pajamas she bought the last time. Maiden had the kitty version, not a matching type, but he did not expect her to actually wear it on this day and had his usual nightwear on instead. The heart that was usually dangling behind her hair was hung loose behind her ears, hoodie on, unadorned, and she looked really adorable. The last 2 stayovers, she deliberately chose a negligee and a baby doll dress that were rather skimpy to test Amain's sanity. This time, it appeared Amain could at ease. It really suits you. It's just like you, Mahiru. What do you mean by that? Like, you're little, fluffy, and cute, and it shows how you're scared of loneliness. In fact, rabbits were not exactly such creatures, but the impression they had was that they were petite, soft, fluffy, cute, and scared of loneliness. They were basically an embodiment for Mahiru. To be honest, he was praising her, but she appeared to be unhappy. She puffed her cheeks and looked up at Amain, and once she saw that his hair was wet, she frowned harder. I know how you look at me, Amain-kun, but more importantly, did you choose to deliberately not dry your hair because I am around? Why did you not use the dryer on your hair? Mahiru pinched at Amain's hair, reproaching so. So you figured out. So Amain showed a wry smile. He would dry his hair properly whenever Mahiru was around, and would occasionally wipe with a towel whenever Mahiru was not too busy, letting Mahiru dry the rest. He knew this would cause her trouble, so this little bit of fawning was truly once in a while. The joy of Mahiru touching him and caring for him prompted him to do so, however. Childish it might be, Amain could not change this habit. You're thinking too much, all right, it's not. I did it on purpose. I want you to do it for me, Mahiru. Goodness, but it is fine. I enjoy this, and this is your way of fawning around. Mahiru had seen through Amain completely, and Amain felt conflicted, but he was then relieved once she saw how impishly she giggled. Come here. She prodded, and so Amain sat on the sofa. Mahiru gave him a bewildered look that betrayed her delighted smile, so he too smiled as he plugged in the dryer. The dryer at home was silent, and the wind warmer than Mahiru's hair buzzed at him quietly. Most of the water was dried off messily with a towel, and Mahiru only had to finish the job and dry off the rest. She continued to warm his hair carefully and even checked on the hair texture. Good, looks like you did not slack in caring for your hair, so she muttered. When Amain last touched Mahiru's skin, Mahiru said that it would be better for her skin to be a little smoother, so she did care for it well. At the same time, Amain thought she would be happier if his skin was a little smoother when she touched him, so he did care of it somewhat. Thanks to that, he had smooth hair recently, and it was easier for him to comb through. But Amain-kun, you had fine hair, to begin with. Thanks to my parents. They're thinner and softer though, and get entangled easily. But it is easier to make them smoother, so that is good now. I think a hair care product as a present might be fine. You should have made it a little more moist. So she said as she dried his hair. She pulled out a comb out of nowhere, and deftly combed the hair that was fluffy due to the air flowing through. And thus, the hairstyle was just as Mahiru liked it. According to her, she also liked the men's style which she was used to seeing at school, but at this point, she was calmed. If you want it a little more glossy, I'll just improve on it then. It is not that I like it, I just find it nicer to touch, and more enjoyable to comb through. I'll ask Kadawaki and the others if they got any suggestions. If you're happy, I'm happy. And just like that, she ended up touching more often than before. That would be the main objective, but he decided not to mention it for the time being. If Mahiru liked it, it was worth Amain's effort to care of it, and this probably would improve his confidence, which was a good thing. While he thought about it, Mahiru put the comb onto the table, her forehead onto his arm, and she rolled about. The familiar manner of hiding her embarrassment had Amain chuckling to himself quietly. Whenever she rolled her head about, the ears on her hood would twitch, and Amain was all the more bemused. That bunny there has 4 pink ears now. Quiet, I should have you wear one too, Amain-kun. I am a bunny now after all. So it'll be a bunny taking care of a cat's fur. That is cute, no. I'm fine with you being the only cute thing, Mahiru. If he were careless, the predator and the prey, the cat and rabbit, would end up getting so friendly, and he would have the urge to laugh at that. However, he did not think he would be cute, even if he became a cat. Compared to the past, Maiden was a little fitter, and the childish vibe on his face was gradually fading away. He lost his cuteness a long time again, and was mystified as to why Mahiru called him cute, but it was merely a sense of personal taste, which he could not do anything about. The redness on her cheeks gradually faded away, and she looked up at Maiden. He did not know of this cuteness Mahiru said about him, so he kissed her on the lips, deliberately rattling her. She immediately blinked, and her face turned red. She did not resist, probably because she was so elated. Maiden embraced her, and she lost all strength in her body, practically telling Maiden to do as he pleased. He gently ate up the alluring lips, and slowly pried apart the peach clams. Mahiru accepted him honestly, and did not resist. There had been a little change to Mahiru recently, that she would invite Maiden in, and also do the same things to him. To be honest, she was adorable. He heard this weak sound all to himself, and was delighted that the adorable bunny welcomed the wolf, while shivering. He did not like such a deep kiss, for the brimming passion would have gone overboard. One time he stayed over, however, he overdid it and terrified her, so he tried to ensure the kiss was gentle and yet deep. I should have bought a wolf pajamas instead of a cat. Both sides silently pulled their lips away from each other, and after a short moment, Mahiru paced her erratic breathing as she murmured begrudgingly. Maiden smiled, trying his best not to let the embarrassment from the kiss run amok. In that case, the only cute thing is the little bunny Mahiru. You bully. Mahiru pursed her lips that were wetter than before, and this time, she headbutted his arm, expressing her displeasure. And this is where you're not cute. I am not. You lie? You are so new at this. Shut up. It was to be expected, since it was his first time dating. At this point, Maiden could barely conceal the embarrassment and nervousness that came with being a couple, but it was to be expected that he was initially not used to it. If that innocence was cute, then he would rather Mahiru have that instead. He did not want the one he liked to see him lose composure. I shall find a chance to shock you next time. I cannot be losing every time. Mahiru pouted unnecessarily, and Maiden stuffed her lips again to prevent her ploy from leaking out, savoring the sweet lips. Chapter 271. Belonging to each other. Mahiru had visited the bedroom a few times already, but she was still a little tense, and her hand holding Maiden's was a little tighter. In turn, Maiden smiled as he gently stroked his fingers over her palm to get her to relax, and held it as he led her onto the bed. So Mahiru sat on the bed, shivering away, looking embarrassed, resembling a rabbit who was to be eaten by a wolf. Once he saw how adorable she was, he sheathed back the fangs that were about to be exposed at his prey, sat next to her, and patted her head to coax her. He said he would not do anything, but she was still nervous, probably because it was the bedroom. I'm not going to eat you. Didn't I say that I'll have you as a dakimakura today? Is that so? Are you looking forward to it? No, not at all. It is just that, Maiden-kun, you. Me. You look so composed, and so manly. It feels embarrassing. Why you meanie? So Mahiru fidgeted and shriveled as she looked up at Maiden, looking awkward. Maiden thought to himself that he did well on the surface, and smiled. Truly, he might look composed, but inside, he was not. Rather, he could not be composed simply because he understood her somewhat. He only remained composed, for he knew that if he was too anxious, he would terrify Mahiru. Also, he felt that if he panicked, he would not be manly at all. I told you before that I'm not exactly the most composed. I just want to show you my cool so I didn't look that way. So will you show it to me if I say I want to have a look? No. Meanie. It's embarrassing to be blushing and stammering. It was 5 months since they started dating, and if he was to blush whenever they kissed or petted each other, that would be too embarrassing. Maiden felt that a female would rather he was a reliable person, and that it would be better if Mahiru could be calmed down like this. However, she cautiously pinched the hem of his shirt. I want to see you as you are, Maiden-kun. Please take it as my willfulness, please? She asked softly and uneasily. Amain put his hands on his face and sighed. It seemed his bravado was unnecessary. Look, I'm acting cool in front of you because I like you. Please understand. So Amain embraced Mahiru and pulled her to his side, his forehead on her shoulder. She froze for a moment, and one could hear a soft giggle. You are always cute and cool. No need for the cute part. Fufu, I have gained lots then, since I saw both sides to you. Her joyous words left Amain unable to speak. He turned her onto the bed, trying to hide his embarrassment, it seemed. He did it carefully to minimize the impact, and the most he did was to shake her. He did not consider, however, the shock to Mahiru's heart, and his action had her blinking furiously in shock. Shame finally won after Mahiru kept staring at him, so he embraced her tightly and buried his face into her large lumps. The feeling of the lumps were warm, fluffy, and very soft, probably because of the bunny pajamas. The sweet, refreshing fragrance of hers was wonderful beyond words. Amain might be excited if the vibe Mahiru had was the imagination she was worried yet expectant for, but as she was completely relaxed, he had no real desire to do anything more, and merely sank his body and mind into the comfort and bliss. Mahiru tensed up, but once she saw that Amain did not do anything, she started patting his head. It felt good. You really like to fawn today too. Can't I do that? Yes. Mahiru probably saw that he was embarrassed, and gently let out a delighted giggle. You really are bold today, Amain-kun. I just want to touch you more today. That is fine, but well, it feels normal. Actually, well, I thought you would be more direct. No, well, I like to touch, and want to know you more, but then again, I feel fulfilled just experiencing your body warmth when I'm next to you. He lifted his face from the valley, and then embraced her slender body in his clutches. Amain never really intended to do what Mahiru imagined, and if that happened every time they stayed over, his sanity would reach his limits. She would accept whatever he did with such overbearing cuteness, and he was scared that he would slowly inch towards the endless desire. However, he really did not intend to do anything on this day. Even boys would not be thinking of doing such things all the time, for living together peacefully with their beloved women would be enough happiness. The satisfaction of the flesh might be quite lacking compared to the direct contact the last time, but the mental satisfaction far surpassed that. The woman he loved to the point of swearing his future with was leaning next to him, her eyes filled with trust and love. What else could bring about more solace, bliss, and satisfaction? Mahiru showed a fluffy smile, as though agreeing that she was happy to simply be touched by Amain, and clung onto his chest. I too feel happy to have you by my side, Amain-kun. That's good. It'll be unfair if I'm the only one. This happiness comes far too easy. I too get happy easily when I am next to you, Amain-kun. Your presence next to me is all I need, but I feel happier to touch you. Once she made such a cute statement, Mahiru looked up at Amain, pleading with her expression. You want to touch? Not to say that you can't, but I don't think a guy's body feels good. Really? I do like those who do not have much muscle, the belly feels taut when I touch it. Once she was allowed to, she gingerly stroked her fingers across Amain's chest and abdomen. He wondered that Kido's influence was definitely at work, and the ticklish feeling had him wriggling. She was so happy though, so he decided to dote on her and laugh it off. I think the muscle training paid off. Can't say I'm a bean sprout now. I think it is fine. A little firm, not too much excess flesh. You seem sturdier compared to before. Don't mention about the past. I was so weak back then. Mahiru's recollection of the past had Amain embarrassed. His muscles were sturdy at this point, but back then, he had quite the unreliable looking back. He did not have much excess flesh, but that was because he was skinny to begin with, a complete weakling. It was a complete difference from being called healthy. Thinking back about it, Amain really wanted to punch his old self and rally himself together. Mahiru seemed to prefer Amain's current body, and he felt that his hard work had paid off. After some training, the trendy clothes would suit him. It seemed his decision to be a worthy match for Mahiru was not for naught. Fufu, but you were really boyish back then. When you carried me, I thought you were a different, starting from the bones. Well, yeah, you're small and really bony, Mahiru. His hard work had allowed him to carry Mahiru's taut yet soft body. That aside, she was smaller, or in other words, she was just small all over. Small I may be, but I am sturdier than you imagine, no, Amain-kun. That's small too. I think it's fine if I can just touch you gently. Otherwise I'll break you. You never used that much strength before. How can I snap? But even then, I should treasure the ones important to me, and pay more attention to her. Amain wanted to be a fine gentleman to Mahiru, as much as he could. He wanted to treasure, accompany, and protect her for the rest of his life, and this would mean he needed to be more careful than usual, for fear of hurting her. He knew he was overly protective, but Mahiru was still a feeble female, whose strength and tautness was inferior to that of a male's, and Amain should pay more attention in this regard. He knew that Mahiru did not wish to be coddled, and wanted to respect her free will, while giving her the gentleness she wanted. Also, he would never do anything to make her cry. He made it his life goal to ensure her happiness, and muttered so at her ear. Once she heard that, her face turned redder than Amain's. Thank you very much, so she whispered. It is your birthday, Amain-kun, but I feel that my desires are being satisfied. No, I'm satisfied too, you know? The day just passed. Mahiru had satisfied Amain greatly, especially his feelings, and she really did not worry. Also, before she knew it, the day was over. The birthday had just passed. It probably was due to them forgetting the time, cuddling and kiss on the sofa and the bed, for the birthday passed, yet he felt unbridled joy. Really, I wanted to fulfill more of our wishes, Amain-kun. Time really passed quickly. Don't think whatever I say now can be fulfilled. Anyway, what do you want to say? I want a kiss from you before we sleep, Mahiru. They kissed back then, but that was Amain kissing Mahiru. The latter, the more flustered of the duo, would hardly take the initiative to do so. She preferred to do so on the lips, but her shame so prevented her from taking that step. And so, since it was his birthday, he suggested to Mahiru that he wanted her to kiss him, an embarrassing proposition to be heard by anyone else. Of course, he knew it was out of character of him, and she looked troubled and dumbfounded for some reason. You really have no desire, Amain-kun. I thought you would have asked for something more important. I'm satisfied enough. What more do I want? I have my lover celebrating my birthday next to me, giving me warmth. This is enough. Not that I don't have desires, just that they are already fulfilled. Then I am very greedy. Mahiru. Greedy was not a word Amain would particularly associate with Mahiru, but she nodded with a serious look, and her eyebrows drooped. I feel lonely whenever you go to work, Amain-kun, and I always yearn for you to return sooner. I was also worried if you will attract other women, Amain-kun. I always think that you are dashing, so what will happen if you are popular with the women? I do not want to disturb your decision, and I am not worried that you will cheat on me, but I do feel uneasy. I do wonder if you will leave me. Even though I do not wish to disturb you, Amain-kun. Mahiru pinned her face onto Amain's chest, and muttered so. I do not want you to leave me. I want you to touch me more. I want you to always, be by my side. I think I may be too greedy after all. Once Mahiru expressed her true thoughts, Amain had the urge to smile. Every single sentence showed how much she loved and treasured him. She wished to be by his side forward, and that was how much she was fond of him. That was truly a lover's providence. Mahiru described her possessiveness as greedy. Amain smiled, and embraced her somewhat firmly. Maybe my love is more than yours, Mahiru. More than you imagine. Mahiru said that her love was heavy, but in that case, Amain's might be heavier. In no way was he intending to let go. He might let her go with bloody tears if that could ensure Mahiru's happiness, but he would never leave her otherwise. He always toiled to personally present her with happiness. He did not intend to escape his responsibilities by dismissing it as being for Mahiru's sake. He truly wanted to toil for her sake, to live through every day with such brimming emotions. My family's always single-minded and deeply in love. I guess I'm no exception. Maybe you haven't felt it, Mahiru, but the heaviness isn't the kind of wanting to bind someone, but to pour emotions into you. I won't let you go no matter what. I don't want you to care for anyone else other than me, so sometimes I worry if you hate me. Amain knew those were some heavy emotions. It would be too rude towards Mahiru if he was to be frivolous, and that was why he dated her seriously, and intended to confess to her with the intention to be together forward. To others, this surely would seem very heavy. Despite that, Mahiru smiled happily. Her smile was brimming with happiness and joy. I really am blessed to be loved so greatly. Is it not ideal to have someone unwilling to let go of me, and always look at me? Oh, really? Really, I will not let you leave too, Amain-kun, so we are the same. You will not pay attention to others, no. There was no way Amain would do what Mahiru said. Once he nodded, Mahiru smiled happily, and inched her body close. The pretty face up close had a bubbly smile. Shall I leave myself to you, and yourself to me, Amain-kun? She muttered passionately, and they closed the distance. First, their breaths were intertwined, and then, the gap between them was gone, for they stuck close to each other. Their lips touched, but this mere kiss brought about a fiery heat. The relief and joy formed a sense of comfort, and their hearts naturally seared. The mere seconds of contact brought about a satisfaction different from a deep kiss. Amain exchanged looks with Mahiru, and they smiled. So they continued to look at each other, and there was nothing to worry about. Good night, Amain-kun. Have a good dream. Good night, Mahiru. You belong to me. So she seemed to imply as she leaned on him, smiling sweetly. Amain too answered with a calm smile and gently closed his eyes. Chapter 272. The next day. His mind was still a little bit discombobulated as he had just woken up. Why was she here? And then he remembered that Mahiru stayed over the previous day, only to finally comprehend the situation. It seemed just like the last time, Mahiru waited for Amain to wake up and did not leave his clutches. Once she did notice that Amain woke up, she wriggled into a comfortable position within Amain's arms and said to him bashfully, "Good morning, Amain-kun." "Morning. When did you wake up?" "About 10 minutes or so ago. I wanted to lie and relax and see you sleeping soundly before going to make breakfast. Is it fun to look at me?" "Of course. It gives me energy. Thanks to that, I am energetic in the morning." So Mahiru said with a lively expression, looking completely satisfied. Amain had an unspeakable itch, so he cuddled her to hide this feeling. This sudden embrace took Mahiru by surprise. "Give me some energy." But Amain muttered so, and she became obedient, wrapping her arms around his back, and embraced him. The manner in which Mahiru slowly acted showed that there was still much time, so Amain seized the chance to enjoy her scent, a gentle, warm, refreshing sweet scent. "You really do like to fawn about." So Mahiru said. "Whose fault do you think it is?" Amain wanted to retort, but there was no way Mahiru did not know the answer. He said nothing, and continued to cling onto her. Such a blissful morning caused his eyelids to naturally sink. Mahiru gently tapped at his back, probably having noticed that his breathing indicated that he was about to sleep. "Amain-kun, please do not sleep. I want to skip classes like this and keep sleeping." Is this what the honor student Amain-kun should be saying? Do you really not want to leave the futon? Is this the magic of the futon? More like the magic of Mahiru. Mahiru's existence was a bigger temptation than the futon, and if he remained unchecked, he might skip school entirely while dragging Mahiru down. And Mahiru, who had that temptation herself, gently sighed, only to snuggle from Amain's clutches. "I shall leave then, and you will be free from the spell. Now then, get up and clean up. I know. I cannot pamper you in all aspects. Now, please get up and wash your face." There were times when she should pamper, and times when she should not. Once she saw Amain about to snuggle back into the futon, she pulled the blanket off him. Amain intended to get up even if she did not do so, but he could only give a wry smile once he saw how delighted Mahiru looked when she woke up him. I guess it'll be nice to have her wake me up like this in the future. Amain could wake up punctually if he wanted to, but he felt that since Mahiru would take care of him, it was fine to play around if it was early. He just needed to ensure that he did not cause Mahiru trouble. He did not want to cause her trouble, but it seemed she liked to care for him, so it should be fine for him to fawn around with her. He discreetly thought so to himself, and felt a little cold. He got up from the bed and got a change of clothes. So what about changing clothes? Do I go to the bathroom first? Please do. No peeking though. Who's peeking? I need approval before I will do that anyway, right? Even as lovers, they had a relationship of innocence, and did not live together. Amain did not intend to see Mahiru get changed. This was a matter of privacy, and more importantly, his sense of shame at this point overwhelmed him. If Amain got changed in Mahiru's presence, Mahiru might end up shriveling, but the reverse would not be the case. Both sides might be murdered. Do you want to look? I'd be lying if I say I don't want to look, but I don't want to ruin your mood, and it's not good for our sanities early in the morning. That is true. You don't have to show me. It's not like we have to show everything to each other. As a boy, Amain naturally had an inclination to know, but this was not something he should do at this point. He had to gain approval, and more importantly, they should not be doing so early in the morning, since they would be going to school. I know that. So Amain shrugged. He was about to leave the room, only to hear Mahiru mutter from behind, "This is a virtue of yours, Amain-kun, and yet a frustrating point." After they got changed, they enjoyed the breakfast that was mentioned yesterday, dashimaki, grilled salmon with seikyo sauce, various side dishes, miso soup, and white rice. Amain was done, brushed his teeth, and got ready to go to school. He prepared the textbooks the previous days, and he simply had to put on a tie and a blazer, but his hand stopped as he had a little thought. What is it? Mahiru quizzed with intrigue once she saw him remain still, as though brooding. Amain then hesitantly handed over the tie in his hand and pin in his hands to Mahiru. The necktie pin was the birthday present he received the previous day. Since he had a chance, Amain hoped to entrust her, who gifted him so, with the first moment of putting it on. Can you put on my tie? He asked hesitantly, and Mahiru blinked a few times, only to then understand his intent, for she beamed. Yes. And nodded. With a polite gesture, she received the tie and pin, knelt down before Amain who was seated on the sofa, and put the tie on his neck. The method to tie someone else's tie was different than doing so for oneself, but Mahiru's process went smoothly. She then picked up the pretty pin with the flower carving, and cautiously, solemnly, put the pin on. Amain never wore a pin except during the school ceremonies, but this might be why Mahiru chose this for him, and he did not think anything was amiss. Does it suit me? Of course, since I chose it for you, Amain-kun. Mahiru smiled with unshakable belief, and Amain too naturally smiled. You have keen eyes after all. It works out well for you. Of course. It is important to notice the details in dressing up. I don't really need to dress up though, I just want to know if the thing you gave me suits me, Mahiru. It does, please do not worry. Sometimes Mahiru would lavish excessive praise on Amain, but she would usually opinionate on appearances in a subjective manner, so it seemed that was fine. The pin appeared somewhat between the gap of the blazer, but a detail of this level might affect a person's disposition completely. He was delighted to wear anything Mahiru chose for him, and naturally, his back straightened. Everything might be due to wanting his thoughts, his deeds, to be befitting of standing next to Mahiru. You really will be dashing once you have some self-confidence, Amain-kun. Mahiru giggled as she gently put the blazer onto Amain. And what if I don't? More so on the cute side. Some coolness though. Alright, I got lots of things to say, but I'm suave enough now, right? Yes, very. Enough to stand by your side, Mahiru. He never hesitated about standing next to her. However, there were times when he doubted, worried if others would think he was unfit for that position. He did not think he would back down just because others thought so, but such a notion would still bother him. He continued to train himself, but he did not know if he could see the effects yet. Mahiru's answer was obvious, but Amain had to ask. Goodness. So Mahiru said with bewilderment and patted his cheek. It is fine. You are dashing both inside and outside, Amain-kun. I will not allow anyone to badmouth you, but my feelings aside, you are a great person. I see. That's good, let's go to school together. Yes. Amain stood up, reached his hand out, and Mahiru grabbed it without hesitation. She always conveyed her earnest feelings towards him, and because of this, he could stand next to her with his back upright, and hold her hand, moving forward. The changes he had till this point were all thanks to Mahiru. In not letting go. I'll make you happy, and never let you go. So he swore once again, smiled gently towards Mahiru, and they left the house together. Chapter 273. The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten, 6 Thoughts on Angel WN, Day of the Master. The girl Amain worked for, Mahiru, was a perfect young lady. She was the eldest daughter of a family that ran a conglomerate, and was capable of anything. She was an intelligent girl who knew thousands of things, was perspective, and leveraged her comprehension ability and quick wit to expand her knowledge into learning about many different fields. Besides academics, she also dabbled in martial arts, and was a top-class athlete in all sports. She was a perfect student with both brains and brawn, her beauty was unparalleled, and it would be appropriate to call her perfect. She was also a warm, gentle and kind-hearted woman, the ideal lady to anyone. Or so she appeared. Milady, you can't. I'm working. Amain and a few servants knew that when she was off the spotlight, she would discard the persona of a perfect lady and act like a spoiled brat. The master headbutted Amain while he checked her schedule in the notebook, and Amain turned around to tell her off. Amain served her ever since she was a child. His parents were indebted to her family, and the arrangement was that he was to serve them as a butler and chamberlain, but he never expected them to be so fond of him. It seemed Amain's parents sent him to relieve Mahiru's loneliness, who was always alone due to family reasons, but this was beyond their expectations. So it is fine when you finish work. As long as there's an appropriate distance. That is fine then. That is a huge problem. This interaction and closeness was permitted as they were in the house, but not when others could see them. Amain was tempted to sigh and wonder how this happened, but it was probably because he had been taking care of the lonely Mahiru in her parents' stead while they had been too busy to appear at all, and he resembled an older brother to her. Thanks to that, or maybe because of the circumstances, Mahiru was extremely close towards Amain. Whenever the two of them were together, she would snuggle up to him and fawn around. Mahiru was old enough to get married at this point, so he tried to pull his distance from her since this distance would be inappropriate, but he could not bring himself to do so as Mahiru showed him a teary face, so the closeness remained. Amain immediately rejected the idea, and Mahiru hammered him on the back, but it did not matter as he looked down at his notebook, as usual. Starting at 4 p.m. today, you'll be having Ikebana lessons, and once that's over, gym as usual, and once we return home, you'll have a bath and then dinner. There won't be any plans after that, so you'll have free time. Does this free time mean that your work ends, Amain-kun? Well. Then, shall we have tea together? A slopper-looking Mahiru clung onto his back, and he felt nostalgic for some reason. Well, about that, he answered tentatively, and she continued to do so, happily. Amain wanted to say that a fine lady should not touch the opposite sex without permission, but she looked so happy behind him, that he bit his lips, acted calm, and rolled the notebook to hide his emotions. Chapter 274. Celebration at School. It was the day after Amain's birthday, and he got teased by Itsuki at school. It appeared Mahiru had some matter to deal with at the staff room, so Amain entered the classroom alone, only to be welcomed by a smirking Itsuki. Incidentally, Chaitos hadn't arrived at school yet. Don't make it sound like there's something else to that. It's just a normal celebration. Again with that. Seriously, you. Just joking. Well, glad to hear that Shina-san's preparations went well. Itsuki patted Amain on the shoulder to calm him down and nodded as though he had seen through everything. Amain couldn't reproach him for anything, so he grumbled a little and sighed. Thanks for helping out, Mahiru. Well, I didn't do anything at all. If anything, Chi and Kido-san were the ones who chipped in more, like advice or help and such. And you helped cover up for them. Thanks for that. Well, it's a rare chance for a surprise anyway. Looks like you really enjoyed your birthday, and that's great. Anyway, happy birthday. Itsuki, the most caring person, smiled and patted him on the shoulder again as if it was nothing. Amain bit his lips that were losing control due to joy and embarrassment, and replied softly. Later, he would have to thank Chaitos who had yet to arrive. It was likely Mahiru had consulted with her quite a bit. He was really overjoyed in many ways that he had a friend willing to celebrate his birthday, but a classmate, upon hearing that, suddenly came over. It's Fujimaya-kun's birthday. Actually, it's yesterday. Once Itsuki affirmed, the classmate squealed loudly and stared at Amain. Why didn't you say so? Shina-san and the others didn't say anything. I didn't know at all. Well, it was a surprise or something. I see. But it's just weird that they didn't tell us. I don't have anything with me today. Is juice fine? I'll give you this candy then. It's limited edition. Don't do it. That's a bad idea. What's wrong with you? This wonderful taste is addictive. Your taste buds are wonky. Amain was very perturbed by the classmates who seemed to have overheard, and Itsuki just smiled and whispered, they're all friendly, just accept them. Ever since he decided to change himself before everyone, Amain felt that he had become a little closer to his classmates, but it was the first time they openly went up to congratulate him, and his heart felt warm and fuzzy. If he had remained clammed up and avoided getting involved with people, he wouldn't be surrounded by people like this now. Thanks everyone. I'm really glad. The classmates around Amain smiled brightly as he thanked them in a voice that couldn't hide his embarrassment, and once again, he muttered a small thank you. Chapter 275. Friends' Blessings. Mahiru returned to the classroom after she was done with her task, and was shocked and delighted to see their classmates celebrate Amain's birthday. It was to be expected, however, since Amain usually would not be surrounded by so many. Their classmates were simply celebrating his birthday, and it was not actually a matter of him being popular. Good morning, Shina-san. Don't worry, I won't be stealing Fujimaya-kun. I am not worried about that. I am just shocked to see him surrounded by everyone. Well, I guess if Amain's surrounded, that shows that it's only possible when he's dating Mahiru. That shocked me too. Chaitos, who arrived at the classroom alongside Mahiru, widened her eyes as well. Once she met Amain in the eyes, she showed a mischievous leer. The old Amain would be completely flabbergasted. I'd be speechless. Amain admitted to the past gloomy vibe he used to have that was completely different from this point. The old Amain might not be able to handle this present him. But Amain did not hate his present self. He put in the proper effort so that he could stand next to his beloved. Though his sense of inferiority did not disappear, it was somewhat mitigated. The most accurate description of him would be that he was more accepting of himself. Having experienced firsthand the undeniable fact that love changes people, Amain felt embarrassed, bitter and nostalgic as he thought of his past self. He gulped, showed a faint smile. You're more relaxed now, and Chaitos giggled. I guess this is a positive example of how loving someone changes a person. Shut up. Is that bad? Yunya, I think it's good though. It's not like your old self is bad or something, but aren't you happier now, Amain? Chaitos grinned away as she put her index fingers at her cheeks, indicating that Amain often smiled nowadays, and the latter could not help but facepalm. He glanced aside at Mahiru, who nodded with a gentle smile, the shock from before nary to be seen. You are gentler compared to before, no? Yeah. That stare is different. It wasn't as obvious as when he saw you, Shina-san. He's so head over heels for that Shina-san. Doting on her even. I think the angel has become more dear nowadays. I get it, stop looking at me. I'm aware that I'm too doting on Mahiru. Amain's expression would relax whenever he faced Mahiru, and while he did try to keep his guard up, his classmates clearly had paid attention. He could hear boys and girls chiming in agreement. Amain started to feel awkward again when this was pointed out, and when the ends of his lips started to tickle. Okay, this is enough. Otherwise, Amain will start to pout. Chaitos clapped and changed the mood. You should have said so from the beginning. Amain thought so, but Chaitos was probably celebrating Amain's birthday in her own way. She giggled, and took out a wrap box from her bag. So, here's a present from Ikan and me that's a day late. Seriously, thank you for setting this up together with Mahiru for my sake. You fufu, I'm Mahirun's one true friend after all. Tilda, of course I'll help with whatever my adorable friend is planning. For Tilda, you Tilda? Chaito sounded more elated than usual as she handed over the box, which was heavier than Amain had assumed. Since it was a present chosen by Itsuki and Chaitos, there should not be any problems. Of course, Amain would be delighted unless the present was too tasteless. They had fine taste, so the present chosen should not cause worry, but the plain weight had him looking mystified. Let me ask first. What's inside this? Yeah, you're asking now? I can say what it is though. Amain glanced aside at Mahiru, and found himself suddenly uneasy. Ori, what's with the meaning in those words? Ahaha, just kidding. It's not anything dangerous, just some bath powder and salts. One of them is what Mahiru likes, and the other is said to be good for metabolism. I thought the two of you can use it. Why for the two of us? Isn't it usually for one? The item itself was good, but the unnecessary line itself had Amain frowning. There was some skinship, but their current relationship remained pure. It would be real troublesome if everyone assumed the two of them bathed together. While that did happen before, they would wear a swimsuit or have towels draped over them, and it did not happen during every stayover. Won't this cause misunderstanding? Amain glared back, Tilda and Chaitos unhappily pouted back. Amain had the urge to pinch her cheeks, but he held back. Say, won't this cause misunderstandings? We have a real coward here. Shut up, Itsuki. Hey, well, even if I do keep quiet about this, everyone knows about your feelings. Ooh, I get it. Amain rubbed his fist at the flank of the approaching Itsuki, but it felt hard, and he felt like he lost out. Since he got Itsuki to shut up, Amain let out a deep sigh. I'm really grateful for the present, and your feelings, but just don't say anything unnecessary. So he said as he tried to preserve his cheeks that were overheating with shame as he earnestly brought the present to his seat. And then, Itsuki pretentiously put his hands on his own hips, and retorted. Say Amain. Once they left the crowd, Itsuki put his mouth gently near Amain's ear. What? I never mentioned that you two are going to bathe together. The idea is that you two would bathe individually. Shut up. I already kept my voice down though. Amain realized that he dug himself a hole, so he pursed his lips and looked elsewhere. Itsuki in turn gave a hearty laugh, and giddily slapped Amain on the back.